and I'm starting to shit up.
Sirius reached out to me and was like, "Hey, like I'd love to give you some extra background on Connery, because I mean, Aeflic and I have been playing Emerald since it was a server, like, so you know, and I guess people are like, oh man, it's the Aeflic Shoctorr podcast has returned. I guess kinda, but we're still trying to figure out, scheduling and figuring that stuff out. But essentially, Sirius reached out to me and was like, I can give you some extra background on Connery, and then I guess from there just kind of talk about the whole format in general. I'm interested in hearing both of your opinions on, how this kind of, if you think the behavior is okay, how we should move forward. I guess even recommendations for the
Spoiler alert, it is not okay.
development team, what you'd like to see, etc. So I guess just to start out, everybody knows both of you guys, but like, seriously, you want to go ahead and just introduce yourself? How long have you been playing the game? When you started? What do you do? Like, everybody knows you, but it's just good for context, I guess, if there's anybody new.
Yeah, right on, bro. And right off the start, I'm Patty Fathead. I know that you've got like all the OGs in your chat all the time. So if anyone was a long-time Connery player, that's how you know me.
No, nobody. Ask Vert about Patty Fathead, and he always brings up this thing about, isn't he that retard that lost like with overwhelming forces against a smaller group of players? And I don't know if it was in some server smash or something, but he always brings that up about this guy. Everybody knows you now because you represent the shitter base on YouTube
from back in the day.
Because nobody knew who the fuck you were on Connery. Nobody.
Eventually, once the YouTube thing, Rel died off, right? He had to go do the dev thing. Someone had to step up. So I ended up doing the YouTube thing. You'll see me as Commander Sirius on YouTube, all that stuff.
Nice. And then Aeflic, go ahead and introduce yourself,
No,
brother. Bro, you have to. There's people from Connery that don't know you.
Aeflic, how about give us this?
Hey guys, my name's Aeflic. I'm autistic as fuck, and I just get a lot of kills with a single individual gun to show you guys how autistic I am. That's pretty much it. I'm washed up now and have a kid because yeah, that's me.
Story. What made you change, bro? You're top of the board anchor. What made you change?
True. Oh, true. The service anchor has been retired.
Who gives a fuck?
For months now.
I just did. I'm Aeflic.
No. Where did you just nice and quick? Just how Sirius did, bro. Don't be that guy. Don't be like, everyone knows me, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I just hate intros like that.
Just be like, yo, I'm Aeflic, Emerald.
I've been playing the game. I've been playing the game since beta. Went through all the stages of outfits and tacticalness and big platoons, leading outfits and commanding them in multiple platoons, all the way to mid fits to elite fits to
commanding. It's funny because Goku and Bax get brought up a lot, but I remember playing back in the time where these outfits were at their height, and you know what they did all the time? They dropped their entire outfit on fights that already had their friendly pops overpop. That's what they did.
Where I am now, kind of just solo playing slash.
Kill confirmed or base secure. We're just making sure it gets secured. That's what they did.
Streaming, and just grinding out.
Don't be fooled.
Kills on Emerald NC. That's pretty much. I just play Emerald NC because that's what I prefer. So.
All right, perfect. See, that wasn't that bad, bro. All right, well, again, I'm just here to just talk. It's not like the old podcast where I have all my notes and stuff like that. I'm just here to talk, kind of get a conversation going. Somewhere I talked to Theorem and Disenfranchised on Saturday night. But I guess the first thing to start out with is, like, seriously, you have the background knowledge on what's going on with, just the Connery server in general, whether it's specifically R18 and pigs, or it's the responses from other outfits, the distaste of recursion,
long story short, guys, Connery is an entire server full of shitty ass players, and when there's one outfit that has all the good players, they shit on everyone else, right? Connery is known as the land that skill forgot, because all the good players that were on Connery are either in recursion now or they quit the game. Everybody else is like these reject fucking Briggs players that nobody wants to play with. Asians all over the place. Connery is a cesspool shithole, okay? You don't want to play on Connery.
maybe just give us like a bit of a history lesson? Because again, majority of my viewers are, you know, Emerald. This is some outside in looking stuff where it's like, who are these guys? Who are these outfits and what's going on?
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to say, man, I was probably right with you. I loved your reaction. Like, what the F is wrong with these casters? Why are they not like calling a spade a spade
Dude,
and saying,
I
what
felt
the
so
fuck is
bad
going
when
on?
I did that to you because I thought you
No,
were.
dude,
It wasn't your
totally
platform
true.
for you to do that though, because
Well,
you were
that's-
on the call with Archie, so it was like Archie's platform.
So if you don't know what they're talking about here, to give you a little context, Sirius and Archie were watching basically what is going to be the most of the subject of this entire talk here. Archie was hosting on his channel, and Sirius was hosting on his channel a match between some shitty Connery outfits and Recursion. And as we all know, the shitters double teamed Recursion very overtly and made no apologies about doing it or anything. No regrets whatsoever, just being fucking scummy shitbag players. So Recursion lost, and this happened in the post-game interview. Archie was, as usual, acting like a complete and total clown. Sirius just happened to be there on the channel, and Shoctorr was doing a live react of this, and pretty much he went the fuck off on both of them. It was shocking, even for me. I think I was watching it in bed or something at like 3 o'clock in the fucking morning because I can't sleep. But yeah, he came like it was almost out of nowhere, like this verbal barrage against Sirius and Archie. Now, in the moment, I thought it was a little much, and that's even coming from me. It was shocking to me. But I didn't feel like Sirius so much deserved that as much as Archie did, and Archie, he made it worse by the way he reacted throughout the rest of the fucking post-game interviews and shit. And there's some people that defend him with this stuff, but for me, I was checked out on Archie a long time ago. He's super chill guy. He's trying to be an entertainer, you know, he's trying to be a full-time streamer. I get it, blah blah blah, but he does a very poor job of reading the room sometimes. Yeah, it was just, I don't know. I've been out on that guy for a long time, since the escalation fake hype peddling that went on. But anyway, Shoctorr reacted in a very aggressive manner towards both of them. And of course, after you do something like that, like I've been guilty of this too, like where you have an outburst at a group of individuals or some people, and you look back on it, you're like, maybe it wasn't the best thing. I wasn't really being as fair as I could have been, but that's basically what this is about here.
For him. So I understand why
Right.
you didn't just
There-
jump
there
in.
you go. And the second part of that is I wasn't shocked. And that's a problem, right? When you see something like that goes down and you're not like just flabbergasted and shocked, you know, like, okay, there's something fundamentally wrong with our server.
Yeah. And the fact that you're the lead game designer and you're not, it almost makes it worse that he was a player before he was in the position he's in now. Because as a player, you know, most of us have played on every server. Most of us have some kind of idea of the history of the game, what goes on in their game, or at least we're connected enough. You know, if you're actually interested in the game, you're connected enough to the game to know the goings on of shit that happens, right? But time and time and time and time again, I think we have a group of people that, I mean, this goes back even to when Higby was in charge. Higby had a little bit more of a better idea of what was going on because he was really, really involved. Doesn't mean all his decisions weren't fucking stupid, and the majority of them were, and he was an idiot in general, but he was more in touch and plugged into what the hell is going on in his game, whether it be political, you know, how people are playing, who everybody is, like, you know, how people feel about the game. stuff like that. But once again, here we have another absolute failure to, like, if you see this kind of behavior that's taking place on live, you know, for years, and you've been a player of the game, and supposedly you're tuned into what's going on. It's just incompetence, man. Like, to not have anything in place, and we'll talk about the reaction of Rel and the team and their basically non-existent response to what happened. I got to think, well, I'll get to it later when they get to it here. None of it is that surprising. Well, that's the point. And that's what's disappointing to me, is that knowing the history of the game and how it's went in these type of competitive events, because I was someone who, it was like 6 years ago now, was involved in a competitive event with Recursion over an entire season, and they felt slighted and took their ball and went home. So all that work that was done and preparation for the format and going through the whole season, and then for them to just do that, I think kind of sets a little bit of a precedent here. So I'll get to this more when we get into like what kind of sanctions, if any. Spoiler alert, nothing fucking happened. We know that there's a history of this stuff, especially in live play, and a lot of it comes from the format. The format sucks and obviously lends itself to this. The community sucks, and they have no morals, no sense of sportsmanship, nothing like that, because it's a game basically where everyone plays to make everybody else as miserable as possible and to win at all costs. So when you have that dynamic, and then you put people in competition against each other, the fact that you don't expect anything like this to happen, you say nothing about it, you have no rules, everything has to be, oh, it was an unspoken rule. Well, that's not good enough for people who bend the rules anyway. So it's just more failures on top of failures on top of failures. So yeah, nobody was surprised. Anybody that's in the know, you know, people on the server, players, anybody that's in the know, not surprised at all. Easy.
If that doesn't just, like,
but of course,
call you right
Rel
off
is
the bat.
clueless.
So, but no, the history is Connery has always, we went through that phase, and I think every server has gone through it, where over time, right, you start out and all the talent pool is spread very evenly across the server. What outfit did you start in, Aeflic?
WMD.
Okay, and I don't know that, but you can, if you think about it, like a lot of the names I know as like the best players on Connery, they were in outfits that you would now consider, you know, maybe they're a mid fit. Some of them were in what you call the Zerg fit back in the day.
Oh, for sure.
It was extremely distributed, right? And then over time, you know, outfits break up, things move, and then you get.
Yeah, but over time, the better players don't want to play with worse players anymore. They want to play with people that are more like themselves and like-minded. That's how these outfits, these like elite outfits, get formed. You can't ask someone who is, you know, 4, 5, 6 times a better player than everybody else in his outfit to not want to go somewhere else. Like, I'm sure a lot of people that were in the best outfits or whatnot started out in some fucking Zerg outfit, and then you grow out of it. I mean, if you grow as a player. If you don't grow as a player and you stay basically the same, if you're where you were at 300 hours, at 3,000 hours, then it's maybe sitting in a Zerg fit. That was what was right for you. Because you have fallen into that culture. And part of what happens here in this event is people have been bringing up this culture war within the game. And there's the culture war within the game. There's trying to later these guys discuss like who's to blame for X, Y, and Z. You know, who's to blame for people leaving the game, and they bring up these meme pictures. But we'll talk about that later, and how, yeah, these big outfits with people that don't care and don't want to get better, they're a problem too.
Get these
and they're
very
much bigger
concentrated, powerful outfits. Connery had something called Hive. We had NSVS had it for a while.
Remember when Hive was on Emerald and they got shit stomped so hard that they couldn't do anything and just went to Connery because it was an easier server to stomp shitters on? I remember
for
that.
a while. Recursion had it. You know, those Future Crew had it for a while. you have a lot of these, these waves, these really concentrated outfits, and they're hard to deal with, right? It's tough to balance. You guys have probably heard me talking about
because your whole server is full of bad players.
power disparities. You can do it by bringing a bunch of pop. You can do it by creating a really tight outfit of high individual skill players. So it definitely provides a little bit of fiction, but for whatever reason, it mostly happened on VS, on Connery. And I feel like that seems to be most servers, right? It seems like VS.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd say
I think
most.
so. Well, I'd say that the maybe on Emerald, my knowledge of it had always been like the ones who were antagonized the most, or not antagonized, but the people who were seen as the villain the most were like the VS, because we had TIW and we had Bax on NC who I'd say were pretty equally skilled, even though there's gonna be like some old heads from
Find a TIW player that isn't in. If you find any TIW players now, the last time I guess it doesn't matter the last time I saw them. The only time you'll find a TIW player is he'll be playing light assault and he'll be in like 80% pop. That's the only time you'll ever see a TIW player.
AC in chat going like, that's bullshit, but like I don't know, like people had
and yeah, there also TIW at least did sign up for the first season of Farmers. Of course, this guy and his outfit was nowhere to be found, and of course we beat them.
shooters on basically every faction.
I don't know.
But I do agree with you in the sense that from the outside looking in, especially for newer players that were just getting involved in like the outfit politics and hopping on the Reddits, for example, where like they're all on VS. All the cheaters are on VS, whether it's on
Yep.
Emerald, it's like DA and AC or something like that. So
Yep. And so this went. It happened early on. It actually really even screwed us in Server Smash because our rules were that you could only bring 12 from an outfit. And so what happened is all the power was so concentrated. Recursion, maybe had 48 to 60 of those really powerful players, but they could only put 12 on the board if you'd let them. So anyways, all the way back then, it was causing drama, giving a super long back history lesson. But then moving forward, obviously, you get something like pigs. Now, pigs at one time.
Well, see, then you just have a dumb server, If you want your server to have the best chance to win, you put your best players from the server in the server thing, in Server Smash. You don't do this new age thing of accessibility. We need equal representation from all the. I mean, that's cute and all, but at the end of the day, if you want to win, you put your best guys out there. It just so happens for the most part, most of the best guys are all in the same outfit.
At any given time, they were running roughly 50 to 60% of the population, the TR population on the server. Think about that.
Well, that's deep.
it's a lot.
There was a time, and I mean, he's always. I'm not a Pale Tiger hater, okay, but he's always been an abrasive guy, and most people are Pale Tiger haters. So I'm usually the guy that's trying to stand up and say, "Hey, we got to find a way to work with this guy," because the reality is you have to. The most powerful factions are the ones that have some level of skill, and they also have a Zerg ball that can be managed, right? I mean, Sokars does a good job managing pop. The Wild Cards does a good job managing pop. But you guys have already probably run into the big outfits that don't do a very good job of that as well. But it makes you powerful if you can kind of combine those two forces. I mean, you will go out and win alerts. But anyway, so pigs became very hated.
The wild cards do not do a good job managing pop. Well, I think when Sirius talks about managing pop, it's you're coordinating in some kind of voice chat and telling a retard to put a waypoint down somewhere on the map. That's the extent of controlling population that these people are capable of.
On the
SKL is deadass the best Zerg fit in the game. Yeah.
Server.
Okay, man.
They were. I don't know. Put your input. Where do you guys stand on it? Is Zerging the worst thing ever? Is it understandable because they don't have access to all the recursion level players? Like, where are you guys at on that?
Zerging is something that, like, a lot of people I feel like hate, like Elite Fits or just solo players that are good, 2KD plus players. But that's where you get your farm on. Like, most players don't want to fight equally skilled players for whatever reason. So Zerg are necessary evil, I guess. And if you kill pigs or you kill AOD or when PHX died on NC, somebody else fills this place. Somebody else is going to invite everybody at the warp gate. It's not going to go anywhere. No one's going to really organize it, or there'll be an outfit that comes up and organizes a portion of the Zerg into something that's decent. And it is what it is. I mean, it's something that you can't have the game. I can't farm at a biolab or a tech plant if there's no one there to farm. Right? If it's 12:24, I mean, I can get my game on, but Zergs create the
Thanks
fun
for the platoon, brother. I had a good
my
time.
type of player.
You're a gifted leader, brother.
I mean,
Thank
that's
you.
So it's a
thank you,
necessary
so
thing.
well said. Yeah, I mean, you nailed it. Shoctorr,
Sorry, my
you're,
thing
you're,
just-
you're cringing at us.
Professional streamer, by the way.
I forgot to close. I
You
forgot to
muted,
close my
bro.
recursion. I forgot to close my recursion, and then my session ended, and it was like me going. It was like my voice back going like,
Death streak.
"You're a gifted leader, brother." It was weird. I was just like, "What the hell was that?" My bad. Typical Shoctorr, not paying attention to the interviewers. No, what I was gonna say is, Zerging is an inevitability at the end of the day, just when it comes to the dynamic of how everything works, because it's like, again, the 3 faction system. You're not going to be able to distribute the same amount of people that you focus on one side to the other. And in an environment where there's a resource that's scarce that everybody wants, which is territory, whoever has the most of the resource will be the ones getting focused. And that's, I guess we could talk more about it in Outfit Wars as well. But when you end up having a situation where 2 sides that have more people than you are all trying to grab the exact same resource and you are the one with the most of that resource, then Zerging is an inevitability, just because you're not going to be able to have a 48-96 on one front 50-50 and then also be able to have another 48-96 on the other front without having just more players like on the server for the faction, not even the outfit, like the entirety of the faction, to be able to equalize. So I don't know, Zerging has always just been something.
I don't know what the fuck. Shoctor's been talking for 2 minutes. I have no idea what the fuck he just said. I think his point was, if you get Zerg, there's nothing you can do because you don't, in that format, you don't have the ability to have enough manpower because you're physically constrained by having 48 players that you can only bring 48. And at the end of the day, it was going to be 96 versus 48, and there's only so much you can do.
Thing like it's always about, at the end of the day, the map design to be able to cater to the Zerg though. So if you don't have like a solid base to be able to...
By the way, there's absolutely no map design on Desolus or Desolation. I don't know why I call it Desolus. Like it looks like it took 45 minutes to make that fucking map. It looks like it took someone on a napkin at a restaurant 10 minutes to come up with the idea. Like I don't get these people who are like, who see the art, they like tease the art of it, and they come out with it. They're like, holy shit! Oh my god! Look at it. There's the craftsmanship. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a bunch of the same fucking bases in the middle of the map. They're all these shitty ass donuts, so that when there's combat inside of them, you can't even see what the fuck is happening. It looks like shit. It's like the most bland, stale, vanilla dog shit that anyone could shit out, given like a 3-day fucking deadline. Like, I can't be the only one who's like, who just cringes hard as fuck when you see these people like on Twitter and shit. You're like, oh my god, great job, Alan. Like, and it's the same base every time. You could care less what it looks like. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying, like, I don't care about the aesthetics of it. You know, I don't care if it's brown, if it's green, if it's fucking pink or orange. I don't care. I'm talking about the playability of it. About the whole thing. Like, how base it is. Like, all the fucking... it's not interesting whatsoever. Like, it's just this bland... It like some fucking what are they called? It looks like some shit that some like degenerate focus group came up with in a 20-minute, like, to get all their plastic chairs around in a circle and they talk about like what they won in the game. Like, it just sucks.
To at least counter it with less people, then that's always been my issue, at least. Because I think Zerging is just a symptom of the problem rather than the problem, which is you know, a lot of the bases make it so that zerging is super easy.
Well, it's a couple things. The players suck, and they can't. Your average player can't kill another person in combat. That's one part of the problem. Number two is the bases were designed. You got to remember this game was super rushed through development, right? So whoever was designing the bases and the layouts for how things were going to run, I guess everyone assumed that. Well, I don't know what the fuck they assumed, because to me, when I play the game, it makes me feel like whoever came up with the idea of the bases in this game actually thought that people would lose at a base, and they would go back to the next base, and there would be like some time buildup where they would be able to like man the ramparts and the fucking, you know, set up at like Helm's Deep and shit. Like that was going to be how the game played out. But that is not how the game plays out, like, at all. And even in, like, play testing, like, you would have seen that. But I very seriously doubt the game had any real fucking play testing. Because what happens is the Zerg ball eventually overtakes the base down the line. And then all those people, you know, if you have options to go somewhere else, they kind of fuck off. Or they're AFK in the fucking spawn room at the next base. So like... And then the blob just picks up and moves to the next base. And then where the defenders, I guess, are designed to take positions around the fucking base or whatever, that's all attackers. Like, that's where they are. So your bastion of defense in a base in, like, average live play is shit that's invulnerable, like the spawn room. So it just all sucks.
To just...
But by the way, that's been a problem that's been in the game for...
It's the lowest...
8 fucking years.
I don't know what the word is, but it's the lowest friction
nobody
point,
cares.
I guess. So, I don't
Right.
know. My opinion on zerging, I was the leader of a zerg fit when I first started PlanetSide, actually. Like, after a month or two of me learning how to lead, I like ended up leading a zerg fit. And I was just dropping waypoints, sending in max crashes. Back when it was charge maxes, you could just press F and everybody goes in at the same time at like 60 miles per hour.
Max teleport.
So, I understand why people do it. It's just...
Plus, that's like a big part of your stream right now, right? I mean, Cletus, right?
Oh yeah, I do it every Monday. Where like, but like the thing is, you know, AOD is actually a pretty interesting beast, and we can talk about that later too. I don't want to go too far off a topic, because you know, I want Sirius to kind of, you know, catch us up at least on the history. But yeah, for me, I think zerging is an inevitability, and it's a matter of just countering it with map design to make sure that, you know, if you have superior numbers, it's not necessarily just an easy W. And that people who are at least defending can have some sort of alternatives. And, you know, we could talk about like the tech plant design, for example, or something like that to bring up like good map design to counter pop. But yeah, I'll let you keep going.
Right. No, and it's a good conversation that's kind of parallel to what we're going to get into. But like Aeflic, obviously, a lower skilled player can't spend his entire PlanetSide 2 career under your LMG, right? They have.
That's true. Or actually, that's not true. He can. It's up to him.
To have an experience too, and that's what these outfits like Pigs provide, that are up. They're running 24 hours a day. You know, for the more casual player,
that's fair.
That is probably not going to make his way into the upper echelon of PlanetSide 2. I'm going to pop this one up here real quick. Let me.
It's fair. It's a fair statement.
Will this let me do it? No.
Oh my God, I've changed
Yeah,
places.
I can see it. I'm displaying your screen.
Let's see if that pops
Bottom
up.
left now.
Like right here, this guy, you know, I was looking over all the discussions of the last week, but bringing up that this is the way a player can get an experience. Like Aeflic can go out and just have fun dominating, right? I play anyone here. We can just go play on our own and have fun. Whereas for a lot of players, they need that guidance to have the PlanetSide experience. Anyway, so that's why Pigs got so big. Everyone hates on Pigs and blah, 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 but they provide some sort of service. So here's where it started going south. Recursion or Hive is winning all the time, right? Just constantly. It's very, very tough to counter them. And then what would exacerbate it is...
Yeah, especially when you do nothing but make excuses consistently for people not to get any better at the game. I'm sure it would be challenging to defeat 2KD Hive heavies.
TR or NC would get scared of VS, and while they really needed to focus them because VS had such a power disparity in terms of skill, VS, TR, and NC really should be putting, you know, extra pop on them. They tend to just fight each other. So then you just get worse and worse landslide victories by the VS. Sometime after this, Pale Tiger is, I think, the first one to ever suggest this, but he decided, and he was yelling about it in command chat, that he's going to go over to NC and he's going to just talk to all the leaders and say that all we do is double team the VS. So I want to make the point that Pale Tiger is the one that made the first move to say, hey, let's start this double teaming thing.
The mastermind behind it all.
Yeah, yeah. And so to me, that's where it really starts breaking.
But even if it's breaking down, that's going to be a natural thing. That's fine on live. It's perfectly. I have no problem with that on live. No, none at all. But I think you understand where the problem comes in is when you have a competitive or pseudo-competitive event, and now all that behavior comes over. But this gets back to just not being clued into what actually happens on your live servers. Like,
down.
what are you gonna do?
It works. I think VS needed to be double teamed a lot of the time, but not intentionally. Only to the point of where they're not running away with alerts.
It's fair game. They're always going to happen. Even if it's pre-planned on live, it is what it is. You know, I can't say anything to that.
At 50%, we still need
'Cause that's just the
tight,
game you
close
have.
alerts. Just put the appropriate amount of force to counter them there, right? Rather than say, hey, we're going to ignore strategy. Who cares who wins as long as it's not VS? That's when it breaks down. So he made that first move. But then sometime later on,
Yeah, we'll get to that, Nasty. That's definitely something, because even though I'm saying that it's okay on live and I don't give a shit on live, what happened in the competition and the response to it, some people are very okay with just a little, JPEG picture, but I am not one of them. I was maybe at first, but I've changed my mind.
and I've heard different iterations of it from the VS and the NC why they did this. Dim Giant and Therum set up the Kestrel Accords. You guys heard it on our stream, on Arshy's stream. And for a month and a half, they just double teamed TR. Previously, it's been said as,
Wait, I've never heard.
oh, it was just one night, bro.
I've never heard about that. But
Yeah,
so,
it was. If you go back there, Dim Giant said it right up there. For a month, mostly when we hear about Kestrel Accords, they're like, obviously on TR, especially, it sucks for the rest of TR because this is something that kind of Pale Tiger brought on, but Hammered, CIK, no other outfits are like in on this, right? So TR's getting screwed over because Pigs had this idea to go try to start double teaming and it completely backfired on him. And now the other two factions have decided to double team TR.
Yeah, like I said, I could give two fucks about what happens on live play. Live play is just complete dog shit, diarrhea, poo-poo brown. Like I could care less.
okay.
So-
So it's like a revenge thing, or like not really.
It really is. Like, I can't,
You know why? Because the developer could care less.
like, while TR has gotten double teamed significantly more often, one of the leaders on TR made the first move there. So
Oh, so
who's
it's like
wrong?
revenge
Chicken or the
almost
egg?
on the intent of wanting to do the thing in the first place. So it's like you were gonna.
If you're talking about the Sunder at the tech plant, which was absolute and total cancer, then yeah, no fucking problems. No problems. I had no problem with that happening.
Do this, so this is what you get because you were gonna do this.
That was, yes, pretty much. That was my interpretation of it. And there were fuels. B-Way came over, and I think, someone got wind of them saying, yeah, we're going to show Connery, blah, blah, blah,
B-Way.
blah. So they got double teamed into the warp gate. Because whenever they need to, these Kestrel Accords come back into effect, and TR just gets hammered. So
You guys have some crazy lore, bro.
we do. So anyways, fast forward to Outfit Wars. You saw that in the Dark. We had Dark, Dim Giant, and Hammered. You saw Hammered just get double teamed. It was not as blatant as Pale Tiger running along next to R18, but you had the same thing. You had a VS and C outfit double team TR on one side, and you had a TR and C outfit double team VS. So yes, it almost feels like everyone's gotten too cozy. Like everyone talks about faction loyalty is a terrible thing. I'm like, okay, everyone's getting a little too friendly here, making all these alliances. So that being said, I'm always like, everyone's like, serious, what, you mad, bro? Like, why are you upset with these outfits? Western Tactical has organized all these double team events. I'm like, dude, that's not cool. We're not having fun. Even if like Hammered's gonna play it off like no problem. I mean,
Yeah, but the whole point of playing this game on live server is not to have fun. It's to win at all costs and make everyone else around you playing miserable. So, but again, that's developer endorsed.
Mark, all these nights we're like, God, why are we even here? It's just
What are you
so
gonna do?
stupid. There's not even a chance. So I don't know how we
What are you gonna do?
reinvent Connery and say, hey, look, guys, everyone's supposed to fight for the win. But that's the big thing to me, is even when there's a really good
If the developer doesn't care about the quality of the gameplay in his live server, then how are you going to make the community police themselves? You can't. So when your lead game designer is completely apathetic to shit gameplay, what are you going to do? Nothing. Can't do
outfit
shit.
on the table. Like, think about the first alpha season.
Yeah.
Pigs beat
It's a sandbox. Okay.
the 2 best outfits on our server. That says right there that the 3-way works. It does what it's supposed to do. It gives an outfit that's not as strong a chance. But when you go off into this other thing where it's like, okay, we're not playing to win anymore, we're just playing to screw someone else, the whole system breaks down. Anyways, now that you guys have the backstory, hopefully you can understand why I'm not sitting there like hammering away in these guys right away, because our server diplomacy is weird, and I've just been crapped on every time I've kind of brought it up. Hey, this isn't a good way to do it. What do you guys think?
It sounds like it makes sense why they do it, but that I still don't have any sympathy for doing it. I don't know how to explain, like, the it's like the concept of, we have a common enemy here, but we don't have a common win condition. So it's like the focus is so much on the enemy, so it's like now the enemy of my enemy is my friend type thing, while completely disregarding that win condition. Oh, there comes the lights. I was gonna say, whoa.
My lighting's all weird. I've never done it like off stream, so
You don't blame Sirius for steering away from the hot takes? I think I wouldn't necessarily say he steers away from them. I think he does feel a kind of he's talked about this before too, a weight of responsibility for the community that he has cultivated. So you kind of have to be careful about just firing hot takes from the hip when you have a big a following as he does.
That was an asteroid, bro.
That's how I feel about it.
Crazy.
The flash grenade. so I understand, I guess, because that's been some stuff like that's happened on Emerald, and Aeflic and I were around for that, where it's like the frustration of like outfit rivalry.
I mean, there's a big difference between, like, if someone like me comes out and has like a hot take, or like just constantly fucking shitting on things, like, there's a big difference between me doing that and him doing that. Because obviously him having like the following that he does, where he does, has, you can that weight can be swung around. Like, if you say the wrong thing, you can weaponize your community against people. And I think some of you have seen that in other stuff in the past. But that you have to be mindful of that shit.
But I can't think of a single time, and Aeflic, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I can't think of a single time where we got.
You can't control all those people, what they say or do.
We colluded with like leverage to be AC or something like that. Because Aeflic and I guess for the history lesson there, it's like Aeflic and I co-led backs from like 2014 to 2015. That era.
You don't think he's real?
Basically, a year of us just like
as a person, just your feeling from seeing a few streams. I think sometimes, I've said this in the past, like some of his takes on the game and game balance and stuff, and some of the things he said, like I've been one of the biggest critics of Sirius, right? But I think I'm coming down off that, and I think he's made more of an effort. I think he's made more of an effort to come off some of the dumb shit. So in that way, I'm more apt to You know, I can be fair. You know, there are a lot of things, even in the videos that I've made. Well, I've only made 2, but about him, like even in the second one, sometimes he's just right about some shit sometimes. So you know, if there's common ground to be had, then have the common ground. Like we can have that. But as to say he's not real as a person, I think some of the arguments and points he tries to make, I'm not sure if he actually believes or not. But the question whether he's real as a person or not, I don't think that's
8 to 10.
I wouldn't do
10
that.
p.m. bedtime, recruiting 2 KD, 60 kph. Like you know, we were trying to get shooters. It's the old Aeflic first, me second in charge. Like but we never really. I can't think of anything like that. Like,
I mean, like we couldn't even get past the NC being dog shit. We're like trying to save our own faction, let alone trying to like fight the other two. Like, oh, dude, there's just so much stress, so much bitching at people in command chat, all that cringe stuff. And like now that like I don't even care about alerts anymore, just because the outfit meta is just destroyed. The midfit meta, Goku versus Bax, that was like those were some of the best times in the game. That's kind of just fizzled out to where it's just like before I left, like it was just B-way. And like I'm like, why even have an outfit? There's no other outfits to challenge each other. But anyway, that's besides the point. The worst, I think, the only thing I can come up with that's close to it is the Zoimax era when VS just dominated. I'm assuming all servers. With the Zoimax, it was so OP and broken. It was like 6 months of that, and a lot of people quit and left. It wasn't like
I always noticed that Aeflic will bring up Zoimax, which was broken for 6 months, and it was egregious, and it was bad. But he'll never talk about the NC Max, because remember, he's an NC brain. He only plays NC for this whole time, but he will never ever talk about the NC Max. Come on, bro.
we double teamed.
Give it up on the Zoimax.
But that kind of bleed through of just VS taking over.
Six months is not.
I never
8
tried
years.
to work with another outfit because I was trying to work with outfits on my faction, and that was just a terrible idea.
Yeah, and so here's give me in chat too. Give me some advice. So I am like, in order for me to have fun in this game, like I get this serious. You're taking it too serious. Pardon the pun, right? Like if I'm like trying to point out, be like, bros, that's not a cool way to do this. You know, we should all fight each other. We should all try to win. It's like, serious, it's just a game. Chill out, bro. You mad, bro? All that. And I'm like, okay. But like for me to have
it's just a game, people. If you're ever talking about anything with someone, they tell you it's just a game, something like that. Just they're fucking loser. It's a loser mentality. Period.
Have fun in the game. I want to have nail biting alerts. That's kind of where I have fun when it's like down to the last second. So I'm like, that's part of my fun is trying to take it. Let's call it seriously, okay? However you want to say it. So how do you navigate that world? That's why I don't come up and just kind of like cuss these guys out, right?
You know what? It's an out, right? Because you can take some guy who's like, he plays the game fucking 8 hours a day. You know, he's in all these fucking like shitty little try-hard outfits. And the minute you crush his ego or something, like, it's just a game, man. Like, I fucking hate those people.
Right? Because there's a diplomacy end. How do you kind of reestablish the boundaries of how it's supposed to work out there?
like,
I mean, go ahead.
like I was thinking of like the only examples I can think of from back in the day where we colluded was like when Goku was our rival. Like whenever it was a Bax v Goku 50%, it was like the mind of KV versus the mind of Aeflic, or the mind of Unclean versus the mind of Shoctorr. Like, how is Unclean going to capture the base, and how is Shoctorr going to try and retake it? Or how is...
Spoiler alert, they didn't know what to do because they weren't dropping overpop. They weren't dropping 150 guys on a 70% overpop, so they had no idea what to do. So then they had a stalemate.
KV gonna take this base, and how is Aeflic gonna retake it? Like, that was the meta for us back in the year.
Okay, they're gonna pull maxes when we're gonna play infantry, and we're.
But we pulled maxes too. I'll be honest. In retrospect, we pulled maxes too. But now, when I think of when we colluded, it's sometimes I think the furthest we ever went, and I actually have like a YouTube video of it that's completely unlisted because it's I don't know.
Shut your stupid.
No, I never.
Yeah, I've got those YouTube videos too, there, bro.
So like, I never really did anything with Goku outside of them switching over to low tax, which was their NC, I guess, what was it? Their NC alt outfit. And then they would play with us and then coordinate with us in command chat. And Aeflic remembers this stuff. We had like a Goku and Max crash one time. I think it was at TI Alloys, and that's the YouTube video.
Okay. I think what you're trying to say is like I think there was times where like NC wouldn't or Goku didn't have a chance at winning the alert, but or they did or whatever, and then like we would, to prevent the other faction from winning, we would go to the same tech plant that VS was capping, and we would help them cap it and hold on to it by defending like the primary balcony when they held like the big gun at the grinder doors, just so that we could win, and we would like collude that way, I guess.
Yeah, but it was never like it never went to the.
We've made those plays though.
Okay.
It never really got to.
There's a lot of history. There's a lot of history. All right. And most of it is shit.
The point that like we would like not shoot each other though, like because we were shooting everything. Because I remember we would drop on the tech plant because there would be nothing left to do in the alert. We lost. Like we couldn't capture anything, but we saw this thing happening over there. We're like, guys, load up in the gal. Fuck it, let's just go and drop on the base and kill everyone. But what I was talking about specifically is
I feel the same way.
Factions,
Mitch,
outfits, like their best outfits, like Goku or Bax. We would switch factions, and then who we would usually be fighting, we'd actually coordinate with in command chat. And we actually did that when the Bastion update came out too, and I came back from.
Which, a point I've been trying to make through all this, through like the second iteration of Outfit Wars, I was trying to imagine what this event would have been like. Back when the game had more players, and there were those like established like powerhouse outfits, but there was a lot of them. There wasn't just like one or two on a server, right? Like, and I was thinking back to like what time period would this have had to be put out? Like, granted the format still sucks, but can you imagine like what this event would have been like in like 2014, 2015 for those of you who were around for that? Like, I feel like it would have been a lot better in terms of like and I don't think you would see so many problems with trying to fill outfits. I don't think you would see as many ringers and mercenaries as you do now, because it was a more organic environment. It's a shame that we couldn't get something like this. Granted, it's still a shit format. It's non-competitive. But even if they were going to do it, they had to put it in the game. It's a shame that it came out now, I think.
From my retirement and started leading backs ops, where KV was in, KV, the leader of Goku, VS Space Dad, was now in command chat for NC. And I was just like, all right, KV, I'm taking backs here. And he's like, all right, then I'll take Goku here. So like, that's, I guess, the most I can really remember collusion going. But like, we've never
Still
really done
faction,
anything like the Kestrel Accords, where it's like, Goku was on the opposite side still, and we were like, I was calling him on the phone going, hey, we got to take out TR here, we got to warp get him because we hate 382nd or AOD or whoever.
Right.
So but yeah, I guess to answer your thing there, it's like I've never really seen that level on
and I will say live has gotten a lot better. Like, it was really really bad for a while. Where it's just, and then the biggest problem I saw with it is the leaders like, bro, it's just one Mimi night.
Oh yeah.
But what happened?
Well, I mute a little bit because the sound comes through my headphones sometimes. But basically, what I said was, I hope he's not talking about live. I hope he's talking about live in the context of Connery, like, and the politics that go on there, and not like live gameplay in general.
Happen is I'm going to call it the underlings or whatever, that were running on the off nights when leaders weren't around. They would fall into that same groove where everyone's just going to double team TR because they had that fun night where, you know, everyone celebrated just absolutely dominating the faction. And so the ripple effects were that it happened more and more and more, even though the Kestrel cores weren't on. Anyways, it blew over. We kind of got back that stage, but then when I see it out there happen afterwards, I'm like, yeah, just so unsurprised. I know I'm supposed to be outraged, but I'm just like, yeah.
So yeah, I guess I understand then, because like I do on one hand want to apologize, because I don't know if you've seen the clip where I was like, these pussy ass casters won't denounce this behavior.
Bro, inside I was yelling the same thing. So don't worry. I don't feel bad at all, man. I'm like,
no, but
like,
then I also was like, I've lost all respect for Sirius and all respect for Archie. But
I was
like,
kind of losing respect for myself too, you know. But I was, you know me, you're right. I was trying to be diplomatic in the situation, trying to get the language in where we get across. It obviously didn't. He still thinks Recursion's hackers, and it was completely acceptable. But
I'm just imagining like if he was like versing backs from back when we were playing and stuff, it's like we would have probably been in the same thing as well. I don't know, but
oh, absolutely.
yeah, later you ended up like going like you know, we've like no one's ever done this, like why this goes against the whole game in general. Like you don't play to make someone lose.
It goes against the spirit of the competition. We're in a competition. Well, but the problem here is people are conditioned to that on live play because there is no quality of live play, and the developer doesn't care. So now all of a sudden you can't have a competitive event that mirrors live play, essentially, and then just what do you expect people to do? This is a failure.
Lose, you play to win, like just stuff like that. And then I was like, okay, like now he's bringing it up. And then in hindsight, I'm like, okay, you were in Archie's Discord on Archie's platform, and then you're just going like, everybody stop. Like it made sense to me after, but like I was just so angry that, you know, because I had friends from Emerald, you know, that were also involved in Connery, like because they play in both factions, right? Or both servers, excuse me.
Like that's that shit too. Like what does an outfit even mean anymore, especially in terms of this fucking event? Because all you have is people playing all over the fucking place. Like it's just so diluted. Like it's so meaningless. Like,
and they play it, and then they're just like getting robbed of like just an enjoyable experience, because it's literally the most collusion I've ever seen in the game. So I'm frustrated on one hand, but yeah, I was
and I know some of that is people, because the event is catered only to the larger outfits, because even though that was a subject of much feedback and criticism from the first iteration of Outfit Wars, once again we went back into, I'm getting to that. Once again, we go back into all these midfits and smaller outfits who are completely ignored, even though the feedback has been given. But your developer is just out to lunch, doesn't care, doesn't have any clue what to do in that regard. So, I mean, that's a part of it. Because people that are in the smaller outfits want to play in it. You know, for whatever fucking reason.
Was very angry, but then you said what you said, and then I remember being in your chat later just being like, hey, thank you for bringing that up on stream, because no one else was willing to, like, no one else had the balls
but I mean, you might as well call the motherfucker Mercenary Wars or some shit, like, or Ringer Wars. Like, you might as well do that, because the outfits
say it. Like everyone was just like, yeah, tell us more about why you did the thing. Like, I don't know. I wasn't a big fan too of just giving a platform to someone who's like actively promoting toxicity in front of basically 1,000 viewers if you added up every stream.
Absolutely. And it's an even tougher one because, you know, the Pigs isn't as big now, but you can imagine that when he's running half of the TR population and disseminating that same language that TR.
I mean, yeah, you've been hopping outfits every week, and there's not much to meaning. It's an outfit is just a vehicle to participate in the event. It might not be that way for everyone, but for a lot of people that I see, that's what the fuck they're doing. Like, I don't know, man.
TR or DPSO, or whatever outfit it is.
That's in the first Outfit Wars when I got recruited to play for fucking VCats because Traceros came to me, or Sefuku Traceros, as most people know him, came to me, and I was interested in playing in the format because it was a new thing. So, like, I was like, okay. So I joined that outfit, and then he got, like, this entire fucking squad of people that were just, like, way, 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 way better than anybody else in the outfit. Like, it's an outfit of, like, very below average players. Like, basically just another fucking Zerg fit, and then you, like, mercenary hire all these fucking good players. Like, and I saw that, and I was like, I'm not playing like this, man. Like, this is fucking stupid. Like, I know why Traceros did it, because he wanted to play in 1. He wanted to experience it. But at the point where it's like, we have a whole squad of people that are like, 4 and 5 KD guys playing with the rest of an outfit of like just, regular shitters. It's like, that's not what's intended. So I was like, oh, fuck it. I'm not playing in this.
Oh, I love all these outfits.
I just feel like shit like that is against the spirit of the competition. Not that it was ever, overtly put out there, but for me it just feels shitty. And most people in the community don't have any kind of like moral compass or anything when it comes to that kind of stuff. And I know it's fucking completely stupid to talk about, but most people are very self-serving, and they only care about what interests them. Like, but I can't get behind that shit.
That's, man, I'm gonna get hated here, but they're good players, but they're not like crazy players. Sorry, DPS over, right? They're just good players. They're normal players. It's not like there's a few just out of this world players, but it's like when he's disseminating that information to his own outfit that regular players are hackers. Like, it's just going to create this bad effect for TR forever, where half the population is just getting this beat into them that they don't need to improve. It's the other guy that's doing it.
Well, let's not beat around the bush here, man. You kind of bear some responsibility in the whole I don't need to improve thing, because I don't know. You've gone out of your way a lot historically to make excuses for those people. So you don't get a free pass here, bud.
It wrong.
And you made a video about this. I remember watching it on my stream about where it's like, there's that person in a platoon that's going like, VS is full of hackers, and then there's a new guy in the platoon, and then he just gets that, or they, sorry,
because saying
they just go,
a group of players is a bunch of cheaters.
The whole faction is full of
and then
cheaters,
making excuses,
and then that will be their mindset from when they start the game
for people not to improve. Those are two different issues.
Forever, or if them staying for like a couple hours. But Aeflic, it sounded like you wanted to say something.
Just going back to some stuff that Sirius was saying, I'm trying to write some stuff down, but whatever. The whole "it's just a game" is the most bullshit excuse. Everything's just a game if you break it down. And I get people always meme me for this. Most people, or some people, have never played a sport, or have never done anything in a competitive setting. Okay, there's like a naturally unspoken rule of you don't cheat. You don't. If you do that, you get dunked on. Like you just don't do that. And a lot of people don't understand that integrity or that change inside of something. And while I think Outfit Wars is dumb and I dislike it, and 1v1v1 is stupid to me and all that, whatever, that's a separate issue. At the end of the day, the devs in their letter says it's a competitive event. I don't know how you're showcasing the best outfit on the server, but that's a different point. It's a competitive event, and there should be integrity involved with it's an outfit. It's a group of people playing together. It's not like it's just a faction of random people running around. And so
the point here is, it should go without saying, but the community is so fucking degenerate and full of losers and sad, pathetic pieces of shit that you have to go out of your way to tell them not to do scummy shit, because the community is literally scum.
The bullshit excuse of it's just a game, it doesn't matter. Chess is just a game. Football is just a game. Like,
but it's the love of the game that makes, like, just to add,
right.
like, it's the love of the game that makes people, and people are gonna be like, "Wow, Shoctorr, so cringy. Are you insinuating that you love this game?" It's like, yeah, bro, I fucking play it every day, dude. Yeah. Like, it's the love of the game that makes things serious at the end of the day, and that's what I was kind of talking to when I was talking to Theorem. I was like, hey, like, I get it. You're there to have fun, but the objective that makes it fun in the first place is.
By the way, I haven't seen any footage, but is Theorem going through any walls in this competitive event? Or like going through the floors and solid objects? Or did he stop doing that after 2014, 2015? Just curious.
Playing to win. So when you're being robbed of that ability because one side is not playing to win, they're playing for you to lose, and then they have a win condition through this moral victory. It's like it ruins the integrity of the game. But I cut you off, bro. Keep going.
No, it's. I mean, I was just gonna. That's pretty much it. And then
I'm
we're
right there with you. Like I'm out there playing my freshman football, right? It's sure, does it matter? No. I mean, like, we can all decide that the fact that you ran a football 100 yards to this piece of grass.
Totally normal, by the way. Totally normal.
Right? We can decide there's no value in it, or we can decide there is. We can create a competition where the two sides vie to be better, and we can put value in it. And that's what gets the blood pumping, and that's what makes you excited. And that's how you get an event out of it. And to me, that's the same thing here. Sure, it's not competitive like the World Cup or the Super Bowl, but it is competitive in the sense that you are going out there and you are trying to best your opponents through strategy, skill, all those things.
And what he means by not competitive like the Super Bowl or the World Cup is a is 1v1.
I'm not saying it's fair. It's not necessarily a fair
He might
event,
not know he's saying that, but
there is a
he's saying
competition going on there.
Yeah, and I think so. A lot of people use my distaste of the 1v1v1 format as a competitive event. It has merit as an event in general. Like when I played it, I
like maybe an exhibition event.
played in it 3 times now. It's fun. It reminds. I haven't been able to do something like that since Server Smash, and the Server Smash meta is it's since been.
Okay, well, I was thinking about this earlier too. You know, the people that are saying I'm having fun playing Outfit Wars. Okay, but you are also having fun logging in every day and playing on live. So your opinion on the event and everything, it's like my dog likes a bone. So yeah, I'm having fun picking my own ass. Like, okay, it doesn't speak to anything about the event. Like, if you're having fun playing on live and you're really into the game, you're gonna have fun in this shit anyway. So I don't really put much stock into people that are out there like, I'm having a blast. It's like, you have a blast on live. Okay, it's the bar for making you have fun is very fucking low.
Dead. But like being in a platoon and then, you know, talking to your squad and then like your squad leader being fed orders from the platoon leader. And it's kind of like, where are we going to go next? Always on your feet. You know, we're redeploying, we're jumping around. That's just a game mode that we haven't had in a bit. We used to do that in alert meta. It's kind of gone now. We did it for server smash meta. Now that's gone. I heard there was community smash. Now that's also kind of fizzled out. Lane smash is something else, but I think that requires too much organization. So it's one of those things where it's fun to play in because it's cool to be with the boys again. It's cool to play with the gang because all 3 of us are good examples where it's like, majority of the time we're streaming, we're by ourselves. Like, you know, we have chat to talk to, but we're playing solo. And when we started our games, and everybody, this is why we all stuck to the game. It's like when we started, we joined a platoon, we had comms turned on, and someone was like, go to alpha. And you're like, fuck, that sounds sick. Like, I want to go to alpha. Like, we all had our milsim phases where we thought war shit was cool. We all played with our stupid toys.
Yeah, but me personally, I actually did the military, and it's cringe as fuck. Like, it gets really old. I just wish people. I think a lot of people. There's some people that like do the actual military, and then they're still like this. But most of the people are just like, get it away, get it the fuck away from me.
Boys that had, like, you know, green army tanks and stuff like that, and it's like, even though now.
But pretend soldiers, man.
Now it's cringe to look back and be like, yeah, milsim stuff is stupid. Like I was watching
Those are some of
Lunar
the best
stream.
memories.
Yeah, I was watching Lunar stream the other night, and Lunar was playing DCS, and like the comms in the aircraft were like real comms. It was like Lunar come in over, and I was like that's sick. Like I kind of want to play that. Like even if I'm not like super milsim, for example. So when it comes down to that, it's it's a good game mode to play in because it brings that back. We haven't had that in a minute, and it's cool to do that. But on the other hand, when you try to make it an esport, whether
It's not a game mode. And this whole where is this making it an esport thing coming from? Because I don't think that's been in any of the messaging. And this conversation has been had too. The messaging is very, we're not really sure what the messaging for the event is. But I think anyone who is a reasonable person could not. You saw this shit with like the MLG stuff, and the people like even this guy they were talking about MLG stuff like 2 years ago, which Jesus fuck, the MLG stuff with this game happened in like 2013, like early 2013. Like it's been over and gone for a long time, but obviously it was never like something super serious. Like I don't get this thing where people are talking about it being an esport or being represented as an esport, because it literally has nothing. Like in an esport, what do you need in an esport, right? You need a passionate player base. Okay, we might have that. You need observation tools. You need a workable format. You need individual player stories. You have some. You don't have number 2 and number 3 because the obs cam is shit, and number 3, what the fuck was even number 3? A competitive format. It's not. And you might have some player stories here and there, but your player story stuff gets completely diluted when how you're telling the story is a floating fucking vehicle obs cam over a 48 versus 48 versus 48. It's lost. So this in no way to me would qualify as an esport. I don't know why people are talking about esport shit.
whether it's intentional from the devs or not.
This game is client side and would need a lot of work. I don't know why do people constantly go to that? Like no other game in the history of fucking FPS games has been client side. Like it's not a unicorn, man. Okay? That doesn't make it special. Every fucking networked FPS game that you play has something similar going on. It's not unique. Stop with this fucking. Every time you read a Reddit thread about talking to some dipshit new player, there's always some fucking mouth-breathing idiot who's played since like 2017, and he makes his giant essay about, well, this game is client-sided. Like, it's a networked shooter game. No other networked shooter game has one-to-one movement, all that shit. Some are server-based with all this other shit, but it just being client-sided does not make it strictly not competitive or not an esport. They play fucking esports on peer-to-peer, for Christ's sake. So give it up with this client-side shit. Stop saying that, okay? Stop it. It's something to keep salty vets happy while they work on other things. Well, how many salty vets here, man, are happy with this fucking format? The number's very small. So I know you're a new player and all, but you need to get with it, bro.
The way it's being marketed through streamers that are the faces
not
of
to shit on
at the
you.
moment,
Twice in
it is
40
being
seconds,
marketed
but
as an esport.
you need to
And
relax
people
on
are
the
gonna
hot
take
takes.
it seriously because they like the game a lot, and this is the newest format, and it's our first format ever backed by the developers, where it's like it's literally made and organized, and it's in the game promoted as an event to check out. So when everybody goes, okay, I'm not gonna play on Saturday, I'm going to watch, because that's also been an issue with PlanetSide. People don't watch it. Like some people have them recently, and viewer counts have been really high right now.
Like when I'm going into reasons why it couldn't be considered an esport, and then somebody says it's client-side hit detection, like, huh?
But I don't know.
You need to stop regurgitating the shit that some shitter told you on Reddit a year ago when you first started playing the game.
I think once the drama
those people don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
subsides, it's gonna go back to like people don't really watch it. it's cool now. Like, it'd be like, okay, I'm not gonna play for today. I'm gonna watch it. Like, people do that with CS:GO. They do it with Valorant. They do it with League of Legends. They take.
Yeah, but Diabotical is also not putting 200 people on a fucking in a closed area, and has to sacrifice its fucking tick rate to literally 5 hertz to make the game run.
Take the day off, the weekend off, and they watch the major, or they watch like a minor tournament, and because they love the game and they want to see the best players playing it. But then, yeah, when we get to a situation where there's active collusion, as a viewer, you're robbing them of an experience just because, you know, again, the love of the game is there from them. And even though they might be quiet, they're wait, I forgot to wait 1 second. Just because, oh man, just because there's like a group of people that ends up coming out and saying, like, you know, there is no rules. This is just this is an assumption of the format. You know, that's not fair for anybody, because we're playing it to watch the game and see the game that we like. And if somebody else is just deciding that you will win because you are the winner, and I don't like the other team, then I don't promote that behavior at all, and that ruins the experience for me as a caster. It probably ruined it for you as a caster as well, because you're trying to cater the match to your community.
The fact that nothing came of it at first, when they came out with the when Rel wrote his little piece on, you know, competitive integrity, and they weren't going to do any retroactive punishment, I was like, all right, I pretty much agreed with most everybody else. Most people said, they were like, okay, that's a good job, pat on the back. But then I got to think about it for like a day or two, and I think now my response has changed to, it was a pretty lame response. When you have someone, it would be different. It would be different if the person in charge of what basically happened, which, I mean, he made it really easy. He came out and said he did it. He was completely unapologetic about it and said he would fucking do it again. And to just be like, to the people that were saying, well, you can't retroactively punish him for that because it wasn't in the rules. Yeah, but it's like actually not being a fucking dog shit person, right? It's an unwritten rule. Yeah, there's that whole thing about it. But when you do it, and it's kind of in a gray area, right? Since we have no, the game mode's non-competitive, and there's no strict rule book. But at the end of the day, when you are in what is supposed to be a competitive match, and you are not trying to win, and you are actively just trying to do what they did, and you don't hide it, you are extremely overt about it, and you make no apologies for it, and don't talk about it how it's shit or anything, and you say you will do it again, then I'm sorry, but you're done. Like, at some point, as with Rel's response, of course it was a lame response. I'm not saying that you should fucking kick everybody out of the outfit. Whereas a lot of people are trying to do this whole Nuremberg defense of, well, I was only taking orders and blah, blah, blah. And like, I saw the clip of Chuck Baller and everything. I actually felt bad for Chuck, because Chuck's a decent guy. He's a decent human being. He wants to play fair. He wants to play. But at the end of the day, when you're in an outfit like that, in a command structure like that, yep, he took orders. Honestly, if you want to be complicit with that type of thing and just a shit human being and a trash bin leader, like, I would say to all the people that are in that outfit, that just please join a serious outfit with a serious person and leave that shit. And as for Rel, like, in terms of sanctioning shit, like, should their outfit be banned or removed from competition? No, but I think that individual, if I was in charge of doling out a punishment for that guy would be done. Because I think at some point you have to make an example of someone. Like, if you're going to do that, you can't just, okay, guys, what happened was regrettable, and we're not going to do anything about it, but we're going to reiterate what is common sense to everyone anyway, and blah blah blah. Just play nice and blah blah blah. Of course, you got some lame, soft, limp dick response from Rel because he's completely useless, man. It sucks. But yeah, the fact that they did nothing and just said, that was very naughty. We're going to get you if you do it again. Of course, that's your response because you're dickless.
And then for the people watching too, it's like not everybody's on Reddit or in Twitch chat spamming what they believe. Like majority of people are just quietly watching and going, I'm probably not going to watch that again because someone's just going to throw the match. So, but I just went on a tangent there.
It's tough to make those matches interesting, right?
Yeah,
Wait, who blasted that? Was that you or a mod?
That was
Shoctorr?
me. That was me because I just didn't remember his username. I had too many R's in it. But I'm blasting like the people who either organized it, facilitated it, or streamed it. And there's like the whole Chuck Baller thing where he made a YouTube video mad about me banning.
I've not watched that, but I remember when Chuck made a YouTube video about me. It wasn't even me. It was Bunyan banned him in my chat, and he made a YouTube video about. He's a weird guy, but he's a nice guy. He's a cool guy. I think he plays the right way. I think his heart's in the right place. I feel bad for him, being in that outfit and being a part of that when I know for a fact that that's not the way he wants to play.
But I didn't watch it. Like
Bro,
I heard you watch it.
For every Pale Tigers, man, there's 20 guys that are not Pale Tiger, and those are the people I feel bad for.
I'm not gonna waste my time.
The community either loves Rel or absolutely dislikes him. Well, it's not absolute dislike. It's just some people have no understanding of the history of the game. They have no idea what they have little or no experience in the game. They can't make any conclusions on what are or are not problems in the game. They basically are just not informed enough, right? So, and then you have the people that dislike him because we see that, he has all the... I have so much content done on this that I'm not going to get into it right now just for one individual person, but, yeah. Anyway. He did justify in his response to Shoctorr that because of the money and time he has put into the game, he has more say than anyone, even you. Well, that's just stupid. So
Time watching it because
honestly though,
go ahead.
He gave you a lot of props. I'm not gonna lie. He actually kind of hyped you up a little bit. He actually gave you some props. And honestly, I think he's just sad you banned him. At the end of the day, I think he's saying you banned him, and he talked a little bit about his war paint and some shit. But at the end of the day, I think he said that you banned him, and that's what it comes down to. He actually was like, you get hella viewers. You're doing this. I think you blow up. Like he
I
hyped
get
you
it.
up a little bit.
I get
he
it.
said he listened to your whole album, by the way.
I gotta stand up for Chuck played on server with me for a long time. There's no bigger Planet Side 2 supporter. I don't care who it is out there. There's no bigger Planet Side 2 supporter than Chuck out there. So,
So yes,
he wasn't the ringleader. I
get it, but there's something about so I feel like coordinating something that's the worst possible thing you can do. Like you're actively ruining the format. But then broadcasting that you're okay with the event as it happens and then saying that you couldn't do anything better, like if Aeflic,
I do feel that, bro. You can walk away, right? You could say, "Look,
that's not the only option you have." Like you can
didn't
just
a bunch
not
of people
do
not show
it.
up anyway, though? Didn't a bunch of people not? Didn't they have low pop?
Well,
like
no,
90% or something?
they had low pop in the other one when they played to win though. Like they had about the same. If anything, I think they had a little bit more. But like I think Sirius said it earlier, like their numbers are just down at the moment in general.
It just goes back to my thing, dude.
Like if you don't agree with what happened and you were a part of that, then have some fucking guts and walk away from it and be the bigger person, Don't make that don't be that little pussy ass little bitch who's like, well, it's the only way I can play in the event and the only if you don't agree with it, fucking leave. Don't play with that guy. You can find somebody else to play with who isn't a degenerate loser.
Dude, no spine. Like, you know what's wrong. Don't do it. Move on. Like, it just don't cheat. I know fucking getting cheats. I don't need them. On any game is wrong. Therefore, I'm not going to do it, regardless of someone telling me to do it or not. Like, you're an adult. Act like an adult. Like, but a lot of people don't act like an adult, even though they're an adult. So I can't say we're surprised.
No, and you're right on. You know, I'm kind of making excuses, but you're right. If you see something going wrong, maybe you can't fix it, but you can walk away. You can say, you know what, I'm out. I'm not going to participate. You guys do
or
you.
don't
I'm not trying to
fucking
hate you.
stream
But
it.
Yeah, and then
Don't
like,
fucking blow
if
your
Chuck
spot
Baller,
up.
because I heard he wasn't going to stream it in the first place, and
I
like
gotta say, I kind of felt like Lester holding that interview where it's like, wait, did I get him? Like they just came out and they just told me all about it. They're like, yeah, we just
yeah,
talked,
and even
we
RC
just did it. We
said
talked
it.
beforehand. We planned this all out. I mean, like at least say like it was it came up in the match, right? You're realizing something's going on anyways in the match. You're kind of like, F it. No,
lie,
they're like, we
lie,
did this.
literally just lie. Just say we found out there was no win condition, and then this was our best option. And it's like, wait,
Yeah,
what?
like, dude, in
But
Pale
then,
Tyler's video, his 6-minute video, he's like, yeah, we did it. I'm proud of it. I was like, bro, you had an opportunity. Just everyone knew you did it, but
And that's why you just need to just ban him.
no one like we couldn't. No, can't really prove it. But now you're just like, yeah, I fucking did it, and I don't give a fuck. I'm proud of it. It's like, oh, okay. Like,
And
it was weird.
It would be different. It would be different if they did anything to not rub it in everybody's faces that they did it and didn't care. I think that sets a precedent there, and to not do absolutely anything about it is pathetic. But you don't expect anything other than pathetic or limp dick from that team in a response to anything. Honestly,
now here's the interesting thing.
anyway.
In that interview, what he ended up saying is, so it should really be 1v1. And I'm like, the whole reason I keep, you know, I'm the guy. I obviously cater to the newer end of the community. I like trying to bring people in, blah blah blah. And I try to say, hey, look, everyone's in port of it, from the, you know, the 5% accuracy guy all the way up to the 40/40 accuracy guy. It was interesting to me saying, so really it should all just be 1v1. And I'm like, if it is 1v1, there's really no point in any outfit but the top 3 going out there, to me, right? Like,
literally, I mean, that's pretty fucking dumb take. Pretty dumb.
but okay. Then why do we have chess tournaments? Why do we have the NFL? Why do we have anything?
Well,
StarCraft 2 has qualifiers where people get blown the fuck up and get absolutely destroyed, and nobody restreams those, and then it builds up this hype all the way to the end.
So
and then
Sirius
guess what?
has
There's
a good
underdogs.
point.
There's March
No, he doesn't.
Madness. Like what?
No.
I
On
feel
one
you, but
hand,
life,
Sirius has a good point, and then I
realize
think
there
you
are
have a good
golfers
point
that you're
too.
never going to hear about at the bottom. But I feel like this community.
That's life, man. There's winners and losers. And we have to have an event set up to this community of losers has to be coddled so hard that you can't have a legitimate competitive event because people get their fucking feelings hurt. Like, it's so pathetic.
Community is too small to have that where you just blow
that's
out
what I was
part
gonna
of it.
say.
Okay, with 48, yes.
But bro, Aeflic,
That's why. Yes. Go ahead.
dude, your high school team is not going to verse the Patriots. Like, there are different
Yes,
divisions,
yes.
and that's why I think divisions would make sense.
And you know, even in Farmers League Season 2, we went in and we played every match and we beat everybody. And we were undefeated for the season. But even the outfit, I think it was banned. It was a Connery outfit, and they were the best fucking sports, man. Like, we needed a team to come in because little pussy ass bitches like this guy would never enter his fucking shit in, and who else? It was some dickhead Negator from Vindicators or some shit. Where they were big pussies and they would never ever come in. They were too afraid, and you had KN1, and they were too pussy and afraid to come in. And DA was too pussy and afraid because they got stomped in the first season. So we literally had to have an Australian team and banned. Okay. Imagine playing Planetside without a beard. Well, I've had a beard and played Planetside, so My yan cam is off cause beard. Where were we? What was I talking about? I think I was talking about lazy ass players.
But then, just as Sirius said, how many players play this game anymore? 3,000 people played in the first week of Outfit Wars.
Oh no, I was talking about banned in Farmers League Season 2, because this guy is trying to make the point that if you're a loser and you're not very good at the game, and you're going to be playing against these great outfits, what's the point in even joining the format? Well, since this is such a major problem for you, man, I was going back through the story of how we had all these little pussy-ass outfits, like this guy's outfit from Emerald, who wouldn't sign up to get their ass beat because they knew they would lose. So we had to get people we had a team from Australia, and we had Ban from Connery who signed up. Really good sports. They had no business being in that competition. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean like in terms of talent, they didn't match up to the other teams, you know. It was just the way it was. Nothing personal against any of the players. But over time and over the season, you know, they got their asses kicked, and they would get better, and they would get better, and they would get better, and they would get better. And at the end of the day, I remember back at that time that they were like, you know, we're glad we did it, because we got to improve at the game. We got to play against the best players at that time in the game. And that whole attitude that this guy just makes it seem like such a lost cause is such... You want to talk about fucking loser mentalities? Like, that's the biggest fucking loser mentality around. It just sucks. And he's not off that yet. And that's one of the dumbest things that he talks about. It's not even worth the effort to get involved if you're just going to get stomped. Well, that's life, man. There's winners and there's fucking losers. And it depends what you do with it afterwards. You know, if you lose and get your ass kicked, what do? Do you sulk and go watch a serious video that tells you it's okay that you didn't have the dexterity and blah, 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 blah? Or do you suck it up and try to get better and move on? Like, what a shit... what a shit mentality.
Confirmed by Rel on Twitch, or Twitter, excuse me. And, you know, a lot...
1 April, no team damage... or that's not true. At what efforts, if that info available? They said, I need you to reformat your questions and comments in English. This is an English-only Twitch channel. So please try again.
A lot of the people I know were ringing in it too. So it's like, that's not even 3,000 unique players. Whether it's 2,999 and it's only one person.
Okay,
or
that's
if
fair.
it's a
It's a shitty situation. I don't think there's a
it
great
is a
answer.
hard
That's,
one.
Okay.
But then on the other hand, it's like there's so many people as well that's like you can't do a draft system as well for the NFL where it's like they draft the best players to their worst possible player, because there is a worst player in the NFL right now. Who it is, it's completely...
What, I don't know what point you're trying to make, Shoctorr, but you brought up the NFL draft, and if you guys don't know anything about sports, and this is how most sports leagues work, the team with the worst record at the end of the season... Like, let's just go specifically with the NFL. The team with the worst record at the end of the season gets the first overall pick, right? They get to pick first because they need the most help, right? Or probably, okay? So I don't really know what point he's trying to make here. I would go back, but...
completely personal. Played in the first week of Outfit Wars, confirmed by Rel on Twitch, or Twitter, excuse me, and... you know, a lot of the people I know were ringing in it too. So it's like, that's not even 3,000 unique players. Whether it's 2,999 and it's only one person.
Okay,
or
that's
if it's
fair.
a full
It's a
3,000.
shitty situation.
But
I don't think there's a great answer.
It is a hard
That's,
one.
Okay.
But
That's
then
fair.
on the other hand, it's like there's so many people as well that's like you can't do a draft system as well for the NFL where it's like they draft the best players to their worst possible player, because there is a worst player in the NFL right now. Who it is, it's completely personal, or excuse me.
You lose me on the worst player part. But I think he's trying to talk about ringing for like shitty outfits with good players or something. And you couldn't do a draft after Farmers Season 2. I had made a Reddit. I proposed I was gonna be in charge of making the Farmers League draft only, thing. But that we never ended up doing that. But that was something that I was interested in doing.
But like, you know, there's a drafting system that like kind of made the NFL what it is right now. Same with the NHL, the NBA. It's not like everybody just got.
Well, the weird thing about the NBA is you can have the worst record in the league and not get the #1 overall pick because there's a fucking draft lottery, which is fucking dog shit.
You don't have like, I don't know, like Kawhi Leonard, LeBron James, Steph Curry, like all on the same team. We've had super
salary
teams.
caps go a long way to even out teams, right?
How is it in the letter? It says, "This is a competitive tournament to showcase the best outfit on Araxis," and the recursion loses to pigs or something. Like that doesn't make any sense.
So
yeah, and this is a point that I brought up to when Deeg was doing his piece on this. There was some language thrown around like this X team deserves to win because they have all the best players. Now that I don't necessarily agree with that, because if that were the case that X team deserves to win because they have all the best players, then some of the most notable upsets in sports history would not exist, right? Everything would just be chalk every time. Like March Madness is about to come up, and if everything was chalk, it would be a dog shit event, and things just don't. It just doesn't really happen in reality, right? And we just had the anniversary of the United States men's hockey team beating the fucking Soviet Union. Like, the team that deserves to win is not always the team that wins or should win. You know, there are other factors that play here. So I disagree really hard with the whole recursion should necessarily win because of their status as a team, right? Now that would probably be the case in a real competitive format, but unfortunately that's not the format that we're playing in. Rel and his fake competitive event put players like Recursion in a situation where they can be overtly, you know, double teamed on purpose, and there are no repercussions for that. Nice competitive event, by the way.
Yes,
0 cents.
but
But not
then-
showcasing the best outfit. They're not the best outfit.
When I
Th-
talked
does-
to Rel,
we
it
don't know
was
what we wanna
almost
be.
like that wasn't their intent. It's just that's how it's being marketed when it comes
Are we
to like,
proofreading?
no, for real. I'm just saying, like when it's being marketed.
When you don't have a vision, or you can't explain what your vision is for it, or there's no mission statement for what the hell you're trying to do, then yeah, we're left in the margins trying to figure out what the hell you want this to be.
Marketed like that, like that's the assumption, and I agree with you
Yes.
100,000%. Where it's like the best team, and I was actually watching Deeg's stream yesterday. He had a lot of good points as well, where he was just talking about like how the community gets to the point that it's at right now. And like shout out Deeg. Deeg's super underrated content.
He's a hustler,
super
bro.
analytic. Shout out Deeg TV.
Yeah, same thing. Go fucking follow Deeg. Follow him on DEEG on fucking YouTube. He's the bald white guy. Okay, follow his fucking Twitch channel and go follow his fucking YouTube channel. Unless you're a total absolute brainlet and can't sit and have like a conversation and think about things on a level beyond. I love Planetside. I love big fights. Like you're probably not gonna enjoy the content then. But if you're interested in like interesting conversations, and he doesn't just talk about Planetside, he talks about a lot of it MMOs, but there's a lot of interesting stuff that goes on over there. So fucking follow that guy.
But like when it comes down to the way the community's set up, there's just not enough people. The resources there to make sure that the teams are semi-even, and it's
See that, and that's why I bring up the fact that this might have worked better, you know, 5-6 years ago. I think it would have had a much better chance to be something successful as opposed to what it is now, because you just, you know, what were we working on in 2014 and 2015? Planetside 2 on PlayStation 4, construction, stupid shit.
It's not like your local middle school basketball team versus the Golden State Warriors. Like, you know, because I understand the better team deserves to win.
But those matchups are going to happen. The 16 seed is going to play the 1. The 15 seed is going to play the 2. You know, the 14 seed is going to play the 3. Do I still play and stream the game? I very rarely now. It's just in a state that where I do not enjoy playing it.
And the better team is not decided before the match. It's decided during the match based on execution, preparation, and then the people that show up. But there's like a mixture. There's a middle ground somewhere. If we're not going to change the format, because I agree, I want it to be 1v1. I want the best outfits to go against the best outfits at the end of the day. That's what the playoffs are. You know, there are shitty NFL teams that play through the season and go 0-16
for
But,
years.
For years, they suck, right? But then they slowly get better, and I understand that. But then on the other hand, this isn't the NFL. Like, people don't play the game like we play it, where it's
like football, bro. There's so many other things that are cheesy or lame that it still works in the structure. Again, StarCraft 2, there's like they have 128 people tournaments, and guess what? At the start of the tournament, there's some really shitty players that absolutely get dunked on, that are like gold tier or whatever tier you have to make it to get to the qualifier, but no one watches that, and then they start streaming the round of 32 or whatever. Like, it's normal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you whittle
No one's
away.
saying
It is 1,000%. It's normal in every aspect of life. But like I said before, this community and the players in it have to be coddled. This community, I've never ever seen or played in a community that has to be so coddled. It's unreal.
NFL versus high school.
You could talk
just
about
your
it in the
shit,
sense of,
and you're good. That's it.
But that's where that stance. This like look at his face. Look at him. He's totally
true. You could
like in this instance, these two could not be more diametrically opposed.
talk about it in the sense of what's it called again? It's like the Smash tournaments and Tekken tournaments. They do like all the fighting games like in the same. I forget what it's called, and somebody could in chat could probably tell me. It's just the name is leaving me for a sec. But like the like those tournaments, they have.
Well, Picard, what Picard did on the Twitter thing with Rel, it's just sad, attention-seeking virtue signaling, and it's just pathetic. Just congratulations on being another fucking sad, pathetic, virtue signaling white lame guy. Congratulations, man. Everybody fucking golf clap for Picard, pat him on the back. Good job, man. Congratulations. Like, what a fucking loser.
Hundreds of people participating, and it's like, you know, there's some dog shit Smash players that get knocked out in the very first round, and then the best players get to the end. But I think seriously, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here. I think your point is more of like the unpredictability almost makes it a little bit more enjoyable to watch, because it's not always going to just be like, if Recursion versus Pigs, Recursion will win. There's at least some like gambling almost involved, where it's like, it's almost like marbles, where I throw up 3 marbles and then like whoever wins is just super randomized.
I mean, I do pitch some of that, but the biggest pitch is, and I understand, I mean, Aeflic's right. I mean, maybe they can just compete for 4th and 5th place. And to me, there's nothing wrong with that. If you went out and compete and you earned that, that's still better than the person that didn't even show up, you know? So that's.
Right. Or you make something that's so good and people like it so much that, for instance, like Pill 6v6 Infantry Tournament, there was dog shit teams. They came back, and they got better. Do this on B-Way, and they did really, really well. They were dog shit and they got good. Now, obviously, you scale the 48 is different, but like the idea of like coming back and getting better and better and better until you are able to overtake something is, like you said, with the NFL, they're shitty teams. They get better over the years. If you have to create something good so that people will come back to it instead of just burning people out and people getting frustrated and leaving. 60-man rosters is ridiculous. How many teams are backs can't participate? We can't. We don't have that many players. Yet in game, you have you're an outfit. You can sort the outfit browser by 5 to 20 people or 500 people or infantry only outfits or combined arms. Like, and I get like the idea of planet side. I get that, but I just have frustrations in regards to. I just feel like it's an excuse for what it is when it doesn't have to do that, and we could do other things to make it better.
Right. I'm going tangential here a little bit, but on that note, I think part of it is having the 48 target. What they want to happen is that an outfit like Bax or whatever that wants to compete will recruit, will bring into the fold additional lost.
Yeah, but just because they want that to happen, it doesn't necessarily mean like number one, they're not gonna recruit shitters, because good players don't want to play with shitters. It's just they just don't want to do it. for the most part. That's been the history of it. And they're gonna randomly recruit like people who are coming back to the game. Like, it's just
planet men and women that are roaming around out there in the Zergs or whatever, and don't. So they're. I think part of it is they're really hoping these outfits will bring themselves up. The problem is there's no salary caps in Planet Side 2, right? So what's going to happen is the 4 best outfits there are going to combine into one, and you get one outfit that's
yeah
so far ahead.
But then the other issue with it as
but...
well is like, because I 100% I agree with you in the sense of like, you know, people are just going to get the best people that they can. And when it comes down to the competitive format, it's like we're playing to win, or the majority of people are. Some people are playing for the moral victory. I don't really convey the same interest as them, I guess. But the people who are going for the win condition, whether it's first place or they feel like they can make it to third place just by.
That's why I said this event would be so much better, so much longer ago. Like I'm right here in the chat. This format worked 6 years ago. Not now.
Playing their best, they're not the amount of mergers that occurred in Emerald upon announcement of Outfit Wars was just an indicator of how Outfit Wars is not a good strategy for outfit recruitment. Just because we don't have the time, nor do we want to spend the time, you know, training people who are BR like 1 to 50, for example, because even a BR 40 is pretty new to the game, honestly. But, you know, we don't want to train someone BR 1 to 50 on how to get like better in this format so that when we get to the actual competition, they will be as capable or even more capable than I am as a player who's like ASP 100 on.
But a part of this problem is that Rel is completely focused on Rel is so terrified of the specter of you calling his game a dead game. Like that honestly hurts him, I think, more than anything else, because he will jump through fucking heaven and earth to just try to point to you that his game isn't dead. And while nominally it's not dead, like development wise and in the grand scheme of things, it's a pretty dead fucking game that nobody cares about. Okay? But that he cares so much about that. I guess as part of being he wants his legacy to be, you know, he saved the game and he brought population numbers up, and he will stop at nothing to that. And when they see the data point and they extrapolate this fucking notion that we have to put all of our effort into focusing everything around outfits because outfits is what keeps people in the game. That's where this is coming from, man. It's not about like having a good event with like the most competitive outfits. He's propping up outfits because he wants more people to fucking play in the game, because he's horrified and terrified that people will hurt his feelings telling him that his game is dead. Like, it's instead of actually trying to improve the game, he's just worried about we got to bump the numbers up. And how do I bump the numbers up? Well, analytics is telling me that people stick around when there's more outfits. So let's just throw this whole event together that's all about outfits and blah 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 and more players and blah blah blah. But is it even doing that at this point? Unless you have developmental support to moderate the competitive format under a structured game plan, it will always be manipulated. Well, I mean, yes, of course. But you're also talking about guys who are creating a competitive event that clearly have no fucking clue, have never watched a sporting event, have never watched any kind of tournament, have never watched any esport. It's like you walked into a restaurant and you picked 6 random people and gave them like the very basic vanilla fucking bones of the structure and told them to come up with an event. It's like, I don't know, man.
Multiple accounts, because it's just not feasible, both in the timeline and in the sense of what I want to, you know, spend my resources at. Like, I want to work on outfit cohesion. I want to work on the strategicals that I'm going to do, whether it's construction or it's vehicles or it's aircraft or it's infantry play. Like, I want to focus on all of those things, and I just don't have the time to recruit someone. So what is the alternative there? Well, my outfit usually has 12 people live on during prime time. And then, other outfit there has 12 people. Other outfit there has 12. Okay, we need 48. We combine our outfit under one.
Yeah, but the point is 3-faction fight is not competitive. I mean, that's the point. It's not a boohoo situation.
One banner, and then we play there, and that's the outfit alliance thing. That
But like, trust me, when it comes to recursion, like, if any of you know my history with that outfit and my previous outfit's history with that outfit, there's no love lost there, 100%. Like, I'm someone that has said that after what they did in the first season of Farmers, they should be blacklisted from all community events. I mean, but this is fucking 5-6 years ago, right? And to be where they are now, clearly better players, and having this shit ass format with these dog shit players who literally will never ever try to improve to play against them, and the only thing they can do is stack the deck against them. I mean, that's the game, and it's developer sanctioned gameplay. Like, do I feel bad for them? Not really. I really don't give a shit. I don't care. But the event in and of itself and what happened is not right.
that didn't make it to live, but it basically did because we did it on our own. And like for Emerald, you can look at Help, where it's Arc, Reapers, and Help combined. Hours, Hour and Salt, 3-ways, B-way, and Prey and L-way. It's like there's a bunch of these mergers going on because, again, you don't have enough people. Then on the opposite side there, what I was talking about is Outfit Wars does do a good thing when it comes to older veterans that have been playing the game. So I'm talking about the people who have almost been, I don't even know what the word, they've been demonized by like this vocal minority as being cheaters. Their outfits slowly died.
Yeah, but how does this event, how has that changed any of that? It has put a magnifying glass on that culture of,
They're one of the
what's
last people
always
on the
happened
dead
in the
tag.
game.
So it's like, you know, like the TIW people, the people in solo outfits that are just farming like expeditions to get orbital strikes and stuff like that. Because why would I want to be in an outfit as an older player, but be like a private and then not get access to orbital strikes, Citadel shields? Like I want to be able to drop that whenever I want because I've been playing the game forever. So now the devs have given, like for me as a great example, Landwell is another good example of somebody who's basically like in an alt fit. Not to call the Beetlejuice division an alt fit, but like they're not running op.
not an all fit, sir.
For example, like you're giving these veterans finally an excuse or a reason to join an outfit and to actually get.
Nope, you're really not. I mean, you made it for alts. That's not what it is to me, man. It's my home now.
Get involved in that sort of meta where it's we're playing in a squad.
Honestly, Overwatch. Outfit Wars was pretty boring. Zergfit versus Zergfit versus Zergfit. Well, who could have fucking imagined that's what it would be? Man, it's like, wow, what a revelation.
We're playing in a platoon format. But then they're getting called ringers, where it's like, you know, there is a good chance that a lot of the people, and a lot of the people are in my chat because a good amount of them are from Help, where it's like, you know, the people who got picked up, the onesies and twosies, not really the conglomerates of like outfits that got merged in, but just the onesies and twosies, like the pilots, like they're likely going to stay in that community and keep playing with that outfit. And that's a good way to bring in veterans who in the beginning had no reason to join an outfit and were just a solo player, are now in an outfit because they have a reason to. So that's just like my opinion on both sides. Whether it's like the new players, it's like the outfits don't really care about bringing in new players because they need the best players because they want to win. And then the older players are getting demonized for even playing in the outfits and joining them because they're being seen as ringers. And it's like, it's this like never ending cycle of there will always be a.
Well, I mean, there, like I said, you would see a lot less of this if you had done this in a time frame that made sense, not in 2021. Like if you did it back then, you wouldn't have, these people had homes, right? They had homes and they had outfits they played in, and they weren't all spread to the wind, right? But now it's like all these guys that are out there spread into the fucking wind want to at least experience, you know, for whatever fucking reason, you know, they want to try it at least once, and what are they left to do? I mean, they do the only thing they can do. And to me, while they're doing that, like I see why that happens, and I was almost a part of why that happens. right? But backed out of it because at the end of the day, it's outfit wars. It's supposed to be, my idea of an outfit is what we experienced like back towards the beginning of the game. So you have these really, tight knit groups of players, that have a big group. It's just a big group. They play together. They play a bunch of different games together, and I'm sure it's still that way. But it was so much. There were so many more, and there were so many more players back in the day. Like this idea just doesn't work now, and I think that's where I'm at. Like this maybe could have worked. Like 40, nobody cares about Nuck Guy. This could have been like 48 versus 48 versus 48 now with all the teams you have. It's just so diluted.
A reason to get mad.
Bro, I gotta say, Emerald, you guys are just a bunch of noobs that you're only creating alliances in one faction. It's
True.
really amateur. You guys haven't risen to Connery's level yet.
True.
Cross-faction alliances are the future.
There has been some rumblings about like after that happening with R18 and Pale Tiger, where it's like some people have apparently been talking. I'm not gonna say any names because you need like hard evidence, but like people have come to me because I've been covering. I'm the senior war correspondent of Outfit Wars, live from the ground, live from the battlefield. But people have been talking about like, okay, now even Emerald sides are like, I'll give you first, and I'm likely gonna get third. But maybe if you're down, I'll help make sure you get first, but you just give me second. And then they're just like, I'll get back to you on that. But like, you see, it's like that sort of thing where it's like, it's transactional because even second place is incentivized. It's like, I know I'm going to get last. Why don't I go to the people that I think I can help get first and just be like, but just leave us alone. I'll just get second, you get first, and then they'll get third. But then I'll still get an incentive because I got second. And it's like, that stuff is coming now. And that's why, like I was telling Rel in your chat, like I didn't even know he's in your chat, honestly. I wasn't reading. I was just like, I'm sure the devs will have a response soon because they really need to say something about this. Or
yeah, but they said something, but it was the lamest shit ever. So it's like you didn't do anything. And that's my problem with it. There was no response.
Else it's, this week is going to have more drama than last weekend. And the next weekend's going to be more and more. So
I gotta say, you went a little hard with do your job, bro. You went a little bit hard there.
Well, I get told to do that by my boss, so mostly that was just a quote. Maybe I was projecting there, but I was just kind of like, he said like, what do you want me to do? I was like, just do your job, bro. Like, but yeah, maybe it was a little hard.
I guess I should say it came across hard. I don't think you were really
when it's text. When it's text, it's hard to get the like the intent of the message. But like me and Rel squashed it out. We talked live, big man shit that he did, hopping on stream like and just talking to me about it. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll let you guys continue. I guess that point though of just like, I guess.
So here's the deal. I guess we need a salary of Daybreak Cash or Rel Bucks or whatever, some new Rel Bucks that can buy something cool.
Like ISO 4, you have like 100,000 ISO
another
4
currency.
that you can distribute. No, it's the same currency, but you can only distribute it among a certain amount of players. But then they'll all just take one.
If I had to scroll through my currencies, I'm gonna lose it, bro. I'm gonna fucking lose it.
True. Well, I guess I kind of brought it up, but I'd like to hear like, what do you guys think? If any, should there be a developer response, whether it's punitive, format change, incentivizing first over second or third?
Look, man, they're not gonna change the format. They're just not gonna change the format because they've spent when you set out to make this fucking event and you decided on that because you gotta lean in to make what makes the game the most shitty and the most cancer at every step. Because you don't know what else to do. Because you don't know anything else. Like, you already lost. But this group of guys, they can't admit when they fucked up. And you just doubled down. Like, this is the second iteration of it. They're not going to change the format. They're not going to change the format. The format is not changing. Like
Like, is there anything that you think? And I kind of focus it towards Sears, but I also want Aeflic's input just from like a sports player, somebody who's watched and played sports avidly.
Thanks, bud.
Well, no, because Sirius knows like Connery more. It's like, how do you get R18 and Pigs to want to beat a recursion without?
You have to instill, this starts from the beginning. You have to instill in them the need or want to play better and get better, and to not be shitters the entire time they play the game. And until you can solve that, what else are they going to go to? They don't know any better. And certainly this guy does nothing but make excuses for new players and poor players. It doesn't incentivize them to get better at the game. He just gives you excuses to build on. He's been doing it in this interview. Like, it's nice to see that he's changed on some stuff, but he still hasn't moved off of that shit.
Wanting to be in last place like Pigs did. Like, that's
If you don't want to be in last fucking place, you gotta get better at the game. I know that it's, God, it fucking hurts so bad to hear that. But if you don't want to be fucking losers and be in last place, you gotta get better at the game. Sorry. God for fucking bid.
that's kind of what I mean. Where it's like somebody hates another team
Because at
so
some point, you're not going to be able to just fucking team up on the third team, and you're going to have to actually prove that you're worthy of winning. But if all you ever have to go to is, let's just double team, like you're just shit. Get better.
much that they're willing to let the other team win and then them lose and be the laughing stock.
Shocker, 1v1 is not a good format. Anyway, continue.
So like that's what I want. Like, do you just make it 1v1? Do you punish players who do this so that nobody wants to do it off of president?
They're not going to change the format, and they already had the opportunity to punish the guy who did it. This happened in the most overt way possible, with no regret. The guy came out and said, "Yep, I did it. I don't care that I did it, and I'll do it again." And the fact that you don't retroactively punish that guy tells me, like, come on, bro.
Precedents, like, there's so many things that people are bringing up on Reddit that, like, I'm just like,
if there was a way to set a precedent, that one right there was a way to set the precedent. That right fucking there, you don't get a more clear example. Set the precedent, you fucking pussies.
I just close it, bro. I don't even like scrolling through that website, but I'll let you guys go.
Well, and I gotta say, there was a lot of good discussion on Reddit. I mean, there's a lot of good on every side. I gotta go through that sometime myself. But yeah, and here's the thing. I thought in the first one we figured it out, right? We showed that, look, pigs can beat recursion and DPSO because DPSO and recursion had to fight each other the whole time in their match. So I was like, wait, guys, we showed that you can just go and play and everyone has a chance. And now this happens anyway. So
yeah, but that's not good enough for shitters. That's not good enough for shitters.
Honestly, I'm at a complete loss. How do you? Yeah, I think you have to. I know Pale Tiger's been banned before for things. You know, I think it. I only think it can be a slap on the wrist. Sorry, I think some people will be like, no, jettison him forever. I think it's got to be a slap on the wrist, but I do think you have to.
Yeah, but you didn't even do that. You didn't do anything.
To say, look, you guys can't do that. Aeflic, what do you think?
Sure, they need to say something, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. We're not changing the fact that this could happen again, or we can just not make it look as bad as they made it look. So yeah, it doesn't matter if you ban them, slap on the wrist, whatever you do, doesn't change the fact that you have them sign a fucking slip. It doesn't matter. It's still available to be done. So how do we move forward from here now? Where there's not this back end like, hey, last 20 minutes, we'll really pick it up on them. We'll send a squad over to you, whatever.
Because now it's still going to happen. Don't be fooled that just because they put out that stupid little limp dick fucking statement, it's still going to happen, but people are just not going to be as overt about it or fucking obvious. Like, it was happening anyway. Like, you solved nothing.
Whatever.
And what are they going to have a fucking, like, committee of it investigating, like, foul play and the fucking, like, get the fuck out of here. It's toothless.
We'll kind of exchange some bases. You know what I mean? Like, it's not now it's brought into the limelight of everyone's like, you know, oh, Recursion's hacking. I'm sure my server has some hackers on it. We better team up against them. Like, it just becomes, again, integrity loses it. No one wants to play in it. Now what do we do? I don't.
Yeah, I think this was an oversight just in the sense of outfit politicals. Like there's so much.
Yeah, but you're gonna have those oversights because the people in charge of it have no fucking clue what's going on anywhere. They don't know the history of their game. They don't know the politics. They don't know the players. They don't know what the fuck do they know? Why are they always so like caught on the back foot here? Like just from shit that if you just casually play the game you understand. Like it's so negligent.
Much stuff that goes under behind the scenes that like, you know, I don't use this as an insult, but like the average like Archie viewer, for example, won't know because, you know, they're more just watching it for the spectacle. They don't play the game as much. They don't interface as much with the other outfits. They're not in command chat. They're not shit posting on Reddit. Like they just play the game solo or they play it with their outfit, but like in an open platoon. And then they watch the game on Twitch now because the devs are like, check out Outfit Wars this weekend on Twitch from 11.
Well, I mean, part of that, I was in the chat here. I said lead game designer is a guy who's played the game since launch and doesn't understand any of the history of the game. When you look back at the lead game designer's play record, he played on Waterson by himself, never played with anybody, was a little introvert fuck. Comes over, is just in his own little world, making his YouTube videos with his little YouTube community, making 16-minute videos on spraying a carve down a hallway. And now he's a lead game designer. And you wonder why there's no historical perspective on anything, because the guy was fundamentally absent.
7 a.m.
And the only interaction he had with fucking people who weren't shitters on his YouTube channel was getting in arguments with like people like Visigoto on like Kid Riot's podcast and shit about dumb shit.
Eastern to like 10 p.m. or whatever. So it's like, oh, I'll check it out. Like, well, what is Outfit Wars? So I think like, you know, the average person won't really realize that. But then, yeah, like when you go into like my chat, your chat, Sirius's chat, even Kamikaze's chat, maybe like, cause those are more like, those are players that are like played the game, I think a little bit more, and they have like their streamer. Like they won't just click the #1 streamer. They're looking for like like they're looking for Commander Sirius because they want to watch Commander Sirius. Like they'll have a little bit more info because again, like they played in Connery or they played on Emerald and they know like, yeah, Pigs hates recursion so much that they'd rather lose and get the moral victory than try to win and then, you know, and actually win. It's like imagine if they had actually won, kind of like how you said.
Guess what? At the end of the day, you don't have to deal with any of this if you have a real competitive format.
And that first one.
So all of this is completely besides the point. It's completely dead in the water. But you choose to have this fucking retarded format and you wonder why there's retarded shit going on.
It's like this honestly wouldn't really be a conversation at all. Like I think the conversation would still be like, it's not competitive. Come on, bro. Like Recursion didn't win, bro. They deserved the win. But like,
why are you trying to sound like me, bro?
It's like, bro,
I'm right here. I'm still on the call.
Because people
dude.
have been saying that though. No, that's just my. It's like, bro, nobody, dude. They deserved the win and they didn't get the dub. It's like, you know, and it's a copy pasta. It's a meme. It's like it's not about like winning or whatever via like balance or something. It's about managing the imbalance. I've seen Gretchen spam it in like everyone's chats where it's like that is a meme, but like. The format has merit because I've played in it and it's fun. I just don't know what to say. As somebody that watches it and as a caster, that's why I'm so torn. Like I don't want to seem like I don't have an opinion, but it's like
if they push people away from Outfit Wars, they have to admit their failure. I mean, they're already pushing people away from it. Like every time people go through this, they play in it like once or twice and then they don't want to fucking do it anymore. And then you have the shit like last time, the first time they did it, where like live play factored directly into it and it made the live play experience shit. It's just always been shit.
It's like as a player, I liked it. As a caster, I absolutely despised it. You can watch me stream it. I was like, what is this dog shit? Like,
yeah, you know, don't even get. You can't even get started on how bad the viewer experience is in terms of the observation tools that. The same fucking observation tools that have been in the game since 2012, and I don't know why people are not God.
I can't see anything. When I zoom in, I don't know what's going on because I'm only looking at the 1v1 and all this map stuff is going on behind me and I don't know. But then if I zoom out, I don't see any fighting and I'm just looking at a map screen where it's like VS are attacking this base NC is attacking this one at the same time. Which one do I go to? Let me flip the coin. It's like, it's too hard to like, as a caster, and people are like, yo, you should have like a whole production team over there behind you, Shoctorr. It's like, switch to camera 5. It's like, all right, let me switch. Like that's
go.
right. It's like, we don't do that. We're not being.
I gotta say, if you watch Outfit Wars, and you have a good time, I can say you must not have very high standards, or you must not watch anything else, like, because shit is lame.
Paid for this, right? 6 consoles. So it's like the Outfit Wars has merit as a format, in my opinion, because I had fun playing it, and I know a lot of people.
That doesn't lend merit to it, because as I said earlier, Shoctorr, you have fun playing on live, okay? Of course, people that have fun playing the game are going to have fun playing in Outfit Wars because they're playing the game. Like, it's pretty simple. But I don't think that lends merit to it.
People have had fun playing it, but as a viewing experience, it incentivizes bad behaviors, just by, for attention-seeking behavior. If you have the ability to get some attention just by being like, an edgy individual, it's like, we're gonna throw. It's like, oh man, let me post on Reddit and make 20,000 memes now and try to farm upvotes. It's like, that's an incentive. That's winning for people. So that's my opinion, because I would love a 1v1 format.
It's because you have a loser community
where I can not only verse other factions, but I can verse the same outfits on the same factions. Like, how do I know if Help is better than Our? I will never know that because they'll never verse each other. How do I know if KN1 is better than... Or how do I know if like 69 KD is better than 3-way? It's like, it's stuff like that. Like, you'll never like learn that because just the way the format's set up. And Rel has said that like they're looking at it and they'd like to discover the idea, but like, we're dealing. And I guess another question I kind of want to ask both of you. It's I tweeted at Rel because I was being called like toxic, and he's deleted the tweet since, but like on fuck you.
Well, it's really the other thing that you were called, not so much toxic.
Well, that, but then it was, but the I also
Fill me in.
oh, so Picard called me a racist, and said that I say racial slurs.
Words.
Yeah, so and I say racial
you might get
slurs.
ran up on, bro.
It's like, dude, I've been streaming every day since September. You don't think I would have been denounced by the community by now and banned from Twitch? Like, you're not allowed to say any of those things. But then
another useless, lame, bogan fucking virtue signaling loser in Picard. What are you gonna do?
Also, it wasn't really that. Like, I didn't care. It's like, it's Picard. I'll just ban him from my chat.
Man has a fucking RGB bed.
I don't care. It's just a guy. Like, I've seen his streams and I've seen his opinions. I laugh it off and I move on. But then what gave it merit was Rel responding with, yes, it's unfortunate to see somebody encouraging toxic behavior in the community, almost indirectly saying like, yes, Shoctorr is a racist. And I was just like, dang, bro, like, you've been on my stream multiple times.
But they did hash it out. They did walk it back. Ro did a really good job. I was actually surprisingly shocked.
Yeah, he came on my stream.
That was professional.
Yeah, and it was some big man shit to do that. But like, some people weren't there for the stream. It's like some people may have saw the tweet. People active, like there are alerts on people's discords every time Rel.
Come on, Batty, leave him alone, man. He's just a guilty, sad virtue signaling white guy. All right, just don't pile on him too hard. His life is hard enough, race baiting and apologizing for white people in general. Like, his life is hard enough, bro. Leave him alone.
Tweets, and then people like religiously check those, like, oh, what did he say this time? And then they go, Shoctorr's a racist? Weird. And then they close it, and then that's the last thing they'll ever hear about me. So it's like deleting the tweet is like one thing, but I appreciate him going like, hey, I apologize, and we talked about some other stuff, and then we hashed it out, and like, he refollowed the channel. We're all good now, but there are some like residual effects that I don't know if like I've been affected by or not, and we'll just have to wait and see. Because like,
your future doing pretty good, bro. So chill out.
Whatever, dude. Like, it's just a matter of like, one of these days someone's gonna come in my chat and be like, "Aren't you that racist?" And I'll be like, "Dude, like it's just sad." But what I respond.
Is Shoctorr streaming right now? Should go in his chat and call him a racist. I'm not sure if he's streaming right now. He is? Oh. Well, when you get the chance.
Responded with outside of that was on July 10th, 2020, Aeflic and I uploaded our first episode of the podcast. It was about Outfit Wars. And we had a bunch of constructive feedback. We didn't say a single bad thing about the developers nor the people that played in it. We just gave our feedback. And I think Rel was in the chat too. I don't remember. We didn't have the chat on the screen around then. We were still figuring out the whole setup. But like we gave a lot of constructive feedback. And then from then, again, July 10th, 2020, now to March 2nd, 2021, what's changed in the...
It's a long ass fucking time. It went back at this. Remember, this is the second iteration of this shit. So it's been back in the oven for kind of a long time. What's the disconnect here?
Format outside
Oh wait, you started off with the fucked thing from the beginning.
of like the tournament generation part of it, where it's like that pre-match of letting everybody play. Like, and it feels like
Yeah, you let that one guy cooking with Kalen, you know that fucking shit? That's who's cooking it up. Okay? You let Kalen cook it, and it's all fucked up.
there hasn't been any change.
But, I mean, that's a pretty big milestone for like, you got to remember, this is not a big team out there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, this gives me the shits. Okay. So level with me here. So Rel's in charge, blah blah blah. Oh my god. The team's so small. We can't do anything. We have 3 or 4 people. This goes on for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 years. And then the company, the publisher's like, hey, let's put resources back into this game. Let's give this guy a motherfucking team. And then give him a team. And then all of a sudden you're hearing all over the place, oh, we've got like 30 plus guys on the team and blah, blah, blah. It's so great. We have so many more resources now. We have so many people on the team. Wow. And the product is still the same. And the same problems are still every fucking day. Nothing is fixed. Nothing is changed. And now we're going to go back to this bullshit excuse. Now we're going to go back to the team size again. So, man, what the fuck? Like, we fucking made an excuse when the team was small. We got to make excuses now when the team is 10 times the size of the other team. Like, we give this motherfucker 200 people, and it'd be like, oh, let's see the team. Like, give me a fucking break. Stop with this dumbass shit. Stop making excuses for this guy. Stop it. What's the common denominator here, ladies and gentlemen? Stop making excuses for incompetence.
No, and Rel said on the stream, like, you don't understand, like, and if anybody has like a better idea, he literally asked, like, if anybody has a better idea on paper, like, go ahead and tell.
It's so old, and it just, you could maybe have gotten away with that when the man had 3 people. You can make a case. But what you can't do is run around for a year and rub your dick in everybody's face like, yeah, our fucking team's big, our team's huge now, blah, 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 and just say it over and over and over again. And then we're back to this shit. Like, don't say that, you idiot. Like, what's wrong with you?
Tell us, but it was
God,
like a matter of
bases that you already have in the game, like a tech plant or something. You don't need
so-
donuts.
it's
Sorry.
Well, no, he
so
was talking
tired.
about that beginning part where it's like, how do you get it so that outfits can just play? But like, I agree. But on the other hand, I was like, if it's not ready, it's not ready. Like, you can't call it an alpha, but then hype it up on stream, tell everybody that they can play in it, and then not expect that sort of feedback where it's like, bro, it's 9 bases that look exactly the same. Like, I don't even know where I am when I'm playing or when I'm casting because all the bases look the same. So
Here's the problem. If they were different, people would scream bias for one more update.
Tech plants, bro.
I guess, but I feel like there's...
Yeah, I guess just position 9 tech plants, are you thinking?
It's better than the donut. There's just automatically better. No matter what you do, it's just better than the donut.
Like, I guess the donuts on the outskirts where it's like the home bases, but like once you get to the center, I think there should be a center focal point just to be like, yo, like fight each other in that 1v1v1. Like if the format is 1v1v1, like give us the opportunity to see 1v1v1 battle so that there is some push and pull. Kind of like how Nason's Defiance is that center base. Now obviously don't just give it to a faction so that they have like the defense ability to just be able to spawn in. But if you're going to give that 1v1v1 sort of mentality, give us the 1v1v1 gameplay too, outside of just zooming out. And I agree with Aeflic. Whether it's a tech plant, it's Nason's Defiance, it's an amp station, it's a biolab. There are all these buildings that are literally...
I mean, you only use the same fucking 12 buildings over the whole game. Like,
just Control-C, Control-V onto it and see if you can get it to fit. But
God.
again, like you can't just make those assumptions. There are
What an undertaking. Oh,
technical limitations probably, but like it's super shallow in my opinion, where I'm going in and it's like it's just a donut and it's the same donut that was behind us that we just captured, and as a
yeah, the incredible, God, the incredible effort to put the same base down 9 times on a
player, again, like the only thing that makes it fun right now in my opinion is playing with other people. And that's never been a good excuse for video games, because if somebody ever reaches out to you and goes, hey bro, it's fun with friends, it's like literally any game can be fun with friends. So I'd like your guys' opinion on that too, where it's like, you know, is it shallow? Like were you
Sorry, Batty, not seeing that on my PC, says Rel.
kind of disappointed when it came back and it just looked exactly the same? Or were you kind of like, we're still in the works of it? I think it's just a matter of like how they brought it out, not just them bringing it out, if that makes sense.
If I can just real quick, and then you can jump in.
Go ahead, bro.
He said it in the Discord call when you guys are hashing things out. Just trying to get the bracket figured out. He said it was a huge undertaking. It took a lot of time.
Yeah, of course, because you have people working on it that are like liberal arts majors who don't know anything. They don't even do a round robin format, for fuck's sakes. You have the same teams playing each other every week. Like what? What is this?
Because it hasn't been done before. People don't. We keep trying to walk PlanetSide into all these new territories. We can pull some strength from things that have already been done before. AKA,
and that is a great fucking point. And this is one I've been making. Like, we cannot lean into what works. We so fucking have to reinvent the wheel every fucking time we do something. We have 8 years of history to see what works and what doesn't, and we continue to we just can't do it. We can't do it. We can look at what the competitive community in the game has done for the last, God, fucking forever, and the systems and the way they have shit set up, and it's all community driven and it all works. But we can't do that because your lead game designer has to go, my fucking germs, and it has the ego to, I gotta do my own, I gotta forge my own path. I gotta forge my own fucking path. We can't lean into anything that is known to work whatsoever. We gotta go this new direction. It's like you're going down this fucking paved fucking road that's just set up for you. It's fucking freshly paved, you know, no fucking potholes, clean. When you're driving on it, smooth as fuck, you can't hear shit. And Rel's like, well, we're making an immediate left turn directly into the fucking forest. Like, cool, man, thanks. You're such a fucking you're Lewis and Clark.
1v1. Like we're focusing on something that it's so hard for them to do, and they have such a small team, and then it's like, well, okay, let's just rush out donuts because that's all we can do right now. Like,
so they're reinventing the wheel without really needing to reinvent the wheel.
We don't have to. And my thing is, like, realistic.
It's like with reinventing the wheel. There's a fucking car sitting right next to you in the fucking driveway, and you're like, oh fuck, I gotta. And you're like Mukas over there with Bethesda put it. You got fucking super glue and copper wire and trying to become a Jedi Master and make your own car. And there's a perfectly good car just sitting right there, but we can't do that. Like that somebody else made that car. We got to do this. Like, God.
Realistically, very rarely are you actually really, and I get like the large aspect of it, but realistically, you're not really getting a 1v1v1. Like, you're not running, TR and CNVS are not running into each other at a fight, okay? It's just not happening. It doesn't really even happen on live that often. And very rarely does it happen. So realistically, you're having 1v1s, a ghost cap. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's happening on Outfit Wars. And it's like, we're not even, it's the idea versus the reality, and we keep forcing this idea, and then we're getting this reality. But we're not worried about the reality. We're just like, no, this is what it is. And it's like, okay, but no, it's not necessarily that. And we just keep going in the circle, you know?
So do we go just like fight in Coltier and whoever holds the most spaces in the middle longest? Is like that the next 1v1v1 event? Or is it, do we full on switch over to 1v1 and ditch the 3-way?
It depends on what the intent is. Go ahead, Aeflic. I feel like I've been talking way too much, bro.
No, you made a really good point about Nathan's like, and okay, and again, what sucks about this is like the only way to do outfit wars is the way that they're doing it is shooting it to live and testing it, because it's just such a different thing.
Or maybe instead of doing outfit wars, we actually do something so that there's some kind of meta game for the actual fucking game. Instead of just taking everybody off the live game and doing outfit wars, we could actually like develop a real fucking functional game on the actual game. And not some mini side mode competition thing? Like, hello? We could actually address a problem? No. We can't do it. No.
So, like, I get that aspect of it, and I get that. But if we really want a 1v1 feel, it's like, what if we had something like Nathan's Final? I don't know if it's 1 point or 3 points that are kind of close together, and you have this idea of, like, it's a neutral base, and, like, you have, like, a triangle spawn, and then, like, you're all kind of, like, fight towards that, but then like that's 150 people roughly.
That's exactly the same thing as live. So why the fuck are we doing it on this fucking, you know, SimCity 2000 map with fucking 9 shit ass copy pasted
like
bases?
A small area. I don't know how you even
calling it a competition. Why?
Design a map that would work like that. But I mean, I've talked about that on live, just changing Nathan's Defiance into like a triangle base, or all the bases like that on the opening of a continent. It's a neutral base. You have 3 different spawns that are, you know, equal distance, and then yeah, you're fighting over the 3 cap points or the 1 cap point or whatever it is. And I'm curious how that would play out. And that's, I feel like maybe a way of doing alpha wars. But then now you're talking about scrap and desolate. Now you're back to ground zero. So it's like I don't know.
It's like, again, like
it is what it is.
Well, I was gonna say it depends on the intent of the developers. Are you making an esport? Because it's being marketed as one. Like, again, like if you're gonna say that it's,
is it, who's marketing it as an esport? Somebody's got to fill me in here. Who is marketing it as that? You got to tell me who's doing that.
It's not an esport, and we're just like hyping it up just so people are interested in playing it.
Bam. Did you all hear that?
Marketed as one. Like, again, like if you're gonna say that it's not an esport and we're just like hyping it up just so people are interested in playing it.
Oh, ding 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 ding, we got it, ladies and gentlemen.
Like, that can at least, I guess, be kind of an explanation, but it's still hard because the idea of an esport where the best team that doesn't win is just weird. It's not like an underdog story where it's like in speedrunners where it was like Alpha was coming back and Zyros was like 20 kills ahead, and then Alpha brought it down to like 3 and it was down to the wire. Everyone's like Monka Wing in chat. I'm blasting, running in the 90s. Everyone's like eyes are glued to the screen.
Yeah, but that's a competitive event.
Like, that's an underdog story. But a team doing better in the beginning because they just had a better start, and then later getting double teamed because they had the most resources. I don't really call that an underdog story. It was just more of like who got focused faster. So it's just a matter of like, what is the intent? Now, if it's just a game mode for outfits to have the ability to play in and just queue up for instanced gameplay, like the first type of, like if it's Battlefield, essentially, like Battlefield Bad Company 2 is one of my favorite games from when I was younger on the 360. It's like, I never saw it as an esport, but it was a fun game to play in. Would I watch people play Bad Company 2? No. But playing Conquest, playing Rush, etc. was really fun. And I think that...
I don't know, like, who's saying that this is an esport or pushing it as that? I don't think anybody is.
That's the major disconnect when it comes to...
And if somebody is, they're fucking very dishonest.
Like, it doesn't have to be an esport. It can be a thing in the game, and it could stay the same way it is if people really love it and want to keep playing it and queuing up for it. But it's just a matter of the intent and then how they continue to cater it. Because I think it's too widely catered at the moment, where it's like we want it to be an esport, but we also want it to be an instanced mode that you can play whenever you want. And it's like, okay, like let's focus on one first at least. Like, do we want balance and like esports are, or do we want chaos and that the thing that makes PlanetSide fun?
Because you can't have both.
That's why
When you try to make everybody happy, you more often than not, you won't satisfy.
I have
anybody.
like these issues because I want it to be 1v1. My personal opinion is I want it to be 1v1. I want the best outfits to verse each other, and I want be like same faction outfits to verse each other as well. But if that's a possibility, I don't know.
Was Chaos not in Server Smash?
It was, but it was so massive. I think that they can't really replicate that. So I don't
Again,
know.
you scale it down or whatnot, but my whole point is like Chaos can be had in other. It's not like 1v1 is the only Chaos we get. You know what I mean? Like it. And honestly, when the other two factions team up against the other faction, it's no different than a 1v1 with more pop on one side.
Mm-hmm.
Shocker. The colors might be a little bit different. That's what Pig and R18 really made that clear when there's no fight going on, and it's just 48.
I gotta piss. 30 seconds. Hey, fuck you. I pissed for 30 seconds.
8 plus, however many they had, 20. We'll say it's like what? So we're talking 68 now versus 48.
No,
At least it's controlled in a 1v1. It's 48v48. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's why it gets a little.
the intention is
weird.
super muddied because it's just like I don't know what Rel and the developers
You know when I wash
want.
my
Like,
hands,
do they want an
Winchester Lock,
esport,
when
or
I
do they
when
want,
I
like, an
piss on
instance
them,
game mode to
okay?
queue up for? And if they want both, it's like it's gonna be hard to do both at the same time with such a brand new idea where we're reinventing the wheel. Like we're trying to put spheres on our car and we're wondering why we keep veering to the side. It's like, the wheel needs to be straight or else you won't go the same way all the time.
That's why I said you scale it up. You start small. If you want it to be 48 eventually, you turn it into 48 eventually. Like you just work the ground up and you build upon what actually works first instead of doing everything. Construction, combined arms, 48 v48 v48, everything all at once. New map, new bases. Donuts aren't anywhere in the game. We're doing everything from scratch, and we're gonna have all of PlanetSide in it at the.
Why can't you just do that on live? It seems to me that wouldn't that be a lot easier?
Same time, and here you go. It's just crazy.
I'm jumping back a year. I think part of it is like the biggest high for PlanetSide in recent memory was the escalation patch. And the thing about it is it dropped.
Yep, the patch that was all fake hype that solved literally none of the problems that the game had, but was billed as this massive fucking hype, holy shit update that overpromised and underdelivered, of course, because you had people out there like Archie who were hyping it up and getting people to go on the hype train and go on Steam and make fake fucking reviews for the game, talking about how great it was. And then you had the patch that came out and you had a lot of players come back. That's true, 100%. And when population comes back, people like me and other players come back to shoot the people that come back. And this was during the beginning stages of the fucking quarantine shit we had last year. February, March, April. And within 3 months, I think people realized that they didn't really fix shit. The game is still largely functioning exactly the same as it was. The same problems that existed before are still around. And so now you have people that are literally fucking quarantined in their homes that choose to stop playing your game. That's not a good look. So yeah, the escalation is billed as this big fucking event, but It was all hype, man.
Dropped a lot of stuff, right? The Bastion made it, while it sort of lost its luster, it was like
No, it never had any luster to begin with.
it made PlanetSide seem huge. We had Outfit Wars.
It didn't do that.
What else happened in that one? I'm forgetting.
It was like
The first Outfit Wars was like janky. It feels like this one is more janky. What else? We had Spitfire turrets. I think we added 2 or 3 more currencies to the game that were completely unnecessary. We added Sanctuary to the game, I think maybe slightly before that, which added nothing to the game. Yet everybody had Sentry turrets for 3 months straight, which was complete and total cancer. You had horrible server performance because the servers can barely perform with the piecemeal population that the game had, even before all the population came back. And then the population, a big portion of it came back, and the servers ran as horrible as they did before. You had Colossus, which was a fucking trailer feature to combat another trailer feature, like
the Colossus tank update that I can remember.
Well, that was a little later, right?
Fucking orbital strikes. Everyone has orbital strikes, which, granted, I'm someone that I love orbital striking. Some BR-19 sniper that's 300 meters away on a mountain and just killing him and watching him die. That's hilarious for me, but why? We don't need that.
Right, escalation hit, and there were 3 big points. I guess my question to you guys is...
during that specific update.
That big update, because that's the one...
So when you look at it, for me, I know me personally, the most influential impact fucking patch note change for me of the entire year last year was the global render range, and that's a problem.
One where we were riding high, we had the most pop, and the question for me is, I guess Outfit Wars, yeah, chat's kind of got me, or Outfit Resources. What do you guys think was the big draw in that patch? Was it the hype surrounding Bastions? Was it the fact that outfits could get Outfit Resources, like kind of a more, the sort of public outfit, large outfit kind of work to more objectives? Or was it Outfit Wars that brought everyone back?
I think to scope it back, because people are saying Bastions, I think it's just new content hitting live that looks like it'll change the game. It's literally...
And this is probably... I think this is the most important thing, is you had... We weren't Daybreak Games running the game anymore. So whenever, they split off the studios, and now we were Rogue Planet Games, and we talked up a big game of how we have, full autonomy over what we're going to do. So I think there was some kind of renewed, okay, maybe we get our shit together here. So there was kind of this, it was ill-placed, of course, because all the same idiots were in charge of doing everything, but we were under a different name. So I guess some people who aren't really in the know, could assume, okay, maybe we get a fresh start here. But then we just got another year that was exactly the same thing that we've been dealing with. Yeah, they have more resources, but at the end of the day, is the game any better for the entire 2020? I know I'm biased and everything, but it feels the fucking same to me, man. I can make it 30 to 35 minutes and I'm done. It feels exactly the same.
Clickbait content for a free-to-play game where it's what is this? If you look at...
Yeah, the Bastion was appealing for everyone who never played. Yes.
The YouTube trailer, it has so many views because it's this massive thing. And there's so many additions that it's it's that scoping.
But it was fake too, because you weren't going to be a player that just jumps into the game and you were going to have your hands on a Bastion.
It's clickbait and it gets people to download the game.
It's all trailer feature bullshit.
And that's why so many people were touching it. So I don't think it's one specific thing.
The best thing, PlanetSide is really good at trailers.
Yeah.
The PSA, I was like, damn, bro, I might blow up my stream. Skirt. You know what I mean? It looked great.
It seems like going to this year, they're now okay, we're going to the year. We got to find some big hype. Do we? They've got a campaign they're trying to get done. They've already said content for this year. They've said new player experience. They've said NSO, and we're trying to deliver Outfit Wars.
No fucking links, idiot. Yeah, NSO. Another joke feature. Hey, pay membership so you can play the low pop faction, dumbass.
So like I think they're trying to find that big patch, and maybe they have to sharpen their pencil and focus on one of those things.
So like a new continent is something else that I think would be like a perfect thing, which is like super good for clickbait at least. Because I hate using the word clickbait; it has a negative connotation, but that's literally what it is. It's like a massive bastion. Everybody is a real player. Click on this trailer, people watch it, and they're like, "Holy crap! I've never seen a game like this. It's free. What? It says free to play at the end of the trailer. Go to this link now. Boom, click, download, go ahead." But then it's really complicated to get started on. Once you get started and you feel like you get your feet on the ground, then people are telling you it's full of cheaters. There's like all of this stuff that kind of like makes it so it's hard to actually stay within the game, even though you got them with that thing. You got them with whatever nugget got them. Even if it was just that Colossus tank trailer, where it's like, holy, that's a massive tank. I want to play that game. It's like at least one person downloaded the game for the first time because they saw that trailer. So it's like,
But
it's not just releasing a new continent.
Look at this role reversal of Coximus timing out soup time. Man.
Or
No, Aeflic, you had a good one. You've been holding on to it. What's up?
No, you're fine. Go ahead. We'll let Shoctorr finish this point.
No, I was just gonna say, like, it's just whatever it is, make sure it's catered to live gameplay, because how do you get somebody to download the game with Outfit Wars? Like, I don't even know what it is. I saw the trailer, it says Outfit Wars is back, and you're like, cool. Like, what is that? Like, it doesn't really tell. I don't know. It doesn't really tell you anything. But like I guess the Bastion trailer, it's like massive plane, massive tank, new continent, new guns. Like,
because you know what attracts mouth-breathing idiots? It got unlimited scale. Look how many players are on the screen. Holy fuck.
it's like, even,
that's who it's
Valorant gets new
catered
players
to.
to come back with just new skins and cosmetics. Like, no change to the gameplay. It's just like,
The number of players you can put on the screen is purely a marketing gimmick.
holy crap, check out the new MSWR Zealot edition. And people are like, whoa, that looks sick. I gotta log in. I reinstalled Valorant.
It's got an elephant trinket.
Yeah, like, or it's like, it turns into a dragon. Like, it's just like, it's dumb clickbait stuff. But at the end of the game, it brings people to play the game. And it's not just those surface level things that become that meta. There is a meta underneath PlanetSide. We've had it for a long time. The gunplay feels good. People like the vehicles. People like a lot of stuff with PlanetSide. It's just, how do you get people to try it? And it's clickbait. It's like, this sandwich is delicious. You've never tried this sauce before. It's like, I've tried the sandwich before. I've had a burger, but this sauce might be the thing
This sandwich has a giant cat turd in it.
that makes me try the sandwich. I order it and I'm like, oh, it's pretty good, and then it becomes one of the things I eat occasionally. But go ahead, if like
I'm a simpleton. Most people are simpletons. I like just a cheeseburger with a bacon on it. Okay, I don't need whatever you. We're putting some vanilla on it now. Like, what? No, stop. Why is there ice cream on my burger? Just quit. Stop it. Bastion? Colossus tank? I'm gonna download the game. Oh, wait a minute. My outfit leader gets that. My outfit leader pilots that.
don't get me started on PlanetSide 2 reward distribution. All right, I'm tired of the 1% getting everything. But keep going.
Oh, I didn't log on last night to get the bash. Okay. Oh, my outfit sucks. It's gonna take us 6 months to get the bash. Okay. Oh, my outfit doesn't even care about the bash. Okay. We keep trying to recreate the wheel, and I always bring up StarCraft 2. They make new maps. And then they run tournaments. There's not a bunch of new units coming out, or we're changing the fucking way that we do all these things. It works. We build off what works, and we just make new maps.
Yeah, but the people that have worked on and developed StarCraft from the beginning understand what their game is about. They know what their game does well. They lean into that, and they base everything off of that. In this game, you have people working on it that don't understand what it's about. They don't know what it does well, and they just kind of like put a blindfold on and wander the fuck around. Like, there's a big fucking difference.
Cosmetics, great. Make some money too, okay? That's easy. That attracts people. New maps, great. And I would hope, even though Esmer was a bit dog shit, the update to it, we would learn after 9 years of map making.
Second time you've seen Wisdom's Cube name? He's around. I don't know why. I don't know why people even pay attention to that guy. He's an idiot.
or playing the game, understanding the game, how to make bases and how to scale them and how to make a new map so that you have good bases. What sucks about PlanetSide? Bad bases. Good bases, create good fights, people have fun. And even when I get 30 kills and you cap the base, we both win. Everyone's happy. Or maybe I defend the base and then you don't cap it, whatever. But that's like, and I can understand you work on the game all day, you don't want to play it for 4 hours every night. I get that. But you have to play the game to understand the game. And understand what's good about the game. What did Shoctorr like about the game? And what were your most favorite memories? Matheson versus Watterson and like fighting for their server name, like that had an impact. And like everyone was there. AC was there. DA was there. Everybody was fucking there. Didn't matter if you're elite fit to a Zerk fit. Everyone wanted to participate and fucking shit on other people. Like we keep trying to recreate the wheel and like all these new things, and it's like we don't need that. We don't need it. And Outfit Wars, I think, is for outfits and to bring old people back to like this excitement thing, but it's not fleshed out. Keep it simple. I keep saying it. Just keep it simple. That's all we want. I play PlanetSide because I like the gunplay. That's it.
Was I there in Server Smash? I was in the Matherson Watterson one. But all the subsequent ones were. Why would I want to? I hated live play. Why would I want to play a worse version of live play? Like
I like the gunplay. I don't need a bunch of other new things that could potentially kill it. Just build off the base. I'm done. I'm sorry.
No, that's 100%.
So is that it, every 3 months you bring out a new weapon for the vets to grind, and then every year you bring out a new continent for the hype cycle, or like what's the simple look like?
Not even new weapons. Let's look at the 2020. I know we have so many. Look at the 20.
Just another skin, or was it?
Look at the 2020 bundle that we got. Was it the 8-year bundle? I think it was 8 years, right? We got what we usually got, right? We got new guns that were just the same guns but looked different. But I think this one pushed something that I haven't really seen from the game before, which it was an NS15 pack. It was a themed pack similar to what you would see from like a Valorant, where like they have these themed reskins, but then they have almost like I don't know. It's a nice little twist to it where you're like I've used the NS15 before, but like I want this. Like I bought it. I don't know if you guys bought it, but I gave him the $80 and I bought it. I got my
Don't admit that. Don't do that.
What's it called again? Endeavor, I think it's called, where it's like the Endeavor series, where it's the NS15,
yep.
And it's a brand new model. And like again, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to.
You guys get like when you give Rel money. You know what he does with it, right? He makes dumb decisions and he puts stupid shit in the game because you're supporting his stupid ideas. That's what you're doing. Yes. You are supporting the machine. Like, stop giving this guy money.
To be at all a brand new version. It doesn't have to be like the Watchman or the Maw or what's the other one for the NC called? I hate it, but I don't. The Promise, I think it's called. It doesn't have to be a new weapon model that people will then go, it's broken, it sucks, nerf it. Like you have things that are in the game.
I gave him money.
Oh,
we know you gave him money.
But you're not catering your monetary process and the things that people want to do to what they already do. Like, we're not getting a reskinned Orion. We haven't gotten a reskinned Anchor. Like, we haven't gotten a reskinned MSWR. I mean, Aeflic has, but like, it's like that. Like, why can't there be like a service series where it's like it's the service Anchor, the service GR22, the service pistol, the service
That's the fucking problem. That's the fucking problem. Is when you can literally sit down, just 3 guys that play the game every day, and within fucking 5 minutes, of asking like, okay, what's something interesting that we could do, and bam, you have a fucking idea. But you supposedly have like an entire group of fucking guys with this giant ass team, and they're like, and you're just lost. Like, What's the disconnect?
The SASR, like look at your analytics and see, oh, 90% of my players are using the Orion. I could monetize that. 90% of my players are using the Terminus over the the Pulsar or whatever it's called, the starter one. It's like, well, let me sell that too.
Because the people that are at Daybreak are fucking idiots. Like, does it need to be said? Like, do we have enough evidence at this point? The people that this game was given to the most incompetent group of morons you could ever give it to.
It's like, give me some stuff, because you have whales. People want, and I said this to Deeg last night. I was like,
Chuck Baller. Shout out Chuck Baller.
I was like, do you give us the Warpaint edition of like the MSWR, the TAR, and like the what's it called? The Car 98, whatever it's called. The SAR.
You know, that's a really good one. Chuck will be all over that. That's actually good.
And it's like those will be things that people would love to do. And even if it's not game changing, we're not asking for game changing content. Don't change the game. I love the game. It's fun. Make the map design better over time, but give us something to do while we're waiting. Outfit Wars isn't something to do while I wait. That's 30 minutes of a week. Like I don't have to wait a whole week to play my game for 30 minutes. That's why I'm ringing in the first place, so I can play at least twice and make it an hour. So it's like I want to see that, where it's like the Endeavor series gave people something to grind to. It gave you something new to do, because it was a new version of a gun that looked sick. You got to actually see the cosmetic. It's not like an armor thing that you only see when you're
the whole completionist shit, man. Like I get it. People like that shit. People like grinding directives. I haven't done a fucking directive in like 4 years, maybe longer. Like, fine. You want to add that shit to the game? Just go ahead. But like the way they do it is so lame.
When somebody kills you, or when you go to the own character screen, you see it all the time when you use it. It reminds you that you have something cool. It makes you feel cool. And then you can grind a directive while you use it and then unlock something later. And on the podcast with Rel, when Aeflic and I interviewed him, he said that is one of their biggest moneymakers. Why only once a year? Like, I know the team might not be big enough, but, 4 times a year.
Don't do that. Stop. How big's the team got to be to say the team's big enough? Stop
once a month. That would be sick. Like, just getting more resources put towards that, because then again, the more money you make, the more you can scale things up, and then the more you can make these features that you want to do, but with more effectiveness and more QA behind them.
See, that parallels a point, and
see that that requires a plan, and whoever is managing all this is incompetent. I think we have a lot of evidence of that. So. Good plan, Shoctorr, but I mean, that requires somebody who's competent to be doing it.
It's just, if you want to, I know we've been kind of going back and forth, but that parallels a point of keep it simple. Making a new weapon with new damage model and balancing that and making
you're risking
like a new
lot.
Mechanic.
You can't do that anymore, because Rel's not an FPS guy. He had nothing to do with how the guns are designed in the game now, besides the number modifications and tweaks that he has made since he's been there. But in terms of like the base gunplay, Rel had nothing to do with that. How it feels to shoot people in the game, Rel had nothing to do with that. Okay? He doesn't know. He's not an FPS player, guys. I know I say this every time I come on here, but he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing when it comes to FPS games. He's not interested in the genre. So expecting him to lead the way on making new guns for the game that are different in terms of like damage model, RPM, and all that stuff, stay the fuck away.
Well, it's hard and it's new. A reskin of a weapon that's already there is less work than a new skin and a new weapon that's balanced, and then tweaking that. Right?
I mean, of course, gun cosmetics are, Jesus Christ. Look at CS:GO. Look at fucking Valorant. Look at Siege has a little way to go on that. There's a lot more they could do with that, but I think they're trying more now. But I mean, what do we do in this game to monetize shit? We do implants, like, and he's so proud of it.
Right, like a thump or something.
We're back to profitability because of implants, guys. I did it.
Which goes back to my point of like making new contents or continents.
But you're right. There's no.
Well,
Well, that's the difference. That's why I play Siege and I don't play this game. Because even though Siege, like the developers on Siege might take fucking forever to fix something or work on something that matters to the game, I know that they will eventually work on it and address it. Whereas in this game, we we make something, uh we make something that is a half-baked shitty idea. We iterate on it maybe for a year and a half, and then we fucking leave, and we don't do anything. We're done, and then we never go back to it, and we're off on to the next adventure.
The middle bases is what's, you know, the warp gates are not all the way open or whatever, so everyone gravitates towards the middle base. That should be the best base in on the continent, and the next bases around it should be better. At the warp gate, it doesn't matter. Copy pasta 3 bases that work. Who cares? My thing is, like, I don't care about a unique base if it's dog shit. Not com is it not com? That's not the underground base. It's just the worst.
It's 3 points and it's just SNA from before.
It's unique, but it's the worst experience you could ever imagine. We don't need that. Just if a base works, it works. And this also makes it easier. A tech plant or a biolab with slight changes changes everything. There's biolabs that you go to the teleporter, and for the secondary generator, and right when you go out the teleporter where the fat stairs are, there's a door there, right?
Mhm.
Sometimes that door is not there at a biolab and changes the entire biolab flow. Same thing with Ezimer Isotech plant. It has a wall on the outside. It just changes the feel slightly. It's not a lot of extra work. You're not redesigning the whole tech plant. You're just doing a door here, a window here.
No,
close
that's a valid point.
I mean, sometimes in an FPS game, that's all it takes. It is, like Aeflic says, a door here, a door there, a wall here, a new door where you didn't have it. Like, those are the little things that make it. Like, not taking Ikanan Biolab and making that fucking disaster abortion. Like, and you kind of see it with fucking TI alloys, like with how that base has changed historically. But it's still shit. Like, but he tried, but at the end of the day, not an FPS guy. Doesn't get it.
Because it's like those little changes make, you know, really big changes in the flow. And then also, like, when it comes to like understanding, like we're asking for these new things, right? But there's an extent that how much we'd like to see. Like, I feel like there's 2 issues that I see. People are like, well, Shoctorr, there are variants of like guns already. There's the NS15 Platinum, Gold, Black. It's like those are just camos on top of the gun. Like, I don't want my NS15 to look like it's covered in aluminum foil. I want it to look like it's like a new version of the gun. You good, bro?
Yeah,
right. The animation, the audio,
right?
Everything is buffed up. That is big.
And then the networks.
Yeah, but that's something that actually requires them to do work. And we've been waiting on an animation pass now for well over a year. You know, from when I had the conversation with the man, you know, it might even be closer to 2 years. I don't know. But we can't even get that. So now this type of stuff like is probably a non-starter.
Series 2 with the NSX weapons where it's like it's that camo that's like moving.
Oh yeah, but we can do a bunch of new shit for NSO because that's absolutely a key feature of our game.
It's
yeah,
like that those
100%.
green lines that are moving. Like, I think that's cool too. That's not like a huge change in.
And by the way, the shit that they're putting out for NSO, that's with the new stuff combined with the other stuff that it came out with. That's how the shit should have came out in the first place if you were gonna do it. Now I'm against. I thought it was a fucking stupid idea from the beginning. It's a complete retard trap. Let me pay membership to play the lowest pop faction. Like, it's a retard trap. Let's be honest. Okay? Like, we're actually wasting fucking time developing that. And then we put it out that way. But, I mean, it's exactly the same as everything else. We can't put a cohesive, functional anything into the game. Okay, we put some mangled piece of shit in the game that's fucked, half finished. And then now all the subsequent development time, the rest of that year is having to go back and fuck, and we have to go back and just over and over and over and over, and it's not any different, guys. It's still the same thing. Like we have Rogue Planet Games, is running the show now. Last January, we're iterating on Bastion all year, and we constantly made fuck ups during the year. We put out Firestorm. We had to go back and change that and have a big discussion on that and waste time on fucking stupid shit like that. And the extra currencies, we got to go back and take away fucking Spitfires from everyone and blah, blah, blah. And just on and on and on and on. And you wonder why we never get anywhere. It's just, you move on to these things that do not help your game. And then you're stuck walking back and going back to fix the fucking shit that you wasted your time on in the first place. It's such a waste of time.
Everything, it's more of a subtle change, but I think that's enough where I was like, that looks cool, and I bought it. I'm a whale, bro. I buy.
And then you look down the road, and you're 4 years down the road, like that video, like Rel's last video on his YouTube from 2017. All the same fucking problems are still the same from 2017. Because that exact reason. You put stupid shit in the game, you waste all your time fucking working on the stupid shit that doesn't address anything in the first place, and then once you kind of are comfortable with that piece of shit, you move on to the next piece of shit, and then 4 years later, not a small amount of time, by the way, you're right where you fucking started. And then everybody's like, time to make excuses.
Things in the game because I support the game. I play it all the time, and I'd love to look cool in the game. But I think another issue that we see is gatekeeping of what can and cannot be a cosmetic in the game. There's like, I forget the person's name, and we saw the Reddit post yesterday, where there's like a cat girl helmet for TR that the person wants to have in the game, but has been declined over and over again because it's not, per the TR faction. But at this point, who cares? Like, if people are willing to buy it, and will wear the helmet and it doesn't ruin the gameplay experience for someone else, that they're like, oh, I didn't know that was a TR person because they were wearing a cat helmet. No one will ever say that, but it'll make the money.
Look, is a cat helmet when you're fucking fictional soldier like just cringe and degenerate as fuck? Yes, it is. Is it a problem for it to be in the game and for people to buy it with money? No. So, like, doing the dumbass gatekeeping of stuff, like, look at fucking T-Ray's work on the game. T-Ray put a bunch of fucking hockey masks on people and skull helmet. Like, come on, bro. Like, Jesus, like, Chuck wants wolf ears. What's the fucking problem? Like, there is no problem. Like, I don't care. Like, gatekeeping that shit at this point, it's just, it goes back to, like, I think Rel made a comment about Fortnite and how they do stuff. It's like, yeah, God forbid your game should actually be fucking successful. Yeah, let's compare, like, your standards for what cosmetics we're gonna put in the game against one of the most successful fucking games ever made monetarily. Yeah, let's go into that discussion, you fucking dolt.
And it'll also be something that, like, I'd be like, cool, like something finally in the game that I'll buy. I would buy a Catgirl helmet even if I'm not like that uwu anime guy in general. Like, it's just something new. So
there's a bunch of TR cosmetics that I'm like, dude, they get the best shit. NC looks like a bunch of douchebags.
Right? It's like, I think a lot of the gatekeeping on, like, who can have what cosmetics, where it's like, well, only VS can have the Catgirl helmet because they're, like, the anime, space girls or whatever. It's like, who cares at this point? Like, give as much as possible for the person to feel like they're in an MMO and they can be themselves. Like, when you do that, I feel like it's almost like a thing where it's like, you're not allowed to like things outside of what we like in this faction. And then people, I guess, are more prone to either switch factions or not play the game. It's like, I started out TR, but then I saw that they get a Catgirl helmet. I love watching anime. Like, I have a quarantine channel on my Discord for the anime nerds. And it's like, they'll all just play VS because they want to wear their Catgirl helmet. It's like I think the gatekeeping is a big disadvantage of where it's like you can't have this cosmetic because it doesn't meet the faction's lore or the faction's image. It's like, bro, just give them everything and then let the player make whatever character they want. We're all RPing to an extent. We're all role playing as I'm Shoctorr, you're Aeflic, you're Commander Serious, but like I'm just Zuhir, bro. Like when I'm turned off the stream, I go to bed. Like I have my personality. I listen to rap music. I'm not just a
Zoo where? Oh, Zoo here. Oh,
planet side Shoctorr dude. But like I just want to play and be whoever I want to be online. You know, it's like, whether it's VR chat or planet side 2RP where I'm Cletus or whatever. Like it's fun. Like that's what MMOs are at the end of the day.
We said a lot, Sirius, so I want you to.
I don't know, like,
chime
what's
in with
your
whatever.
opinion? Like, do you think that like
yeah,
factions
bro.
should-
Like Sirius hasn't apologized or made an excuse for a shit player in like 30 minutes. Like
the TR should really only have like the K Comrade like helmets that like I don't know like
Gotta
that
give
like
him-
only look like they're
give
from
him the
Russia
floor.
and then like NC
That's-
looking like America. Like
Right. No, I don't think it should be that linear. I will say, like, I do like some of the immersion. Yeah, like I obviously you're right, and we all play a character, right? We play a character out there. I do the same thing, especially on my stream. So I think there's some very immersive elements that if someone's running around with the top hat and pink camo and all that can break it. What I would like, honestly, is a toggle where everyone could say, and it might even help with performance a little bit.
oh, just turn off
Where-
the cosmetics for you. On
Or,
their
yeah,
side.
like you could check.
Fine.
I want
Fine
the default
idea.
version.
Fine idea. Fine. Perfectly fine. I'm fine with that. Absolutely fine with that. I think even Siege is going to do something like that here pretty soon. Like, I don't have a fucking problem with that. That's fine.
Because I got a crappy PC, or I want to be immersed, or I want to see it all. And then obviously in Sanctuary, everyone sees it all, and that's where you get to show off all your swag, you know?
Mhm.
That's not a bad idea.
So
Yeah.
It's a
again, I'm
fine
sure there's
idea.
technical hurdles there, all that stuff. And will it make it harder to sell stuff? Maybe, I don't know. But I would really love to see a way where it caters to both players, the immersive people and let them have whatever the hell they want. Let them wear a pink dildo on the head if that's what they want. You know?
Well, like obviously there's some like as long as it meets like their terms of service and stuff like that, and it's
Yeah.
not like something that's offensive or crude. But like that helmet, like that
Well, that would never. They would authorize it being put in the game. Like, so it would never get to that where, oh, it's in the game. Oh, it's crude. We can't have it. Like, that wouldn't be a thing.
That girl helmet for TR, like again, I don't really watch anime. I'm not big
Right.
on like joining those discords and like role playing as a uwu
It goes-
girl. But it
it
looks
goes
like
back
a
to the point
quality
of-
product.
What are we? Everyone has pink camo, but then I can't get that backpack. Okay.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And it's,
everyone
the
has
line
this,
is
but then
yeah, it's like we're
yeah,
making
it's-
lines in different areas where it's like let's just have the consistency where it's like if pink camo is allowed for everyone, then like cat girl helmet is allowed for everyone. The elite like I look like I'm in German special forces helmets only on TR. Like who cares? Give it to VS and NC. Or like the NC like America fuck yeah stuff.
Yeah, you're
Like,
getting
who
fucked
cares?
up,
Just
kid.
it's the same character model, just color it differently. Like would giving NC armors to
Taking
TR
you- taking
really
you
break
back
the
in the
experience
locker
for
room and
someone because it's
pounding
like
your
they're more
boy hole.
square. Like I don't know, and I think that's just like a lot of stuff where it's. We almost limit ourselves when we see that there is success in giving standardization across the board,
Yeah.
like that NSO, the NSO mentality of giving everybody the same thing. Sounds like you have a point.
And that's a good point. And now take this idea. So the NS15 is brilliant. You're right, because you get the new animation, you get the new sound, you get the new look, and you get zero drama, right? Because everyone's on board with the NS15. There's nothing to challenge. Now, if we only did that, people are going to get real tired of NS weapons real fast, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't have the bandwidth really to go do the model for TR, VS, and NC if they were to stray into any other weapons. I like the idea of a new skin for an existing balance model because I think it avoids, as you said, keep it simple, right? Could you, or would this be too much of an uproar? Could you do an Orion, reskin it, make it cool, and then give it to all three factions?
I said that in the podcast, brother. You
Okay,
said my
okay.
point. Let's go. I want that so bad. 200 damage model. I'm going on my high horse here. 200 damage model. Give it to VS and TR. 160. If you're complaining that an Orion's broken, give it to both sides, bro. Let everybody use everything.
Sure, I don't care. Let everybody use everything. I mean, you obviously don't care about like the shit you put in the game now. You don't really care about the faction. The only time like the differences in the faction were really apparent was like really early in the game when we didn't really have much in the game, and that was the difference between the shit. But everything is so fucking homogenized. Like who? At the end of the day, like again, this is of course another non-starter because the people in charge of the game are absolutely committed to fucking obnoxious, you know, useless fucking lore. So I mean, I'm sure this was something which this is a good idea, another in the bucket of good ideas that maybe have some merit but would never see the light of day because of just stupidity. But yeah, and you have the whole thing of like, well, if the Orion's so overpowered, here you go. And then all the same shit players that play one faction, you know, TR or NC that are fucking bad with those weapons will be bad with the Orion too. And then it's kind of like, well, shut the fuck up, you know? Like, that's why it would interest me.
Everything. We wide, bro. Go ahead, Aeflic.
That's a great point. Faction loyalty and faction-specific things that
Stream
only you
froze
can get
or
on your
just
faction
you?
are
Well, I
cool,
think it's just you, bud.
but it does create issues, which we've experienced. The Zoe Max, if it was broken for everyone, it wouldn't be such a bad issue. Nope, it's broken for one faction. The Beetlejuice was fucking super strong when it first came out, and guess what? A lot of people didn't like that. A lot of people left and never came back to the other faction.
Actually, the Beetlejuice was kind of dog shit when it first came out, but I wouldn't expect this guy to know anything about that because he's a one faction Andy who doesn't play anything else. The launch Beetlejuice was like this 60-round awful piece of shit with an integrated flash suppressor which increased your cone of fire. It didn't have the heat mechanic, and it was a piece of dog shit. Complete dog shit. So, as usual, you know, sometimes we have to come in here and say, hey, Flick, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And he doesn't.
Factions because of the Beetlejuice. It doesn't matter now
And
that it's balanced.
the Godsaw
so
was
huge
dog shit
issue.
too. They were all
Huge
they were all
issue.
dog
I don't think
shit.
that's a bad way
But
to
you
go.
know, that to me, that was kind of the start. That was kind of the start of, you know, that was at least the first time when I was part of like the good player community, and we were giving feedback. We were given the shit to be tested on test server, and we were giving feedback to fucking Higby, like, hey, this Beetlejuice is kind of a piece of shit. I would never use it. And then they're like, ah, fuck it, put it in the game. And that's when they just stopped. They weren't listening then. They're just like they're not listening now.
About it at all. You know, it doesn't really break the lore, like whatever. Like it's just it fixes a lot of problems, and it fixes this issue of like everyone's like, oh, VS is this, VS is that. And it goes back even to the map. Why when the map rotates that somebody gets the base, and then everyone wants to go to VS because they own Nace's Defiance, and now we're going to farm in Nace's Defiance. If no one owns it, or everyone has access to it fairly, it almost makes faction loyalty easier, if that makes sense. We have access to it. There's none of this hopping around. I mean, yeah, you're gonna get fourth faction for better fights. That's fine. I understand that, but it's just, I think we've come so much further than that now that like it's not worth it.
It's like a level of effort idea because I look at it like,
yeah, but we were not there, man. Like we're not there. We're not. Those solutions are not apparent to what we're doing. We're doing missions and like NSO like rehashes and outfit wars, and like we're not on that level.
Like we talk about LOE in my job all the time. Just
you're happy NS is getting new stuff. They've deserved it forever. I've said that it should have been launched that way, but NS from the beginning was a retard trap. It was a way for you to steal money for a membership from people who don't understand that you could already log into the lowest pop faction whenever you wanted and didn't have to pay for a membership to do it.
A level of
so you got.
It's like what do we want to achieve, and then how much work do we want to put into it to cater to the customer. So if the customer focuses and prioritizes low cost, then we prioritize low cost over innovation, right? But then if the customer is known to want like super high innovation, then we'll go for a higher cost like solution, but then, you know, give them that higher innovation. Like it just depends on if it's a SWOT analysis. It's if it's as easy as that, where it's like they look at the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the company, and they go, well, a weakness is we don't have the bandwidth, like you said, Sirius, to make those brand new models as frequently as we did. The Endeavor project took us the whole year, and it was one guy's passion project, and it got out there by the end of the year. We met that deadline, but it takes too long, and we just don't have the people.
Yeah, leave the soy corporate speak out, please, Shoctorr. You did this. You do this a lot. Stop it. Don't do that.
Understand. Then, honestly, take the Orion, paint it red, give it to TR. Paint it blue, give it to NC. Take the Butcher, turn it purple. Like, we've seen it. They've already.
Also, this will never happen. This will never happen because there is a really there would be a lot of resistance to this from the diehard fanatical mouth breather fucking role players in this game. That is, I don't think people understand, but that is a major part of this game, is that mentality of that diehard mouth breathing role player who would fucking, this would be the hill that they die on, to never ever allow it to happen.
Done this because, again, I only look at historical evidence of them doing things like this. If you recall in the campaign, you could hack other people's vehicles and literally turn them another color. I had a red Mag Rider, or excuse me, I didn't have one, but I saw a red Mag Rider. I saw a what's it called? A red Vanguard, right? I saw different colors of faction specific things. It's like if we're here this far into the game, and like I really want to start grinding up a character, and I have like guns that I really like. It's like, you know, I want to play on my TR, but you know, sometimes I want to use my Orion. Like some people have better fights, but then you just don't, you're not feeling their weapons at the moment. It's like, I don't want to use the MSWR all the time, even if it's my favorite gun in the game. But if TR has the best fights, then I'm just going to go ahead and use it, even if I wanted to like work on my Orion skills, for example, or work on my Goss skills. So I mean, we've seen that they've showed us that you can do that. Like there is like a secret black market behind the scenes. You hack a tank and it's yours now, even though you're TR and you're driving a Mag Rider. Like, let's keep that going. That was actually kind of interesting, was it not? Like,
yeah, but we can't. You're not knowing your place, Shoctorr. Know your place, bud. We're doing mentor squads and platoons, brother.
Seeing a red Mag Rider, I was like, holy, we've never seen that in the game before. And it didn't break the game because it wasn't a new vehicle. It was the same vehicle that we always...
You're right, Chill Dill. It does lead to dominant guns because of map design, because the lead game designer doesn't understand what range compression is. And he literally doesn't understand why the meta guns are meta.
It's just some guy hijacked it and now he's on a different faction.
That's a great point. And we're getting to the point now when you add a new weapon, it's like, oh shit, like the weapons are getting so
dangerous,
close.
bro.
Well, they're getting so close to each other anyway.
Oh yeah, and they're like the same concept. So yeah, I agree.
It's not a 200 damage model saw on the VS. It's 199. It's a little bit different. It's like, okay, yeah, like this. Okay, but there's so many weapons out there that are just getting so close, and like there's only so much more you can do with it without doing essentially what we're already saying, which is simple. This is a simple way of I don't play the other factions, I just don't. But it'd be nice to have a heat mechanic on like my anchor or something, you know what I mean? Or a weapon like that. Like it would just be kind of fun to run around with that. But I don't feel like playing VS, so I don't do it. And it allows other people to get that opportunity. You know what I mean? So that's a great.
I'm just gonna, since we're kind of throwing stuff out there. Here was my thought on it. Yeah, one nice thing about passing those things around is people complain.
Well, you say the anchor in its current state is actually not even as good as it used to be. For a couple of reasons. It was nerfed. You don't get the 3-shot headshot out to 15 meters a majority of the time because people that are new to the game log into the game for the first time and they automatically break your 3-shot headshot on them just by existing because of that fucking stupid rel trinket. Yeah, it's still a great gun. Yeah, dude, 100%. But to think like it used to be better, like holy shit.
They don't have the option to complain about VS anymore, right? I hear it all the time. Why does VS have such accurate weapons? Because you're bad and they're good. No, but
he said it. Run.
You know whatever happens. Here was my take is, you know how like, and it wasn't this way in World of Warcraft, every race had a certain little gimmick, right? And to start, like Stoneform was like OP, but they fixed that to every little gimmick was kind of pointless really by the end. So my thought was,
It depends how far you go in the timeline of that game.
always give TR 2% rate of fire bonus on everything they pick up. Give VS 2% less bullet drop on everything they pick up, and give NC 2% velocity increase. All of this is really pointless, but at least
It's all totally pointless.
then to a new player, they could come in and still feel like there's some faction variety.
Yeah, but you're just like arbitrarily changing a value to convince someone who knows nothing about the game that there is some, like, that's kind of, yeah, he says it like it's completely pointless, and I'm not interested in just pretending to someone who's going to maybe play the game for 10 to 15 minutes that there's a massive difference. There's no reason to do that.
And to a veteran player, you could just go play your Orion on NC and it wouldn't really bother you. I know, I was always brainstorming ways where we could like feel like we could give these things to more factions without
Well, most of your brainstorming ideas are fucking stupid.
completely killing faction identity.
Well, I think a lot of the stuff that we bring up though is more based on late game content, because I don't think a new player would have, whether it's real money that you're spending or it's certs that you're spending to like rent the gun for the day. Like let's say you're renting like the Orion on TR for the day with like 1,000 certs. It's like, I don't think the new player has either the ability.
But you don't have to rent the Orion on TR, because you can just use a better version of the Orion and just use the fucking MSW. Like these people that only play one faction and like, it's such a waste of time to even have a discussion with them, because they don't understand anything. Like, you literally choose to be ignorant on 2/3 of the game, and then you want to talk about balance. Like, it doesn't fucking work that way, man.
To with the certs to get them fast enough, or is willing to spend the money because they just don't really know. So I feel like a lot of the times, like, we look at things from like,
here's
the
your fucking
veteran
Orion.
player's perspective,
Let me just pound
but
your
then when a
asshole
new
with an
player starts
MSW.
out, they're still just like, you know, they
Like-
might read the lore, but
there you
know, we're
go.
just like, yo, my favorite color's red. Like, that's what I did. I was just like, my favorite color's red. I chose the red faction. I didn't read like, oh, they have bigger magazines. Like, I feel like a lot of the like, and maybe it's just me, I might be a minority, but when I chose
Playing heavy on each faction with default guns highlights some insane differences. Okay. And my only comment on that is you just need to play the game and get better. That's
my
that's it.
faction, and a lot of people, I feel like when they did too in my chat, they were just like, one looked cooler and I chose them. I liked the spandex.
I think most people will
or maybe you
would
picked
agree
that
with
originally and then
No,
time
I'm
wore
not
off,
saying
you
you said
that's
one was
gone
too
away.
strong,
that,
but
9 years ago when the beta was out or whatever, 8 years ago,
insane
like, that's
differences
split off. Even if I picked NC, I don't remember why I picked NC.
It's something.
Maybe it was because of the
I
faction
find like
specific.
And I think the more you play and the better you will get, you will find those insane differences would be not as insane as you might think they are.
I find it hard to believe that somebody goes like, okay,
Yeah.
there's three factions. Let me Google.
But if you actually care
It's like,
about
oh, one
improving
has
and getting
more
better,
DACA,
you'll get there
one
someday.
has Gauss, and then one has lasers. Let me choose.
I think it was more like I just looked at the colors and stuff. And I was
Yeah,
like, whatever,
and
this
then there's
looks
that little blurb, because I watched some guy streamed, like, he just found PlanetSide and he was streaming it, and we watched on my stream of like, you know, this guy was actually a brand new player. He's like, what do I choose? And he's like, red, blue, purple. The blue guys are cool, and he clicked blue, and then he started the game. He didn't like go on like a thesis paper hunt to like see who had like the better the things. So I don't know. That's
plus,
one thing.
guns don't make PlanetSide. Like, you know what I mean? Specifically, like, okay, you can say, oh, the anchor, but like that's, I mean, it's the people that I've met along the way. It's the outfits that I've been in. Those are my real like big memories about PlanetSide. That's what's driven my faction loyalties, because I found people I enjoyed playing with, and you know, it wasn't like, well, we all have saws or we all have anchors. You know, like that's our big thing. Like that never was a part of my PlanetSide love, I guess. You know, it's really until like recently, and that's kind of just been like a stream thing. You know, to keep me playing the game. I just set a goal. So I don't see any harm there. I don't think people are gonna be like, well, I'm gonna quit because I have access now to this, or the other people have access to this. You know, I don't.
Yeah, and it'd be super catered to like late game content, because
I think I think Aeflic doesn't. I think we're having a problem with with bias with how long we've all played here. But like I can kind of take, like, to be fair, I don't care, right? I think that's fine. I'm okay with that idea, but I also understand too, and I can remove myself from the situation and say a lot of fucking people would be against that. A lot of fucking people would be against that. So I mean, just to say offhand that it's not a big deal, I don't know, man. Maybe I read a lot of the fucking, or historically I've read a lot of the fucking general forums. Yes, it's complete cancer. There's a lot of mouth breathers there. Reddit all the time. Like, I think, I don't know, man. I think if you read more and have a better understanding of where people are at, this is a complete non-starter for a lot of people.
It's like right now, I think all three of us are in late game. Whether
What's
our
after
meta,
that game? Dead game? I don't know. We're in that stage. We're in the stage of like after that game.
well, it's like we have objectives, right? Like your objective was to get highest kills on the server. Mine right now is to get all three of my characters to ASP 100, and then after that, I plan on doing NSO and see if I can get that to 100. And then, serious, I'm assuming you have objectives, whether it's to help new players, lead your outfit. Like you do a lot of stuff on your stream too, and I would call that late game, but that's not game-driven late game. That's almost like us setting objectives, and a lot.
Because that's all there has been to do in the history of the game is there is no, it's all player driven.
A lot of people don't care to do that. I remember talking to you about this, Aeflic. Like I would never give myself the objective to get 100,000 kills with a gun. I would never. That's just so much. Like I love switching around and just doing different things. I can't do that to myself because I personally, like, my ADHD would start popping off. I'd be like, I need to do something else. Like I need to use this or that. So like game driven stuff where it's like, oh, this is the late game. Like enter the black market now. You've hit BR like 90 or 100, or when you ASP'd, like you hit the black market. That's catering to your late game individuals who feel like they've been left out. Like, campaign didn't cater to them. It doesn't really feel like Outfit Wars is if you're not in an outfit. Bastions didn't really do it because they're not really interested in being in a Zerg fit anymore that is able to get it as often as they do. Like, that's something where it's like, it's not that big if you think about it. It's things that have already been in the game. It's just like, whoa, now I have a red Orion. It's like, oh, I'm going to get back at those fuckers on VS that have been farming me or whatever. It's like, I'm going to use what your thing against you. It's stuff like that where it's like, I think that caters more to late game people, and you're not going to see like a brand new player go, I'm going to buy an Orion. And it's like, oh, but that ruined my experience because I chose TR because I wanted to use like a Carve, for example. Like, I just don't think it's feasible for a new player to be able to even afford that because they have a lot of things they also have to look at. So
can you imagine too, like the complaints of how overly complex and confused new players are? Can you imagine like giving them access to the entire arsenal of the game? Like how fucking confused they would be. I mean, because they're like, man. I mean, the complaints are already bad now.
I don't know.
Because now you're just gonna have people that play the game, and they're like, oh fuck, now there's 3 full arsenals for me to fucking, ADHD impulse buy guns. Like
it is kind of a hard thing to isolate, but
for me, I always, with ideas, I try to anticipate the Reddit meltdown, right?
Mm-hmm.
Reddit's going to find a way to melt down so you can't entirely stop it. But I'm just trying to think of ways to say, okay, I agree. Like, people.
The UI for weapons is dog shit. Okay. Like, and it actually used to be worse.
People don't have a problem with weapons to like BR20. And then it's not really even because the weapons. It's because, okay, now they're sort of figuring out the game, but they're also getting melted a lot. So the first thing they're going to do is blame the weapons. So I do feel like there's an advantage if you let everyone get the access to every weapon. It sort of takes that way to complain off the table, because then you can be like, well, bro, fine. If that one's better, just go use it. So I do like that.
Yes, another excellent design idea is let's have an arbitrary bar graph number to explain statistics for weapons, like the worst, most idiotic dev team. That's what they do. Here, this weapon has 7 bars of this attribute and 6 bars of this other. It's like, come on, man. that shit is so useless. Like, at least if you give me the raw, a lot of people wouldn't know what to do with the raw values, like the raw values that they give now for the game. Most people don't know what the fuck any of that means anyway. But like, the bar graph shit is just, it's beyond idiotic.
That aspect of it, but I just know if
It's like, which gun should I use, man? Well, I use this gun because it has 8 red bars of RPM and 4 red bars of damage. Like,
you hand it to everyone, Reddit will have the
I guess at the most basic level, it gets the point across of what the weapon does, I guess, but it's so fucking vague.
faction variety meltdown. So I'm just
It don't matter what you do, they will have a meltdown.
Yeah, and I was gonna
And
say,
he brings up that there would be a faction variety meltdown. It would be like no other meltdown you've ever seen.
I think that's a major
Dev team
disadvantage.
doesn't care, bro. Let's be honest.
True.
Everyone, dude, people cried so hard, and I'm talking about my outfit and my Discord and my TeamSpeak. That
I think Aeflic is having trouble understanding here the things, like he says the devs don't care, but the devs don't care when it comes to actually doing things to get out of the rut that the game is in, right? But when it comes to like lore and forcing 3-way shit and sticking to the like all the core stuff in the game that doesn't really matter to the gameplay that much, I think they would be really hesitant to change anything like that.
I'm a part of, everyone cried so hard over the Thumper, and I was just like, let's just wait till it comes out, and it's gonna.
Yeah, the Thumper's still fucking, it's still stupid, and that type of gun doesn't need to be in a game with unlimited population. It's always more so a problem of the principle of the matter than the implementation of the actual thing. Like, the principle of the matter is, this game didn't need another fucking spam weapon to shoot at a doorway. Like, it did not need it.
Gonna be cool for a couple days, and then no one's really gonna use it, and then it's gonna be dog shit. And that's exactly what happened. And then the next thing that was gonna come, I was like, oh my god, it's gonna be awful for the game. And like, while you find ways to avoid them, and like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, they're annoying, but they're not the worst thing in the whole wide world that's gonna kill the game. Reddit's gonna be Reddit, and that's because it's Reddit. It's like Twitch chat. It's like, my Twitch chat's toxic. It's like, bro, it's Twitch chat.
yeah, Minor Cloak killed the game. Remember that one?
Yeah,
Killed it.
exactly.
Firestorm. It's still unplayable.
Firestorm, the problem with Firestorm is the principle of the idea and shoving it into the game, regardless of what the actual impact of it is. The principle of your lead game designer in an FPS game 8 years into the game saying, we need to have a serious discussion on rate of fire implants and shit like that. Like, that's a fucking problem. Like, whether or not the implant itself, having the discussion and the principle of the matter, and your lead game designer sitting down and saying, we have to have a discussion on this. No, we don't fucking have to have a discussion. No, we don't. Stop it. I have to piss again because I'm drinking this whole bottle of water. Pissing too much? Well, I mean, I've been sitting. I've drank like a fucking 1 liter bottle of water and a fucking 20 ounce of Coke Like,
The game is
I'm
still
gonna have to piss,
unplayable.
bro.
Like the Matic Max is unplayable. Like there are things where it's like, you know, there are things in the game right now, and you could even relate it again to Outfit Wars, where like there are things in the game right now that people will insist are that's it. I'm done. I'll never touch the game again. Like I remember the I always call them coom grenades, so I don't remember what they call it now.
Oh yeah.
The grenade that slows you
cross
down.
ones?
Yeah, the Esamir snow ones. I
Like, that's another thing, too. Like, that's something you don't... In a game with unlimited population, we don't need slowing mechanics. It's just not a fucking... This is not Guild Wars. This is not World of Warcraft. Like, we don't need this stupid shit in the game. It's not necessary. Like...
I forget what
Yeah.
they're called. But like they
seem like-
added,
And the precedent that you have to have the discussion and sit down the developer and be like, hey man, stop it. Like that's the point.
2 of those.
yeah, I use it sometimes just as a meme, but it's just not, I die when I use it. Like I'd rather just have a normal grenade. It's like,
Concussion grenade's better, right?
yeah, like people said that would, like, I'm quitting the game. I'm never going to touch it again. Like my fellow streamer community was like, yo, this is going to ruin it. Minus 20% everything. I'm done. It's like, they're still
Donald Trump
playing
is
the game.
president, I'm moving to Canada. No, you're not.
It's like no one
not.
stopped and no one's using it for one other than me.
Yeah, because they literally can't go and play anything else. And this is the only game they can fucking play. So of course they're not gonna leave.
And 2, no one cares anymore. And same with like the Thumper one. It's where it was like the Thumper does it too, and they
Yeah,
added
all you fuckers that sit and play the game still 8 hours a day. You can't play anything else because you can't. You'll be presented with a fair fight and fucking suck and die, and you can't learn another game. You go surfing your pop all day, you fucking losers.
grenades to the Thumper. Like I don't know, a lot of
No
people
wonder
will,
you
will
can't
cry
play
and
anything
stuff like
else.
that. But there's like these little like clumps of people and their own vocal minorities, and then they seem like they're the number ones or whatever. But
Plus, the dev team doesn't give a shit, bro. They do whatever the hell they want.
True.
yeah. So and I think
They
that's
don't
the
care
main
about
thing
it.
to
They
look
don't
at
care.
the end
Cry
of
all
the
you
day.
want. They will add.
They
Maxes
don't
are still
care.
here, bro. Orbital strikes are still here. All that shit's still here. They don't care. They will do whatever they want. Like they're not worried about Reddit, in my opinion, because they haven't been.
Vocal
And
minorities.
they do listen to feedback ish.
You mean the sweaty streamers that actually know what the fuck they're talking about and have experience playing the game at the highest level? Yeah, those people. Yeah. I'd much rather listen to those people than people who have no idea what the fuck they're talking about.
Ish, it seems, but they have their own idea of what they want the game to be, and we
have to
forget
get-
about that sometimes.
We had to
too.
get 30 KDRs with the pneumatics to get a response. Like, I mean, and that's good. That's just live testing. If we don't have enough time on PTS, like, our only other option is doing it on live.
And I do agree that I'm all for if there's something in, people should use and abuse it.
They also have
Like,
a
I've
vested interest in certain perspectives. That's true. A lot of them do. A lot of them hold on to that. But sometimes there's people that fucking come out of that, and you can have an objective view in the game, and then you're still treated the same as being those people that don't want the game to change for a specific reason. Like, you can't still lump those people in the same category. You're a content creator, stream this game and farming people. Wow, that's great, bro. Congratulations.
I've seen this mentality sometimes like, oh, we've got to play call it Bushido or whatever you want. I mean, to me, if there's something in there, you should skew the numbers so bad that they like have to change it. Not like exploit, but like
Just use it and
to its
showcase that
potential.
it's, yeah, like I usually average like these stats, and people are going to hate it because it's stats, but like I usually
No. I get you, man. I know you were not lumping them, but I'm saying that is what occurs. They get lumped in.
average these numbers, and then I use the thing that you added, and now I've quadrupled. Like I've exponentially become better.
Thanks, serious. Now there's gonna be more ATG and matches tomorrow.
What am I? I'm a guy that fucking bans trolls from my fucking channel.
Appreciate that.
Sure.
everyone can be running around with banshees or whatever. Yeah. Sorry.
So that does kind of relate to like one of the big Reddit posts too recently, where it's like people using symbiote and assimilate and the heavy assault mains 88% of the time, 40% headshot ratios, 199 kills and 9 deaths in a session. The Beetlejuice, it's like, and they're attacking the players and they're saying that the players that do it are it's like, oh, it's not me that's making the game die.
Yeah, dude. Let's bring it up. Can you do a vote right now, Shoctorr?
Yeah, sure.
Let's bring up my let my live feed show for just a second.
Mhm. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So it's this one, guys, right?
It's like, could I be the reason? And it's just
The heavy assault, man, is literally in the weakest, shittiest state it's ever been in the history of the game. So I don't think you want to go there. Like,
it's like all these
This
like
one versus
implants.
this one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Who is it?
if you die to heavies with literally better guns on every fucking every other fucking class has a better gun than what a heavy assault can bring to you. But yeah, it has good versatility, but that's what it's designed to do. But just aim better, please.
What?
Aim better, and you will never complain about heavies ever again.
What's the bigger problem? Part 1 or part 2?
Let me see. Set a poll.
Seriously,
No, guys, I gotta say,
your aiming isn't a problem. Okay.
so it's gonna be a skewed audience right here, right? Because
If you're complaining about heavy assault in 2021, then your aim is probably not as good as you think it is.
it's like, Shoctorr, your standard audience is gonna be different than Arshi's standard audience is gonna be different than Sirius's is gonna be different than Aeflic. So I think Aeflic and Shoctorr, you guys are probably pretty
No,
close.
I'm not saying you said you were
But
a god, but you did say your aiming
which
isn't a
half of the
problem.
community is gonna vote a little bit differently.
And
From my perspperspective,
I mean, I have a long history of having this discussion. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 times, and that's generally the case.
more complaints from new players about this.
Well, the discussion is overdone because people continually make the same idiotic statements about it. Like, that's why it's overdone. Like, the answer's there, but nobody wants to hear it.
Part 1 type of player than the part 2. I get complaints about both. New players come and they tell me they quit the game for this reason or that. But just in my
Why you derailing my React Andy content, bro? Oh, you're already making excuses. All right. Let me derail my fucking React Andrew content real quick. Just so I can rest better at night knowing that I mean, you aim above average. You do. But you still complain about one of the shittiest fucking classes in the game. I mean, there's some deficiency here, man. I don't know. No, it's fine. That's fine.
My little test group.
But I don't know what is your complaint? Like,
It is more of this, but I'm curious, from the community, what they think is a bigger problem. Try to be objective, guys, on the vote.
Both are a problem, but they are not the problem. They are symptoms of the problem. Where it's the heavy assault in this first picture did not make the symbiote implant. They did not make the carapace implant. They did not enact the V6 policy. They did not make nanoweave. They didn't make medkits. They didn't make the rocket launcher. And
okay, so what's your argument? You've just made an assertion that everybody default sweat uses it, and you're saying what I said, right? So what's the problem with it? It's got too much compensation in every situation. Okay. I mean, you're still not being specific.
Can you go to the other picture?
I get it. You don't like heavy assault, bro.
Well, I just don't understand. Like there's an SKL guy. Like every outfit has heavy
welcome
assaults
to the
with
club.
the Orion or Medkit. Like it doesn't. Even the Zerg fits. I don't understand that mentality whatsoever.
Well, the other thing, it's
I'm
like
very confused by it.
the players that are
Solo play, long life play, all range versatility, coordinated play, anti-vehicle play. I mean, I'm sure you're fine with light assault too, right?
doing what they're doing in
That literally has all the same.
this picture, because this is also an issue. They're not the ones who made the tanks, the base designed to be able to do this, the orbital strike incoming, the base that makes it super easy to just destroy everyone from
Very
one
true.
single angle. These are symptoms of the problem, where it's the problem itself is the things in the game that allow you to do the thing that people are crazy mad about. Whether, again, it's the Beetlejuice or it's the orbital strike, whether it's the infantry elitist saying that I can't leave the fucking base because everyone's shelling it, or it's the new player saying that there's toxic people out there constantly V6ing me and I'm going to quit. Like, don't tell the player he can't V6. Advocate that the devs remove the V6 if it's actually ruining the game. Advocate that the devs make base design better so that you don't get that situation where you feel robbed of an entirety of 5 to 10 minutes of a base because you can't get out of the fucking spawn. Like, that's what made me mad. I think both can be problems. Like, I hate Nanoweave. It should be gone. Like,
It's a great
Nanoweave
thing,
is
bro.
pointless. It ruins, it
Both-
makes the game
people
more
leave
shallow.
for both reasons. People leave for both reasons.
I think Nanoweave makes the
it's
game more
all
shallow,
above.
bro. It's like if you got removed it and just gave everybody Nanoweave by default, or removed it and got rid of Nanoweave in general and brought down the TTK so that it's baseline for everyone and allowed everybody to use that slot now for something else. And same with Symbiote. You allowed them to use that implant slot for something else. There would be more dynamic natures in the game. There would be new metas. There would be, you would have people actually interested in doing a lot of different stuff. But I think both are just symptoms of a problem. And then, the numeric, this is what I hate about Reddit, where it's like, well, idea 1 has more merit than number 2 because number 1 has a higher number of upvotes. This is
You realize people play heavy because the game has unlimited populations, right? So why would I not want to play? Like, I'm in the camp where I'm okay because I'm a former Battlefield player, so I'm perfectly fine with everybody having the same health pool. But I mean, you're now talking about a game that has unlimited populations where anybody can dump as much pop on you as possible, and you are poo-pooing the class that has the skill of a recharge shield and health and overshield on a kill while tanking extra damage in all infantry. Like, it's not as good as it's not as good as you think it is. Like, you get to take 3 additional bullets.
Bro, number 2 got ratioed, man.
yeah.
That's all that matters.
It's not as bad as I think it is either. Well, I think I have a much better perspective on the capabilities of the class, having played it probably 90 to 95% of the time for 8 fucking years. I think I have a pretty good perspective on its capabilities and what it does well and what it doesn't. And to me, you just sound like someone who's butthurt. I don't know, man. I'm sensing a lot of butthurt.
Matters anymore.
Yeah, because more people advocate for one type of playstyle than the other on Reddit, because Reddit's just a place where people can.
You can have a critical opinion without being butthurt. Now, you can have a critical opinion, but you seem butthurt. Yes, I'm telling you that your opinion, I don't agree with your opinion because I have played it for fucking ever, and your opinion on the status of the class doesn't match up with my experience in solely playing the class for such a long amount of time. That's what I'm saying. And most people, I mean, to be fair, most people that complain about heavy assault are just butthurt because they died to them. So that's pretty common. That might not be the case with you, but that's usually where it comes from.
Can meet like-minded people. So it's like, am I surprised?
Like, complaining about heavy assault in 2021 is such a waste of time. Like,
that like-minded people agree on one thing over the other
don't
on
know,
a
man.
website full of like-minded people? No. It's like, it's the same thing when people said, the new Matic Max is fine. And was it like 75% of people said yes? It's like, yeah, you could just brigade that. You can't consider that a survey, an accurate a population from like your player base. So I don't know. That was me ranting though. It's not the problem. It is a symptom of the problem. And it is on the developers to address that. And you should be advocating as a person on Reddit or on Twitter to like, advocate that gets removed if you think that is really the thing that's ruining it. Don't attack the people utilizing the thing. Get mad at the people. Don't get mad. My bad. Just advocate towards the people that give them the ability to do it in the.
I think people that complain about heavy assault would have a much better ground to stand on if you had like an overshield in a Battlefield game or something. But being able to survive 3 more bullets in a game that has no limitations on player populations is not game breaking, you know.
The first place, like,
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah, I said that about like, but then there are certain situations, because I said that yesterday and apparently it was used against me. Like, there are situations where it is the player.
I mean,
like, if the player is
if it were up to me, it wouldn't even be in the game. So there's that. But it is, and that's the way that it whatever, you know.
V6ing, but then they're also sending tells, being extremely toxic, saying racial slurs. That is the player. But if it's just V6, bro, it's in the game. If you don't want it, it's not.
Are people actually fucking ass hurt that they get V6'd in the game? And there's some post about it? I think there is.
The player's fault for using it. It's the developer's fault for leaving it in there. Advocate to them. I don't know. That's just my opinion, at least.
It is actually really funny because it is 100% a taunt. Like V1's like thanks, or like, you know, let me catch a ride. V5, but V6 is that's the taunt, right? That's actually like
Teabagging by a sweaty player is 100 times worse than V6.
But look, next time, or whatever the fuck they say.
Another loser mentality.
Yeah. It's like, your best is my worst. Your better luck next time.
How's it going
It's like,
so
you don't
far?
even
I'm
hear the
fucking
thing.
4
But like, I'll
hours
be
into
like,
this
what
shit.
I'll say is like, people will V6 me, right? Because it's like,
And
I'm me. Like,
I've been derailed in the last 20 minutes by a heavy assault complainer, and I'm trying to get back on track. I've missed basically this whole conversation, so.
Controversial. I stream all the time. It's like, I fucking
Same.
got that shitter Shoctorr. V6. I'll be like Clone did it to me last night, and he V6'd me, and then sent me a tell later going, suck the dick. And then I killed him later. I was like, all right, bro, where's that smoke now, bro? Like, come at me, dude. And it's like, that's just gameplay, right? But like, if you really think that it's getting to you to the point that someone's like, you know, taunting you in a video game, which isn't a new thing, but if it's really getting to you to the point that you think it's breaking the game, not only for you, but for other people, advocate that it gets removed from the game, not that people who use it get banned, because people are going to use it forever.
Or just stop being a little pussy bitch and shut the fuck up. God damn.
Not a new thing, and it's never going to be a new thing in video games where people taunt one another.
Who are these people? Like, are we finally experiencing this new generation of these fucking sad, pathetic loser kids that have been brought up by these fucking pussy ass parents? Is this the entrance of this? I mean, I know this people have been complaining for a long time, I guess, but like, this can't be becoming a real thing now, right?
I totally agree. It's part of the game. And I'm the same way. Yeah, if it's in the game, use it to its maximum effectiveness, and then devs should tune it from there.
Do you think that, because again, our audiences are not, like, it's hard to get a survey accurate.
What would I buff about the weak state of heavy then? Well, the only reason the resist shield got, I would like to be able to go back to playing with a different fucking shield and not just having to use adrenaline all the time. The nerfs to resist shield were because of the implant system.
Done.
I would like to have an option in like what fucking shield I use, because one is sufficiently brain dead and requires basically no ability to use, but they gutted and destroyed the other shield that actually required half a brain to determine like when I'm going to fucking toggle it on or not. Because if you toggled it on late and you're already taking bullets, like, you might as well not even had any fucking shield to begin with. Like, there was actually a decision to be made. And you had to actually think about what the fuck was going on, whereas Adrenaline Shield is just retarded. Like, oh, like, like, the whole goal is, I don't know, man. The people that work on this game and design for it are fucking morons. Coordinated play has semi-steered towards resist shield. Okay, but it's literally still fucking worse. If you're a player that kills anyone and isn't a random retard shitter who dies in every gunfight, Adrenaline Shield is objectively better.
Because usually the people that listen to other people...
This guy, I mean, you're just fucking getting on my nerves now, man. Like, I'm just fucking go away. Like, I'm tired of having... I've taken 30 minutes now for you to fucking cry and whine about heavy assault, and that's what you're doing. Like, just fucking go away. Like, I'm trying to fucking do a fucking video responding to these people talk, and you come in my channel whining and bitching about fucking heavy assault for 30 fucking minutes, telling me what is viable right now, and fucking, like, what, like, just fucking go away. Go to somebody else's chat and talk to them about game balance. Okay? I don't give a fuck, man. Go away. You've got my input on it. I'm going to sit here and just be answering your fucking dumbass questions about a shitty class for the next 40 minutes. Like, go away. Go make a fucking Reddit thread about how fucking terrible the class is. How it's really I don't know what the fuck word you used. How oppressive it is, and how terrible it is, and how too versatile it is. Fuck off. Go make a Reddit thread, you fucking loser.
And that sense of
Jesus
commonality. They like the person because they feel that common. Yeah, and Darcy says it pretty well.
Imagine
like we're
complaining about heavy in 2021,
I think it's more of the sense
bros.
of it's biased, but it's also like we have a sense of commonality. So if I know that a lot of people are going to agree with me, I'm going to do it as well. Do you think that your community, similar to mine, how mine is like, you know, people say it's the echo chamber of like toxic vets and it's just a bunch of 2KD heavies in my chat. Do you think that yours is also on that number 2 side because, you know, you do cater your content to new players, and then the people that do stick around are those players that, you know, that are being triggered?
Oh, by the way, are we going to address that Serious Gaming breaks the Twitch terms of service affiliate agreement by restreaming to YouTube at the same time as he streams to Twitch? Is anybody ever going to address that, or do we all just get to play by different rules? Anybody?
Like, I wouldn't say triggered, but targeted.
Still waiting to hear about
this
that.
First picture.
I would say I have a higher amount of the first picture, folks. The people that are, you know, came around because of my new player guides. And I get a lot of people coming back in and be like, oh yeah, this game, I remember this game, blah, blah, blah. It's tough to make them stick, right? I kind of see part of my job is to...
Yeah, because you trained them up for the first hour, and then you told them it didn't matter if they were bad or not, and then they quit.
Try to get them over that hump. I don't think...
He is on his own set, plus the music he plays. Yeah, but you understand the question I'm asking, right? Because in the Twitch terms of service for affiliates, there is a 24-hour period to where Twitch owns the rights to your content exclusively. Okay? Am I speaking English? So I don't know what his own set has to do with anything, or any music that he plays. I don't think you understand what I'm saying, or what I'm talking about.
That side too, there's no matchmaking, right? There's no fix here. I don't, you know, sure you could take V6 out of the game, but yeah, as you said, it's...
So when you are simultaneously streaming to a rival streaming platform, you are expressly violating the terms and conditions of the Twitch affiliate terms of service. So my question, I'll repeat again, why does he get to do that and other people are not allowed to do that? Why is someone like me, I have to play by the rules, or I get my channel struck, but he gets to do whatever the fuck he wants? I'm just curious. Nobody seems to want to ask that question.
Part of video gaming. Someone's going to be screaming about, you know, oh, something about your mother, and you know that Xbox kid's going to be
suck,
there, right?
like you're fat. They don't even know you, and they're just saying all this stuff about you.
You go to any game, and that's going to be there. You don't try
Yeah.
to fix that part of a game, in my opinion. But there is going to be that difficult part in this game specifically that they got to face the Aeflics and the Shoctorrs and the Zyros and whoever else of this game on day one, and that's always a tough hump to get them over. And I don't think it's this player's fault.
Yes, especially when you're not an FPS player and you come to the game and think it's Arma in space.
But this
And you're in Pale Tiger's platoon, and he tells you everybody's cheating. That's really hard.
player will drive people away from the game.
It's true.
It'll just
100%. It's true.
You think more so than you not being able to get out of the spawn room? Like, again, I've talked about it on this podcast. What about everyone thinks that it's me and Shoctorr and whoever is at this fight coming out of the spawn room, getting a kill, and then getting killed by the tanks.
And then we're
But no
yelling
one's
about
talking
it.
about the other 20% that's there. That's just a new NC player. They're also going through this experience of at least when you fight me, you have a chance. Typically, I'm overpopped. I'm fighting more people than myself, and yeah, sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. As a new player walking out to that, you don't have a chance against that.
Here's the thing: the new player walking out to this is they can see 40 tanks standing on the hill and an orbital strike coming in, and they have feedback.
Can they though? You know how many times I'm just gonna say, like, can they like, you know how many times I've been killed from like 2x's away?
That's true.
But no,
That's
continue.
true.
I understand.
That's true.
It depends on the base.
But-
It's situational.
Or if it's a Bulldog Sunday right there, a few of those coming in, they see the explosions going off, even if they can't see that mag rider that's up on that hill. They normally have enough visual feedback to say, okay, I am facing something different. Whereas to them, and they were probably fighting you with like 4 other people, they don't know. All they see is I went head to head and I shot 40 bullets at this guy. It doesn't matter if they hip fired from 50 meters away and just held the trigger for 5 seconds. They hit you with 50 rounds, right? They felt like they won.
Yeah, but I gotta go back to this. Dying to the player that spent the time to get good at the game is not remotely the same to dying to a bunch of other dog shit players who just are in a big blob with force multipliers. They're not the same, man. It's not the same.
Went 1v1 and they died unbelievably fast while they put so many bullets on you and somehow you didn't die.
Yeah, because this game attracts people who literally don't know have never played a shooter game. They don't understand what spread is. Even if they have played another shooter game, they don't understand the concept of spread, which is fairly fucking universal. I just...
And that's the hump that it's really hard to get people over.
I agree. What is more prevalent?
I mean, for me, being on the new
the 6 good players on at any given time. I mean, go to Physio. There's not that many good players playing. I'll tell you that right now. The 6 good players that are spread across 3 factions at.
But how many real fights are going on? You go and you pull up the tab bar at any fight, and there's going to be 3 or 4 players that have 300% more kills than everyone else in general.
Maybe when you're on a shit server like Connery and there's only like 1 outfit that actually has good players, I can see that being the case.
General, and they
just absolutely farming every fuck one else.
With redeploy side, they can make it to every fight really, really fast. They can have massive effects on the map.
But I think that example of holding tab doesn't really stick in my head, because a lot of the people that like in this picture, they wouldn't show up by holding tab.
Like, that's another thing too. Like going to this fight, like good players are not going to this fight. They see this fight, you might spawn in, you see what the fuck's going on, I'm out, see you later. Right? And you try to find another like 60-40 or 70-30 where you're in the underpop there. But nobody wants to talk about all these fucking losers that are good players or considered good players. They're way better than the average player that just sit around and just surf all day. Like, those people are probably the worst for the fucking game. Because then not only are you some shit-ass player sitting in this spawn room getting camped, when you do get out, there's some fucking degenerate loser who's ashamed of his stats and got made fun of like 5 years ago. So he's got to feel better. And he just surfs and pop all day. Like, to me, those guys are the absolute fucking most degenerate scum, worst of the game. Is when you have the actual ability, when you're a good enough player, which a lot of them are, right? I think some people think that I talk shit on them and I dislike them, which I do. I do both, but they're still good players. But the way they choose to use their skill in the game is to go be a degenerate piece of shit and go sit in fucking and surf pop everywhere. And then they are so ass devastated when someone calls them out on it. Like it blows my mind. Like those, to me, those are the most degenerate fucking losers in the game. Is the players that are good enough to go to a 70-30 or an 80-20 or a 60-40 and make a difference as the underpop, but they will never go to those fights because that would actually require, like, I don't know, fucking a challenge or something. Like you gotta go to some fight where you can bait a bunch of guys and shit. These people are worse than fucking these Zergs. Like, that's the worst thing in the game to me. It's because if anywhere you're gonna have a responsibility as a good player, it's to go to the fights that need you at those fights, right? Go to the low pop fights. Go to the fucking low pop fights and fight out of that. Yeah, it sucks. Like because of the game mechanics, it sucks. But you know, I'm just get so fucking sick and tired of seeing the same sad fucking losers just sitting in pop every time I play the fucking game. Like when Vert came back a few months ago, I think he played, what did he play for, like 4 hours? He played for like 4 hours, and then I think he sent me a Discord message after. He's like, you know, two things that never change with this game is degraded performance and the same fucking losers in Overpop. Like it's just, and at this point, it's like you can't ask them to be better. Like, because they only know how to do one thing. And they absolutely melt down if you ever call them out. Like, the one time I called out fucking Tox or whatever, and he sent me, like, holy shit, he had a mental breakdown. I think I was streaming it, too. Like, he literally had a fucking mental breakdown on stream. It just, I don't know, man.
Dog.
That to me is the bigger problem.
Rat bastard.
It is fucking population ethics that none of these fucking degenerates has.
My dog did that one time before a speed
I
on his
smell
match.
it.
Yeah, yes, it was bad.
I think the people that are in this picture wouldn't show up in the leaderboard in the first.
like get himself fucking almost permabanned for me asking why the fuck he's sitting in pop all night. Just destroyed his entire worldview.
Place because they're not actively contributing to, like, they're not in the game's mindset. Like, they are securing the base indirectly by putting down fire, right? They're blasting the spawn room, making sure people can't get out, and that's helping the people capturing the base to ensure that they get it.
But shit like this, this is like a caricature of what happens in the game. But I mean, it's pretty fucking accurate. This is developer endorsed because this happens all the time, and there's nothing. What do you do about it? They do nothing. So it's like, that's why I say it's developer endorsed, because there's a problem that's very apparent to everyone. There's some pretty simple solutions that you can implement to fix the problem, but you do nothing. So as far as I'm concerned, you're perfectly 100% fine with that.
But they're outside of I think a certain range that would allow for the base to even track their kills in the first place. Like, so I think I understand your perspective though, because when I watched the new player experience thing, like the streamer's name was Bluey, and I watched just him start the game, his VOD at least. I saw him watch from start to basically finish, because he hasn't touched the game since, honestly, but he started the game up, he did the tutorial, and then he logged in. He didn't know where to go. Then he went to a fight after people in my chat.
This is another thing too. Like, if I'm gonna buy a game or get into a game, I at least do like a small like parcel of research on it. Like, I'll watch somebody play it. I'll look up some YouTube videos on it, which isn't I don't think it's a lot to fucking ask. Okay, like, I don't think people act like they're so fucking busy and they're so self-important. Like, you can't spend like an hour if you're gonna make a purchase for a game, or you're gonna play a game you want to get into. You can't watch a fucking stream for an hour and kind of get like what's going on. But apparently there's like this massive population of people that just sees a game on Steam, they launch it and they get into it, and they know nothing about it. And I don't always agree that. Does the tutorial in the game suck dick? Yes, it sucks dick. Does it do a fucking better? Could it do a better job of helping people out early? Yes, but also it's 2021 within the age of information. Like, there's not. It's not that complicated, man. It doesn't take like if you have so little time that you get to play for fucking 30 minutes out of your entire week, then maybe you should go do something else, like go knit like cheese roller or some shit, or like just get fucking wasted. Like, it's not the amount of effort that it takes to even remotely familiarize yourself with something like this. I don't feel bad for you. I really don't. Yeah, the tutorial sucks. Like, could it be better? Yeah, but like just being that lost. Number one, you probably don't play an FPS game in the first place because you have no idea how anything works. Like, you've never played a Battlefield game. Like, even Call of Duty has fucking like semi-conquest type shit. Like, I don't feel sorry for you. I just don't.
From my chat, like one of my mods put it in the Discord and they all like brigaded.
Because like I have a real problem with people that nowadays they boot up a game and the game literally has to fucking tell you this is fucking annoys the shit out of me. Like, every fucking game today has to like line by line tell you exactly what to do at every fucking like point in the game. Like, it's all scripted out. Like, it's just like, guess what, guys? I don't know if you know this, but sometimes you're just gonna suck at a game for a while, okay? Maybe stop being a little pussy-ass bitch and just quitting, because I'm not immediately fucking having success. It's not like a shitty Battle Royale game where it's totally random chance when I drop in if I could win or not without even fighting another person. Like, I don't feel sorry for you. And if that's your attitude, man, like, fuck off and go away. I don't care. Yeah, you might suck. You might suck for like 400 fucking hours. Like, get over it. You know? We all started somewhere. I don't feel sorry for you. I really don't.
Helping him like get good at the game. They told me to go to a fight, and it wasn't really one side or the other. Like, we would see people that, like, you know, from tags that I know kill him, and I'd be like, you're gonna make him quit, stop killing him. But then on the other hand, he was like he died to a tank, and he's just like, where the fuck did that come from? So it's like, I don't know, considering it being like one thing or the other is so difficult that I think it's just a matter of map design and then I guess server performance. Because like, yeah, you will get headshot all dinked, and then there is no like region locking, so someone with crazy ping can just like literally insta kill you to the point that it feels like they're cheating. But like, you know, Zyros is an amazing player. He just has higher ping, and he's in the UK playing on like Connery, for example. That's a really long distance to send one packet of data from one thing to the other. Server,
like, why the fuck can you connect to a server in California and play a fucking client-side first-person shooter game from the United Kingdom? What's the reason that needs to be? Like, I see people, like, they say it's no problem, but then again, some people have never played with ping. I played for a year with 330 ping. And you know what? As long as I hit my shots, I killed the guy. Like, the game didn't give a fuck. Like, that's not good.
Server's gonna have some issues, and then holding down left click, all headshots, that's gonna dead. Like, that's it. That's the game mode in itself. So like, again, like, I think these are symptoms of the problem, but it's not the person. It's the game having it be able for someone to facilitate that gameplay in the first place. So when people complain,
sorry,
I'll just wrap. Like the play time. Like, do you want people to stop playing the game? The headshot ratio. Like, do you want me to not be as good? Like, those are things that, like, I guess, or like heavy assault. Like, do you not want?
I'm curious to see if he talks about, because he talks about it in his YouTube comments with his degenerate viewer base about nerfing the headshot multiplier. I'd be real curious to see if he brings it up here.
Me to play my favorite type,
because Shoctorr kind of baited him with the nanoweave thing earlier, and he didn't take the bait.
Game style. Like, that's like questions that I guess are kind of valid to the person, but then they don't really make sense in an argument. But the rest of the things there are just things that are in the game that you can use whenever you want. But go ahead.
Well, a couple things. People act like this post act like it's an Aeflic or a Zonic has killed you 1,000 times. I mean, go to the kill boards. I mean, you're not gonna having like 3 kills on somebody is a lot. Like, and if you're at a 1-12 fight and they keep spawning in the center, that's gonna happen. But realistically, you're not killing the same person over and over and over and over and over again. It's just not realistic. I mean, maybe if your platoon's bitching about one person, maybe. But then I flip to the other side. Let's like Summit 1G. Who else has streamed this game with like 20,000 viewers? And why are they leaving the game? And what are all their viewers looking at? Is it because Aeflic killed Summit 1G
Because the fucking game is not, the gameplay itself is dog shit.
3 times? Or is it because they came out of the spawn room and, oh, dead, tank, oh, dead, A2G, oh, there's more pop here, I'm dead, oh, I'm dead, oh, sniper, I'm dead, oh, I'm dead. Which one is it? That's, to me, a better survey.
It was probably getting one weapon locked by that Summit 1G's big black something or other, whatever.
Oh,
that
yeah,
was.
people stream sniping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been advocating for better streaming, like people to be able to be more anonymous while they stream the game.
That they don't care, man. Like this community like is the most fucking, like, these sad, pathetic losers, right? Who never can get attention on their own. Like, they have to fucking stream snipe. Like, imagine how pathetic, like, how small your dick must be to, like, stream snipe people in PlanetSide fucking 2 in the current year. Like, you don't get any more pathetic.
But
Those big streamers need no friendly fire. Like, that's got to be.
And like, the developers don't give a fuck. Like, they don't care.
It's not even that. I think the game itself shouldn't have friendly fire because it makes it harder to get, or it makes it easier, excuse me, to again.
Or I'm sorry, they don't care when it's homegrown fucking content creators for their game. They don't care then. But if somebody like Summit comes to the game, then, oh, Andy Sites, I gotta sit up at my computer desk and get ready to start moderating these stream snipers. Like, get the fuck out of here, you fucking loser.
Attention-seeking behavior. Like, I think making it only exclusive to streamers is like, like, everybody gets bullied. I've been stream sniped when I had 3 viewers because people just wanted to stream snipe me. I wasn't some big time guy. But I think another thing is just the sense of anonymity would go a long way.
But before the TK and the I want to focus on that for 1 second. Let's just say Summit 1G wasn't streaming, or Shroud played it for some reason. He's a great shooter. He's not just going to assume that you're this hacker or something, right? He's going to be like, okay, this guy's good. Let's see if I can't deal with him. Like that, I want to look at it from that perspective too. Like, what is turning people away from the game?
Well, that's just
that's a good
at
thought.
that point.
And now, when it's a streamer out there, that one's awkward for me because I feel like with a lot of what streamers kind of deliver, especially like a Shroud that does a wide range of games, is they deliver content of games to their viewers so their viewers don't have to play almost. Does that make sense? Like, the viewer's curious about games. They don't want to have to try to learn it themselves. They don't have the talent level of Shroud. And so they enjoy hanging out with him because they get to sort of experience all these games at his talent level, but would never actually log into any of them. Or at least, when they go and they experience like PlanetSide 2.
They're watching the streamer, not the game at the end of the day.
Yeah.
No, but streamers have also blown up games like Among Us. I mean, let's be honest, it goes both ways.
That's true. And Among Us and Tarkov and PUBG, I mean, for sure, there is that. I feel like when they go to like PlanetSide 2, it's like, I don't know, going to the bad part of town and just like having an experience that you never.
Yes. What a fucking perfect way to put it. You're in the fucking slums.
You go back to or something.
They're like, yikes, this was that was an experience. Let's head to the next game, guys.
Well, that comes down to my point though. How do you showcase your skill?
Right. Yeah. I don't know how you convert players from a stream to stick with this game.
But my point is though,
drops enabled. Sorry.
The experience on the second screen is what I'm referring to. I mean, that was Summit 1G's first. Like, if you go back to the VOD, like, it's him just repeatedly coming out of the spawn room, and it's just this gross, like, overpop slugfest of like, there's I can't even show you my skill set of a good player,
right?
Because of what's going on around me. It's not Zonic that killed him 3 times, like, for instance, that he's worried about. It's the fact that, like, can I showcase against Zonic that I'm better than him, or I can actually fight this guy? I don't have that opportunity because of part 2. That's what I'm trying to drive my point home to. Of like,
And that makes sense. And I know that there's absolutely a big chunk of the people that never come back because of that, because of just the not understanding the battle flow, not understanding how vehicles can farm so hard, right? There's no way for them to know, right? Where do I go to not get spammed by a bulldog?
But sometimes it's the only fight. That's it. That's just the fight that's on the map right now. Or there's 3 fights.
It's different. It's different when the game has more pop, because then at least you have other options. Like when I look, lately, when I do look, it's like it's Indar, and there's 2 fights, and then there's an unstable warp gate situation on the other fucking continent, and there's nothing to do. Like at least with population, when population does come back and grow in this game, you have other options to where you don't always have to be in the worst part of the game.
That are your factions being zerked.
Yep. I tend to get a lot of the rage YouTube comments when someone's quit the game, right? So they show up at the game, they YouTube some of the tutorial Commander series probably shows up, right? So they subscribe to me, they play for 2-3 weeks. And then like the 3-week mark or whatever is probably when I get the comment, I quit the game. And I get one of the comments is hackers. And I always put hackers in the not being able to handle good players category, right? Because sure, there's a few hackers, but 99% of the time, it's that. One is the complaint of the other faction has better weapons. I put those people in the same category, right? Because if you played for a while, that's not the issue. And then the third category is I don't know how to deal with all the vets, which is them accurately representing what their issue is. And so I will say that those are my top 3 complaints compared to I do get them. Yeah, it's the tanks. It's the how do I deal with aircraft, right? I get these 80-ground aircraft bombarding me. So I combine those 3, and those together end up being the larger complaint that I get.
Okay, but then we play a game like Tarkov.
Oof. Wow, that's actually a really good one.
Popular. You're in a bush.
There is no matchmaking in that based on
You have
skill.
thermals.
People are like level 100 and they have like stuff in their gamma cases and stuff. I agree, and that's even a harder new player experience.
That's the thing too. Like they complain about the new player experience in this game, and there are other games out there that are in the same genre that, man, people want to fucking talk about how difficult PlanetSide is, man. Like there are games that hold your hand even less, right? But you know what you don't see in those games? You don't seem, for whatever reason, this community has to be so coddled at everything. You don't see these giant framework of discussions of how we need to completely fucking reinvent the wheel and alter the game in order to give absolutely everything to the new player. And it's just like what I was saying earlier. Like at some point, man, it's like it takes some time to learn the fucking new games that you play, and sometimes depending on the game you're gonna suck. It's gonna not be enjoyable, it's not gonna be fun. But if you just want to log into a game and immediately have success and have fun, like maybe you should fuck off from like shooter games on PC. It's unless you're like playing some shitty battle royale game, or just go play like a single player console game if that's what you're looking for. Because if you're just going to come into all these games that have some semblance of a skill gap in them and just immediately quit because you're not having success, like I said before, I don't feel bad for you. Everybody's got to start somewhere. Like I don't feel bad for you anymore. I don't.
Warzones.
And I'm someone who's been in that position time and time again. But what I don't do is I don't petition. I don't spend 2 years. This is another thing that gets me. It's like I'm a shitty new player for 2 straight years. Like, yeah, I'm not going to be petitioning the developer to cater absolutely everything around like someone who's going to play the game for 10 minutes and quit. I think, instead of doing smart shit like making the gameplay experience better for everyone in general, like the whole new player experience in this game is such a red herring.
I played a lot of Warzone.
True.
Okay, I'm new to Warzone. I don't have the custom drop so I can get my fucking really good loadout. Yeah, most people have that stuff because they're vets in the game, but not everybody is. Or I'm going up against. Hey, guess what? Hackers are really bad in the
Like the people, the gamer today just can't accept that they're not going to have instant gratification. Like,
Game. Huge, very popular game. A lot of people can play it. What I mean, there's vets in Warzone as well. You're a dog shit player, and you're gonna get your 2 kills or 0 kills, and they're gonna get their 20 kills. Other games deal with it very differently and handle it very well for whatever reason it is. But I didn't realize a lot of these things. This is why I don't think the new player experience is a big deal in PlanetSide, because Tarkov, you die, you lose everything. There's no new player experience in Tarkov. You just die, you lose everything, and guess what? And it's gone forever. And
Well,
hopefully you can learn the game.
I agree, but I think it's less with PlanetSide about what to do because or no, excuse me. It's less about how to do what you want to do. It's easy. It's W M1
Yeah.
shift. You've
Yep.
done these things for years. It's what am I supposed to do? Because like the meta is very ambiguous about like what it is I'm trying to do. Am I capturing bases?
and that's not something predicated around just new players. That is a player experience problem that has existed in the game for the entire duration of the game. That is not isolated to new players.
Am I killing?
And it gets back to the point of if you just address the player experience, you see this trickle down. It's good for everyone, and you don't have to sit here with this red herring of, oh God, our new players in the game are so treated like shit and blah blah blah. Like it's not true. You go play anything else, and there's other games do not have this problem, and they're significantly harder.
What is my objective here? And I think the game does struggle a bit to tell you what to do because my chat and I watched like that new player experience where the tutorial just says like stand on these capture points to flip bases or to flip the point and make it towards your empire's control. And then that was literally the only thing it said. It didn't go like and then go to bases and then make sure that the bar fills up so that you capture it. It pops up very lightly.
Why does he always hold his map? Like if I was sitting here talking with the G Pro, like I don't do this shit. Like I just put it down. Like why does he always do that
in video games where it's like it's on one, especially in first person shooters, but it rewards you for playing the game more, and it's more of just a sense of will you keep playing. Because when Warzone first became free to play and it came out, you had your Modern Warfare classes. So I remember playing with people in Warzone who only had Warzone and didn't play Modern Warfare. I was already like level 60 or something in Modern Warfare because I played it a bunch. I had everything unlocked. I had all these attachments. I had my favorite guns. And then they had just the default like classes that weren't that good. And then they were like, yo, Shoctorr, how are you fragging out right now? This is impossible. These guns they gave me suck. I'm like, bro, I played it like way more than you and I already have everything unlocked. And it's like you have to play the game more and get things unlocked. But Warzone ended up addressing that disparity by giving people more opportunities to get the kills so that they could get the red dot sight, the better guns, and then they made new game modes for that. And
I mean, that's all fine, but I have not played it, so I don't know what manner they went about like doing that, because that in itself could be a problem.
I think it's, again, like that's the sense that it should be. You know, the game developers are usually the thing that needs to address the problem, because when you blame the player base, it's more of a symptom of the problem. It's not real life. I didn't go into PlanetSide and build a Beetlejuice like from like the rocks of Esamir and like chisel a stalactite and put it in the Orion and got unlimited energy. Like, no, it's something that's in the game and the developers made it. If you don't like it, band together, peepo riot, and advocate that it gets out of the game. Whether it's V6, implants, guns, rocket launchers, medkits, if enough people advocate that this is something that needs to be like changed, then it'll likely be addressed just due to the sheer number. And people,
I can't get with this line of thinking, man. Like, you can petition to have shit removed from the game, but when you're discussing like game balance shit and petitioning to remove stuff from the game, and it's just a bunch of like not very good players who don't understand what the fuck they're talking about, ganging up and like petitioning, like some of that shit you just have to ignore.
people that say like developers never listen to any feedback, I don't know about that. Because Aeflic, I agree. Like most of the time, you know, it's like the shotguns suck. Fuck them. Fuck shotguns. They ruin the game. It's like, you know, Rel's not gonna go, all right, let me delete them all. Like, no, that's not gonna happen. But he'll take a look at it, and if he does his own little analysis, they probably have like internal processes where they're like, okay, we have a problem. Let's address it. They look at it.
That is giving way too much fucking credit. Like from what I've seen over the last forever, like that's not something that happens. Or if it does, like it's a guy talking to like some stuffed animals in a room. Like it doesn't happen.
Look at the state of shotguns and then they go, I think it's fine. They just move on. Like, what did you want them to make a public statement? We read your opinion on Reddit about shotguns and we have decreed that shotguns are fine. Moving on to the next subject. Like that's such a small, minuscule thing.
Right.
So it's kind of, again, on both sides of the, because I think that's why I really wanted Aeflic on this as well. Because Aeflic does bring a lot of good inputs from like I've played the game a lot and I know what people that play the game a lot think. I'm not saying that you don't, serious, but then you come in with the really good opinions about, I've dealt with a lot of people who have played the game little to none and I know what they deal with when it comes to the game. So I think you both bring up valid points, and a lot of the time it's like we're just looking at symptoms of the problem rather than like asking ourselves, well, why is that there? And then when we get to that reason, why is that there, until we get to that source core issue. Because yeah, a lot of games have disparity of items because you haven't played the game enough. You have to get the things, and in order to get the things, you have to play the game.
Yeah, and I didn't even think. And serious, I'm so sorry. I'm curious what you think about this directly. I didn't even think about something. Planet is unique in the fact that you have this kind of shroud over outfit leaders and platoon leaders in this command structure, and then there's a faction command structure. When you're new, you're like, this is crazy. Like all these guys are around this table looking at the map and they're moving their pieces. Like, no, it's not like that at all. Everyone's just cussing each other out on the fucking command channel. So when someone like Pale Tiger says, hey, recursion, which you are going to run in, it's not like it's 3 AC that are playing the game randomly, right? There's a good amount of them that play the game. When he says these guys are hacking and he's holding 50% of the fucking TR population on the server, and as a new player, like, this guy's played the game for a long ass time. He has all the weapons. He's telling us where to go. He's doing everything. His effect on the game is humongous, and that's like honestly something that's even
that's another reason why you can't, like, it's a hard problem, because this is what happens when all of your new players get recruited by these mega Zerg outfits in the warp gate, and then say on the off chance that they have a guy like this, or you're like, it's happened so many times in the past where these people, they start playing the game, they get sucked up into these outfits with these trash can player leaders where they have individuals that are in leadership within the outfit that are just making up all this shit about people who are actually good. And that's where you see that fucking culture war, man. Is that you have a bunch of shit ass players trying to convince newer players, that everyone better than them is fucking cheating in an 8-year-old game, like, which is why, like, you can't just rely on these fucking
detrimental
Zerg fits to be the be all end all for everybody. But at the same time, like, old heads and elite players and all the good players, they don't want to they're not going to recruit new players. So it's like, it's this never ending cycle.
Probably anything else. It's how many people that he touches. I didn't even think about it until, well, just right now, and when I brought it up. And that's many leaders.
Absolutely. That's a really tough one. Yeah, I think,
and that's not something you can fix. That is a community problem.
a lot of people would say that I'm too soft on him when that's going on. When I'm trying to say, hey, let's be diplomatic. I understand a lot of people. A lot of people are just like, look, that's just straight up bad. You gotta, nip that in the bud. You gotta end that. You gotta do whatever you need to do to make sure that's not being dispersed to the new player population. So, yeah, I totally understand people's hate in that sense for, call it the big outfit or call it the Zerg, whatever you want to call it. I try not to use the connotation because I think that those outfits that are constantly running public platoons do important service to the community.
Yes, absolutely.
But you're right. There's absolutely too many times I've heard in those public platoons. I've been banned from these platoons, right, where they get in this hacker circle jerk thing, and it disseminates into the new player population. It's just not good for the game.
Well, it's just the difference in leadership. Like, one leader says, hey, okay, this guy's not hacking. He's just really good at the game. I've played this game for a long time. We don't believe in that. And, like, you have this mentality, and then you have the other mentality. It's just like, and it's just a random draw of having a good leader or someone that understands the game. And there's no way to fix that. I don't think, it's just kind of it's an interesting thing to think about. But
yeah. And that's it. Kind of a tangential. The grind is another big complaint I get. And I would love to see some sort of catch-up mechanic for new players, low directive score players. That is another big complaint I get, because nowadays you're right, in Tarkov it's like everyone can be right back at 0 at any time, right? It's not.
The grind in that game is nutty, bro.
Sheesh, and the fear of losing the things that you got too.
Right. I mean, I
It's like
guess in
old
that
school
sense,
RuneScape.
it's a hard grind. I'm trying to think of another game where they've kind of solved it, where new players really feel like they're on the same playing field as expert players.
I'm gonna say
I
it.
guess
I'm gonna say it. Call of Duty. Those starter classes, they give you everything that you'd need.
He does. That, I mean, that's, you're not making that up. Like, it's literally true. Like, go on his YouTube channel and read in the comments and the replies and the conversations that he has with these people. That's true. That's not made up.
give you a good sniper class with everything already in it. Because if you think about the way PlanetSide's set up, we get an infiltrator class, but Baron, it's hard out there for a new infiltrator that wants to be a sniper. You got a semi-auto, you got a base set cloak, and you got a range spotter. Good luck, bud. Or like a heavy assault. It's like, well, we gave you a red dot sight. It's like, all right, cool, bro. Thanks. I'll try my. The new player puts the red dot sight on. He's like, all right.
And then you have this thing where people that are committed to this game, they always have to shit on everything else. Like they'll go out of their way to shit on these other games that are actually successful at what they're trying to do. Like, they'll go out of their way to shit on Call of Duty, or they'll go out of their way to shit on Siege or Battlefield or anything else, whatever they can do, because they have no ground to stand on when it comes to shit like that. Those games are successful, and this game has struggled mightily. But if you suggest, okay, well, here's something that someone else does that seems to work, and it's like, fuck you, can't play that. It's like, okay, bro, like,
I'm going out there. But like, you know, with Call of
True.
Duty, like, even if you go back to like Modern Warfare 2, like there was the class, the Riot Shield class. They gave you the Riot Shield, they gave you the dual wielded PP2000s, and they gave you something to use until you had enough to make your own variant of whatever game style you were playing. They gave you an LMG class, they gave you a sniper class, they gave you everything basically fully certed, but it wasn't necessarily the meta. It was
and that's what they've done in every game since fucking forever. Like,
just close to a
it just works.
I guess you could call it like a situational meta, I guess. It's like, because I brought this up yesterday when I was talking on stream.
Yeah, you have like one loadout per archetype. Like, you'll have your sniper, your SMG, your AR, your LMG, your like shotgun or something. Like, it's really simple.
Looking at those two pictures, where it was like air to ground is a great example. A new player's ability to counter somebody in an ESF is boiled down to, we gave you a burster. Go pull a max and shoot one burster at Pierre flying around, prey pilot with thousands of hours. It's like, good luck killing him. It's like, they don't even give you like a lock-on launcher. They don't get, you'd have to.
You get the shitty dumbfire that this guy who's brand new to the game is going to have to dumbfire an ESF. And the dumbfire rocket launcher that you've given him has been nerfed so that you don't even get to one-shot the fucking ESF. Like, come on, man. Like, what
hit a dumbfire shot and like perfectly hit, and it's like, us like veteran players can't even do it either. It's pretty hard. But like, yeah, like Modern Warfare 2 gave you a FAMAS class, and it gave you like a bunch of the what's it called? It gave you the 3 perks. It gave you like whatever things that complemented the playstyle that was like written out in that specific class. And I think PlanetSide could do with that, where it's like, you know, if you think,
you know what PlanetSide did? This was Rel's idea. It was really great. It's so great. Such a great idea to helping alleviate anything. They changed the fucking names of the loadouts on the class screen. Close range fighter. Like, melee fighter. Close quarters brawler. Like, stupid shit like that. They literally changed the fucking name of the loadout. And there's like no... Come on, man.
think that the new player experience is very hard because they get barely anything, give them things that are uneditable, similar to Call of Duty, where it's like, it is a situational class where it says like anti-air, and you're like, oh, I gotta grab my heavy assault because I see there's a bunch of aircraft at this base and I'm getting shelled by it. Let me go there was an anti-air class that I remember seeing in the tutorial. I go pull it. It has everything sorted out. It comes with like, I don't know, like a 4X SV88 that you can't really use in other alternative classes. It's not unlocked for like everything. It's just specifically for that class. And it's like, sure, it might
Point
be
hole
the meta,
janitor.
but it gives the player an opportunity to do something. Like that's just how I remember when I first downloaded Call of Duty, for example. So I don't know. So it's hard though. I agree. Like
I just hate that
startup
attitude, like of
is-
just these PlanetSide dudes. Like you gotta absolutely shit on everything else to try to prop up your shitty game. Like it's so grow up, man. Like God, like we're just trying to make the fucking game better. Like get over it, you fucking child.
is one of the I started a new character to play with 69 KD so that I could, because it was only, I'm a ringer. He said it, but I wanted to play with 69 KD so they could have enough people to even play. And like the new player experience is rough. They gave me a red dot, and I was like, bro, I have like thousands of hours in this game, and I'm struggling. So
I think we've solved it though. I think we fixed PlanetSide.
yeah, I think so.
Sure.
Hopefully everybody wrote this down. There is a quiz after this, by the way. For everybody that's in chat, you will be quizzed on everything. But one last thing that I did want to bring up, because I think we have been going, I think for about 2 hours now, or we've been going for an hour and 51 minutes. What is
So about 2 hours. Go ahead though.
the last thing that I guess to kind of bring it back to Outfit Wars is, and in general when it comes to griefing, like and this is kind of going back to like the first points, but why, or excuse me, not why, what do you think should be the response to this sort of thing that kind of occurred over the weekend? And then do you think it was even like people are bringing up that it's against TOS when it comes to the PlanetSide TOS and it falls under griefing, and that PlanetSide, the developers have sole jurisdiction over like what'll happen to them? Like I'm interested in thinking like what you guys
Yeah, but they're fucking spineless.
think should happen, whether it's, and you guys kind of brought it up a little, but I don't know, I just like I want to get like a solidified stance just so we can understand.
Like the
I think
precedent
for
is
new
there.
people
It's been
coming in,
done now.
like what should happen to people
You
that
did nothing.
decide that the integrity and the love of the game is not as important as like being toxic and griefing. That's kind of like my question, and I'll let either one of you go first.
Aeflic, I'm gonna give the kind of like diplomatic like caster response, and then you can come in and just say this is what it should be and give like the good one.
No, yours is gonna be good. This is a tough one, man. Go ahead though. This is tough.
Here's the thing: the PlanetSide 2 community is too small to lose any of the whales.
I've said that too.
In my opinion, you can't take hard action on anyone. I do think you have to make a stand and say this is not okay. Here is your punishment, and I think that punishment has to be some sort of temporary suspension.
Not even that.
I don't think it should be anything serious. I don't think it should turn a player away from the game. It should just be like, look, guys, hey, it was fun and funny, but this is not the way we meant it to go, and if you do this, there's going to be a replay.
You did a very softly threatening like 6 lines of text.
Discussion. That is to me. I do think they have to somehow say, hey, we need to start. If they don't do anything, just as you were saying, Shoctorr, it is going to be backdoor dealing all the way to the end.
Out the wazoo. I'm telling you, there's people already doing it. It's like, even if it's not a big action, just a statement, literally anything. And they have until that next match. So, yeah.
What about you, Aeflic?
I said it before. There's nothing they can do that will fix the issue. Banning him, honestly, probably hurts them more than it does any good, right? Besides people being like, oh, haha, you got banned, and then no one gives us 2 shits 2 weeks later. So I don't think there's, besides just having integrity as a developer, from that aspect of it, that's the best case scenario. Is like the devs did something, boom. Backdoor deals are going to happen, and no one's going to know about it. You can fake it as much as no one will know. It's going to happen in the game. There's a 1v1 moving forward. It's dog shit. We already know that. Whether or not it's fun. There's no way of stopping it at this point. There's no way to know. You can't accuse somebody of doing it, right? They came out and obviously blatantly said it, and obviously it's very obvious that they did it. There's a ways around that. It doesn't take rocket science to figure out how to do that, okay? So the only positive I see from it is, as a developer, we saw that it was griefing. We have a policy against griefing. This is what we're going to do. And I don't care what it is. If you ban them forever or you slap them on the wrist, it does not matter. That's the best thing they can do. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. In my opinion. I don't know how you stop somebody from doing it. You don't.
Sure.
We're going to get a team of fun police, 60 of them. They're going to infiltrate every Outfits Discord out there and monitor all their communication.
Eve Online, is that you?
Honestly, like that is already kind of happening though. Leaks. I don't know why my Discord has become leak central, but like everyone's like, Shoctorr, I've got another leak for you. And it's like Outfit X has already been conspiring with Outfit Y to delete Outfit Z. You need to cover this, Shoctorr. People need to know. I'm like, all right, turn on the Ben tonight on Shoctorr stream. Like I don't know. So I agree with I agree with both of you. There's not enough people in the game to try to be like, oh, like let's have brackets or what's it called, like divisions or whatever. It's like the good division, the medium division, and then the Zerg division or whatever. And then at the same time too, it's like you can't really fix it because it's just the format. So and then again, I think that just falls back.
You've just painted yourself into this corner that it's what do you do?
To what you said earlier, Aeflic, where it's like we're reinventing the wheel, bro.
But it's like you see a guy like slowly walking over to the corner and gonna get stuck there, right? And you're like, we're telling you, don't do that. Don't go in that corner, man. And then he just walks straight into the fucking corner and just ignores everybody. That's what happens in this game.
And at some point, like reinventing the wheel just doesn't really make sense. Like if it was 1v1 and people were played to win, and winning isn't the only thing that makes things fun. The journey is just as fun as the end result.
I mean, at the end of the day, you have a shit format, you have a community that's scummy as fuck, like, and you have a group of people working on the game that's just apathetic. Like, what did you expect?
It would probably be a 100% fix, but the format is what the format is at this point. I've really rolled back my stance, I think, on it because I don't expect much change when it comes to outfit wars.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, all right, well, try to incentivize bad behavior as little as possible so that people like this don't feel like they got the moral victory.
Yeah. Fair.
But overall, I appreciate both of you guys. Serious.
All right, that's that. That went... Fuck, they talked for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and I talked for almost 5, so there's a lot of shit to parse through. Yeah, if you guys stuck around for the whole thing, which I doubt fucking maybe 1 or 2 people did, but thanks. Still not playing this game because it sucks. But yeah, I'm fucking hungry, and I gotta piss again, believe it or not. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. See you guys later. Oh, I'll put this on the YouTube and I'll fucking highlight it so you don't have to just go to the VOD. And it's behind the fucking paywall and shit right now, but it's gonna be up on the YouTube and it's gonna be highlighted, so don't worry about that. Yeah, see you later.